Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Karting Live TV's coverage, the second round of the Kart Championship here at Shenington. We're watching the rolling lap and the first false start of the day, or in fact, as the yellow flag being withdrawn. Are we off and racing? No, we are not. You are watching the Microax first superheat of the day yesterday here at Shenington, known as the Grand Old Lady of British karting, situated in Banbury, Oxfordshire. We had the heat races and qualifying. Now we are into the superheats. Microax field in Superheat A, or Superheat 1 rather. Just coming through the Bruno chicane, I'll quickly give you a rundown of the starting lineup. It's going to be number 66, Ethan Lloyd, on pole position, with Lewis Capaldi alongside on row number 1, Noah Wicklow and Freddie Blackshaw on row number 2, Jensen Darlow and Henry Algar. Row 3, Ethan McClelland, Junior Wright, then Carter Jackson and Zach Andrew, Lani Edun, then Arthur Bowers, Teddy Roberts, Pierce Gauntlet and Toby Cannon. And let's see if they will go for the second time. Lights are still not out, I don't believe. It's another false start, and the sun is shining very brightly here today, and Nick Damon joining me in commentary.
Dan will not be pleased with two false starts. There may be a dressing down at the first thing in the morning.
Yes, and speaking of dressing down, Dan Ashton, our race director, he is wearing his Sunday best. He'll be the official out on circuit resplendent in brightly coloured trainers and white jeans today, which is a brave choice, but as summer is in the air as we enjoy now. We'll go around a third time into the Bruno chicane. Just to give you an idea, this is one of the oldest kart circuits in the United Kingdom, set up in 1960, 1961, formerly known as the Edge Hill Kart Club. And you can see on the, yes, there's Dan Ashton, all in white, just giving a finger wagging as they come through Hanger Bend and into the final corner known as Wilkins hairpin. Watch for a lot of late lunges during the course of the day. But the weather is set fair, the paddock is packed, and for the third time, will we get a start? Yes, really? We do. We are running.
That would look pretty straggly as well.
Yeah, the back markers do a great job of catching up, but we are coming out of Cafe Corner now. Ethan Lloyd, is that Noah Wicklow? Noah Wicklow was in third place there in the orange race chute as they come around Stratford hairpin and up Runway Straight. It is the number 66 kart, I believe, of Ethan Lloyd, who has the lead. Lewis Capaldi slots into second position. Out of the Bruno chicane here, great elevated view here of Shenington Kart Club. But Capaldi, the Scotsman now, the S-plate holder, looking to make an early move here in this 8-minute superheat as we come across the start-finish line through Pitts Bend. And now into Cafe Corner as Capaldi lines up a move on that RCE kart, the Richardson Chassis Engineering entry of Ethan Lloyd. Ethan, of course, the entire RCE team being helped along by the karting coach. We'll talk about the karting coach later. But into Bruno chicane, named after Bruno Ferrari, the only driver to win a trio of British titles in the same day back in 1967 at Little Rissington. As we come into Wilkins Corner, named after Tony Wilkins, one of the founding members of Shenington Kart Club, and one of the greatest karting raconteurs of all, the late, great Tony Wilkins. The rest of the field sort of thinning out slightly behind as it's Noah Wicklow running in that third position. Henry Algar is fourth. Toby Cannon up into fifth position. Then Zach Andrew, Ethan McClelland, Jensen Darlow, Freddie Blackshaw, Arthur Bowers, Lani Edun, Carter Jackson, Junior Wright, Teddy Roberts and Pierce Gauntlet as we run lap number 3 of what will be an 8 minutes plus 1 lap race. If you're looking for live timing, that will be on the Alpha Live timing system, or Alpha timing system. And of course, coverage being brought to you by Karting Live TV today. You can watch this both on the Karting Live TV YouTube channel and the Kart Championship YouTube channel. And out of Cafe Corner again, Lewis Capaldi in this Microax heat is playing a waiting game. He is not showing his hand early, as it were. Now, down towards Bruno chicane. You can see Capaldi there, that's LQK or LKQ sponsorship that the Capaldi family are renowned for across all forms of motorsport in the UK. Andrew Capaldi, one of the most decorated British GT drivers in championship history. Now, Capaldi gets a good run out of Wilkins. Really look to the inside as they cross the line to complete lap number 4. No, Ethan Lloyd stays in position. Now out of Cafe Corner, using all the track right up to the white lines there. These two have broken away from the number 53 kart of Noah Wicklow. Algar is similarly a little bit further back in 4th position. Now we head up towards Bruno chicane once again. This time Ethan Lloyd looks like he's just edged away ever so slightly. Now into the slipstream comes Capaldi. Can he draw back up to the rear bumper of the race leader? Yes, he can. He gets a really good run out of this corner, out of Wilkins every time, does Capaldi. The kart is very, very good releasing out of the corner, but as of yet, he hasn't been able to jig to the inside. Now, of course, this 1018 meter circuit is notoriously difficult to overtake on if you are defending. It's a very fast, flat circuit, as you can see, punctuated by chicanes and hairpins. The rest of the field fanning out behind. Into 3rd position is still Wicklow. Toby Cannon, starting from the back of the field, is running P5. Then Zach Andrew, Ethan McClellan, Freddie Blackshore. And look at that exit coming from Lewis Capaldi, once again the S-plate holder, winner of the Scottish Super Series. As we look to the inside, no. And around in front of the new spectator grandstand there at the exit at the outside of Cafe Corner, past a traditional mechanic stand on the run through grandstand down towards the Stratford hairpin. Now, runway straight once again. This is the closest that Capaldi has been through this part of the circuit. But again, Ethan Lloyd now gets a good run out of Bruno Ferrari chicane. Capaldi will need to maybe send it up the inside coming into this corner, but Ethan Lloyd is holding the inside line through there. Out of the start, the final corner. Now Capaldi to the inside at turn number 1, makes the move at the start of lap number 8 with just 2 minutes plus a lap to go. Lewis Capaldi has the advantage over Ethan Lloyd, and now you can see Capaldi defending into Stratford hairpin. Now up runway straight towards the Bruno chicane once again. Well, Capaldi has had plenty of time to see where Ethan Lloyd's kart is potentially stronger than his. Lloyd looking at the inside. Oh, side by side into Hanger Corner. And that's a brave, brave move from Ethan Lloyd, because that's a very fast corner. And if you just get the line ever so slightly wrong, but now Capaldi coming straight back, side by side once again as we cross the start-finish line into Pitts Bend. Out of Cafe Corner, Capaldi back in the race lead. This is Paddock Bend. Now onto Stratford Straight. Lloyd is going to line up Capaldi going into Stratford hairpin. Capaldi defends. Look for the switchback now coming out of Stratford hairpin. No, Capaldi is holding firm, but Ethan Lloyd has already shown he is not afraid to stick his nose up the inside through this, the fastest corner. Kirkcaldy's aware of it. He defends into Hanger corner this time. Ethan Lloyd trying to stick it high, wide and handsome into Wilkins. Now he'll do the undercut. Less than a minute to go here in the Microax Superheat 1. Across the start-finish line. Still Kirkcaldy holds on. Cafe corner. Ethan Lloyd takes a wider line in to Cafe corner to get a better run out through paddock. Now down the Stratford straight. Kirkcaldy though begins his defence. Takes a tighter line in. It's going to cost him exit speed. Lloyd hasn't quite got the momentum to get alongside. Further back, you can see battles between Ethan McClelland, Freddie Blackshaw, Arthur Bowers for 7th, 8th and 9th, but all eyes are on the lead duo. Into Hanger once again. Will Lloyd tuck to the inside? No, Kirkcaldy holds firm. The clock is about to strike 0. The last lap board will go out. This is the 1 lap to go. Into Cafe corner we go now. Lloyd trying to wrestle the lead that he's held for more than half of this race back from Kirkcaldy. Lloyd's looking to the inside. Now, Lloyd will swing out wide. Has Kirkcaldy gone in too deep to Stratford hairpin? Not quite. He sort of diamonds the corner off a little bit so that Lloyd cannot get a run into the Bruno Ferrari chicane. But now he's going to have to defend down Hanger straight. He's not defending, he's going to have to hug the inside line now. But Lloyd gets to the inside. Lloyd to the inside with 1 corner to go. Ethan Lloyd times it perfectly. There was nothing that Lewis Kirkcaldy could do, and Ethan Lloyd takes the victory. Great result there for number 66, Ethan Lloyd. Saving it to the last minute. Good, clean racing between them both. Lloyd wins. Kirkcaldy second. Noah Wicklow P3. Henry Algar comes home in 4th position. 5th is Toby Cannon from the back of the field. Zach Andrew takes 6th position. Ethan McClelland 7th. Freddie Blackshaw is 8th. Arthur Bowers P9. Jensen Darlow rounds out your top 10 ahead of Carter Jackson. And incidentally, there was a little bit of confusion earlier on. Carter Jackson, his name is Carter Jackson, not Carter Jackson, which is how he replied to his very first interview. I said, "What's your name?" And he went, Carter. There we go. So it's not Carter, it's just Carter. Junior Wright, Lani Edun, Teddy Roberts and Piers Gauntlet. A big hello and welcome to everybody tuning in from Turkey. Welcome to the British karting scene. Welcome to the Kart Championship. It's wonderful to have you all on board, wherever you're watching in Turkey, whether it's Ankara or whether it's Istanbul or whether it's any one of the other parts of Turkey. And I know that you're watching. We've got 181 drivers here, and I know that you are all tuning in to watch one driver in particular. That is Zain Sofawoglu, the son of Kenan Sofawoglu, the multiple world superbike champion. Here is your grid. Felix Tandy will start on row number 1. There, in the turquoise blue kart, is Zain Sofawoglu. Just his 2nd race meeting in the UK. Jensen James Williams starts second on the inside of row number 2. Jack Harper is 4th. Then you have Arthur Rhodes and Arthur Thompson, Bobby Slater and Logan Edwards, Ethan Hume and Elliot Hitch, Luca Peed and Frank Pearson, Callie Tennant and Oakley Howlett, Igit Çelik and Freddie Dye, and Igit Çelik, another driver from Turkey. So look out for driver number 29. Then we have Archie Ashworth, and making his very first start in karting, Kushant Chandok, the son of Karun Chandok former Formula One driver. And Kushant will be in kart number 55. There you can see him at the back of the grid. But all eyes on the front of the grid. And appreciate all your comments coming in on the live chat. I won't try and mispronounce any of the Turkish names, although I can see Golpi and Volkan and Gokun on the live chat. But Nick Damon...
Give it a go.
We'll do our very, very best. Now... It's a standing start. This is Group B and C, the largest Might E Bambino field we've ever had here in the Kart Championship. And you've got...
and that's why they're split in two.
And that's why they're split in two.
As Darren explained in the paddock show, which we'll play at lunchtime, they can have one split grid per event. Last event it was Junior Rotax.
Okay.
This event it is Minimax, and they're away, by the way. And it's Felix Tandy leading from Zane Safoglu. So you've got a son of one of the best endurance racers in the world, leading the son of one of the best motorcycle racers in the world.
And I mean, we can't really call Karen Chandok one of the best Formula One drivers in the world, but he is a former Formula One driver.
He's one of the best Formula One pundits in the world.
He's one of the best There we go. So
is he in this? I don't think his son's in this one.
He is indeed in kart number 55.
I had to make my own rotational timing to work through there.
Yes. So Kushant Chandok. So we've got three sons of very famous motorsport personalities in this race, and the son of Ed Peed.
Yes,
that's fair, isn't it?
You know, I always liked Ed. He was a good guy.
Yes.
In the format he was doing Renault when I was doing touring cars.
Right. And but coming out of the Bruno chicane, Felix Tandy has the early lead. I think that's the number 6 kart of Jack Harper, who's moved up into second position, and then Zane Safoglu in third position. And of course, a lot of these drivers, they'll be coming to Shenington for the very first time.
Yes.
And this is the electric class, the Might E Bambino division. And again, 28 of them in total, not all on this circuit. We will be having to split them, like we said earlier. And Safoglu now makes the move up into second position.
Yeah, I'm under the impression that I think Felix won both his heats yesterday, didn't he? So
to start from pole position.
Yeah, so it's...
It's started very well for Felix Tandy, who, of course, does have a little bit of extra experience. He's running with the E plate, which means that he is the English champion in this class.
Yes.
Well, it's England versus
because they
Turkey.
weren't allowed to have a national champion, were they? Would be deemed too competitive for 6 to 8 year olds.
Well, they were last year. Last year was the first time we were allowed to have an official Motorsport UK champion. Into Wilkins now. As out of the final corner, across the line, there is Tandy leading Safoglu, leading Harper, leading Jensen James Williams there in P4. Arthur Rhodes and Arthur Thompson round out the top 5. Side by side, new leader, Zane Safoglu takes the advantage, and you can hear the celebrations in Istanbul.
Non-stop partying over by the Bosphorus.
Yes. Out of Stratford Hairpin. Now we've got the number 6 plate of Jack Harper behind him. Now the number 6 signifies he was 6th in this championship last year. As we look at side by side early, Felix Tandy now having to defend third position. A little bit from the number 7 kart of Jensen James Williams. It's good to have Kieran Crawley, the M Sport team, back in the paddock. They're helping with Zaid Safoglu and Kushant Chandok. Richard Bradley is here, Le Mans endurance racer as well, just to sort of assist them and guide both. It's not just the drivers, but their families into the wide world of go-kart racing.
Absolutely, yeah.
Now, Kushant Chandok is up into 18th position. Other Turkish driver, Ikit Nadim Çelik, is there in 15th position, but it is Zane Safoglu who continues to lead, although Felix Tandy is certainly not allowing Jack Harper to get away, and Jack Harper, in turn, is not allowing Zane Safoglu to get away.
Yeah, it's as always in the mighty Bambino. It's very hard to establish a lead because the cars obviously are completely equal.
Yes.
Because they have the electric motors and they come almost like a. There are things you can do. I had a long chat with Felix Tandy's father, and he explained to me, no, it's not just plonk them down, off you go. There's a number of little things you can do. It's all about working out the best area, working out the best. Reducing the friction, all those sort of things. But also it's about talking to your driver about how best to drive the race. And at the moment, it's Tandy who says in third, but that's not necessarily the worst place to be with 4 minutes to go because it's certainly slipstreaming in the Bambino class.
Oh, yeah, and this circuit is perfect for slipstreaming. Long, flat straights punctuated by tight corners. And Tandy proving that point magnificently by drafting his way past he's drafted his way alongside Jack Harper. Now he's having a discussion with Jack Harper, and finally Jack decides that discretion is the better part of valour and concedes second place. But that brief moment of side-by-side action has given Zain Sofwoglu the race lead. Not the race lead, but he's given him a slightly larger advantage at the front of the field. Out of the final corner we go, across the line. Now, Tandy closing straight in. It's the turquoise blue cart of Turkey, Zain Sofwoglu, against the all-black machine of Felix Tandy. 2.5 minutes to go. Harper runs third. Jensen James Williams is fourth. Then the two Arthurs, Thompson and Rode, followed by Bobby Slater, the latest in the generation of the Slater karting dynasty. We're not American. Dynasty. Bobby Slater. Then it's Logan Edwards, Elliot Hitch, Ethan Hume, Freddie Dye. Luca Peed is 11th. Then Frank Pearson, Calla Tennant, Igit Chelik looking further back there. Novice driver Kushant Chanduk. Don't forget, this is Kushant's very first ever kart race. So it's important for Kushant that he is just looking after his lap times, watching, trying to improve every lap. Rome wasn't built in a day, Kushant. There's plenty more opportunities just to pick up time, and you'll be on the pace for the rest of the field before you know it. Now we have out of Cafe Corner again. 90 seconds to go. Felix Tandy now working with Zain Sofwoglu, pushing the race leader away. Now this is 8 wheels working together. Of course, slipstreaming and drafting is allowed, and of course these two drivers, they're not teammates, but they're working as teammates because Felix wants to push Zain as far away as possible so that he's got him all to himself on the last lap. But Zain is defending a little bit. Zain, he's not sure he trusts Felix just yet. Now, what will Felix try and do? He'll take the undercut coming out of Wilkins. Good exit there. And they're coming up to... there's Kushant Chanduk looking over his shoulder. And Kushant, blue flags out. Kushant allows the leaders to go past. But for Kushant, it's simply a case of trying to improve every lap.
These are very young kids and they've got to learn. There's a huge learning curve. And there normally is a moment where they get it. They suddenly get it. And suddenly, Tandy now looking for the outside because he's been covered up by Zain. He's stopping the inner run. Well, an over and under work. Tandy now, he's probably pushing the young Turkish boy along.
Yes, and of course, Nick Tandy he's no longer Nick Tandy, Le Mans Endurance winner. He's just the dad of Felix Tandy.
Exactly. I mean, it's disappointing for him, considering he's the only person to have won all 4 major 24-hour races. But what can you do? Look at this. It's real advanced racing here, blocking blocking's the wrong way, just taking a steady line, saying it's not blocking because he's not moving around.
No,
you can choose any line you like when you're in the lead. What you aren't allowed to do is wander about, and he's not doing that. Good driving by the kart in blue. That's Zain Sofwoglu with Felix Tandy right behind him. And really, I think now Tandy has to work out. Now, perhaps Tandy thinks he can get past. He's tapping on the head. Let's work together. It's the last lap. You don't want to work together the last lap.
No.
Last lap, at some point, Felix needs to make a move. But can Zain block him?
Well, that's the idea. So Zain will hug the inside line. He will hug the inside line around this track. What Felix Tandy will try and do, we'll see Felix follow Zain now, and then when they get to the corner, he'll sweep out wide to try and get an undercut. Now this looks good. Great move there from Felix Tandy. Wheel to wheel, side by side. Sofwoglu, just a little bit extra straight line speed there into the Bruno chicane.
Good drive. Yeah, that was the over and under work, but it didn't produce enough drive throughout the line for Tandy. Tandy's now got 3 corners to do something. Zane goes very, very tight in. He's not going to be swept round the outside. Trying to nudge him up the inside there is Tandy, but he's following in his wheel tracks. And I think Sofoglu can perhaps now coast the line, but he's not, a little bit open. Tandy goes in. Oh, we've got a bit and a bash, and Tandy's gone through. And I'm not sure whether that one will have to be referred, but over the line first will be Felix Tandy.
Welcome to British kart racing, Zane Sofoglu.
Sorry, stop it.
And
that's a mistake. Sorry to that.
we'll have a little look back at one of those moves, and you can see the other drivers crossing the line behind. Jack Harper finishing P3. Arthur Thompson is 4th. Arthur Rhodes is 5th. Jensen James Williams in P6, Logan Edwards, Ethan Hume, Bobby Slater, and Luca Peed round out the top 10, ahead of Elliot Hitch, Calla Tennant, Frank Pearson, Igit Chelik, Oakley Howlett, Freddie Dye, Archie Ashworth, and well done Kushant Chanduk for finishing your first superheat on your very first weekend in kart. I did see Karoon laden with tyres and spanners.
I saw him whilst we were setting everything up. I saw him walking around, pointing out the lines.
Yes,
to his young lad. I mean, he's a small lad.
Oh,
so he's right at the beginning there. So that was a fantastic result. Sorry about the replay there. That was entirely down to the fact that I forgot to press a button.
That's quite right. It's always good to see a little bit of Joe Bradley on the screen, and of course,
yes, Joe currently at Forest Edge, of course, doing his half an hour doing his thing.
Yes, and you can see again. Zane Sofoglu will be out later on. But again, that's a learning experience. Zane was defending very, very resolutely.
Yeah.
And sometimes that works, sometimes it doesn't. But he
did leave a tiny gap on the inside.
Yes.
And Felix decided that tiny gap was a gap enough.
And again, this is why Zane's father, has decided, to come to the UK, because if you want to cut your teeth in karting from a young age and learn what makes a karter so successful, the aggression levels you need, the racecraft you need, I have to say the UK is the place to be. So
certainly on the Bambino class, you've got two elite. Obviously, this is the most competitive Bambino class. There's another championship with a competitive class as well. So you can race 2-3 times a month.
Yep.
Learning all the times.
Yes. But we go from the electric Bambinos, the Mighties, back to internal combustion, ladies and gentlemen. This is the dulcet 4-stroke sound of the Honda Cadet class. Another huge entry, 34 drivers in total. And let's have a quick look at the starting lineup. Archie Cannon, the S-plate holder, that stands for the Scottish Super Series, although it's not a series, it's a one-off race. But hey,
it's like a series, very short series.
It's a very short series, yeah. It's a series that it starts on Friday, finishes on Sunday.
It's like one of those American series where the program's so bad it gets cancelled.
Yes, the pilots.
Yes.
So Cannon will be on pole position. Jack Wykes alongside.
Only Ball was second.
Oh yeah, Cannon. Then it's Elliot Bork third, almost. Luke McGall is P4. Theo Hamilton and Arthur Murfitt. Then we have Ronnie Jones, the O-plate champion, and Arthur Roberts. Arthur Roberts, the first of a number of novices in the class. Then Riley Blakemore, George Quinlan, Ollie Knox, Archie Loveridge, Finley Thursfield, Jerry Duffy, Sawyer Henderson, Ben Bowers, followed by Oliver Ratton, Mason Becker. Someone was asking, is there a Mason racing today? Well, I'm not sure about. I'm not sure about
does he need some stonework?
I was going to say, yeah.
I've got his headstone doing.
And I never shook his hand earlier, so I couldn't be quite possible. But there is a Mason Becker racing. Then followed by Dino Rowlands, Jensen Fathers, Shailen Shrikanthan, Daniel Barton, Bradley Sutton, Krish Doshi, Reggie Duffy, Austin Dowell. The list goes on and on. Sadly, we don't have Jayan Prakash with us at the moment. Jayan had a bit of a tumble yesterday. We hope that Jayan is absolutely fine and recovering at home. Now, Turkey, don't tune out just yet, because if you want to see where Zane Sofoglu is going to race in the years to come, this class might be one of his destinations. As the lights go out, we are off and racing again. It's a good start from Cannon. He can fly it out of one into turn number 1 as the only 4-stroke class in the championship, heads down towards Stratford Corner for the first time. That zip kart machine of Archie Cannon. Up the out of Stratford hairpin, up runway straight into the Bruno chicane. Jack Wykes and Elliot Bourke. But this is 33 karts, Nick, and they certainly do make a nice, satisfying rumble as they pass us by.
Breakaway, they've moved into two sort of section 3 have broken away. Cannon, Wykes and Bourke ahead as they closed up going through that bottom head. He covered the
I do apologise. There we go.
That's the Wilkins hairpin.
Yes.
Mr. Wilkins, I take it.
Yes, so the late Tony Wilkins, one of the founding members of Shenington Kart Club. Now, this is the class that drivers like Alex Albon started out in. Momentum is key, so you need to be smooth like treacle, but hopefully go a little bit faster than it. Out of the sun-drenched Stratford hairpin, and you can already see that 3-kart breakaway that we spoke about a moment ago has now become more like a 9 or 10 kart breakaway, because what these karts... But
have they broken away?
yeah. But what these karts sort of lack in the top end, they make up for in grunt coming out of the corner. And you can see the field cycling through there, but it's still Archie Cannon at the head of the train.
Cannon from Burke. Theo Hamilton now put himself into third. Luke McGill fourth. We've got the O-player Ronnie Jones. We speak to Ronnie during the paddock show at lunchtime. He's currently scored in fifth. And as they sweep round the grandstand corner and coming down to the Stratford hairpin.
Yes, and again, that zip kart there. You're noticing that Archie's not defending just yet. He knows that if he begins to defend the white lines, that group of karts that is currently about 8 or 9 strong behind him will very, very soon become 15, 16, 18 strong behind him. And that's something that, that's an unmanageable amount of karts to defend from. You might think, well, 7 is pretty unmanageable amount, but no, the drivers, even at this age, will know exactly what they're doing. Here they come then. Through Pitts Bend into Cafe Corner. Elliot Bourke, Theo Hamilton in third position. Ronnie Jones up to P4 ahead of Luke McGall. Now, Cannon has just got to hope that nobody sticks their nose up the inside. Elliot Bourke spots an opportunity. So the number 14 kart, Elliot Bourke, now heads the field. Into the Bruno chicane we go. There's 2 or 3 wide coming out. Ronnie Jones trying to go around the outside of Theo Hamilton for third. And will that work for Jones? He's going to run the risk of getting freight train. It's like a NASCAR race at Talladega. You just get hung out to dry. And trying to see that very smart, dark livery kart moving up into the picture. And I think 6th position, that I think is Arthur Murfitt. Yes, with the blue race suit, it's the number 88 kart of Arthur Murfitt into 6th position. And look at that, we've got a grand total of 13 karts separated by 2.7 seconds as we run lap number 5 into the Bruno chicane again. Bourke continues to just keep himself arm's length, well, not even arm's length, probably about fingernails length away from Archie Cannon. Riley Blakemore in the number 68 kart now joins the lead group as well, down in 9th position. Archie Loveridge after a rough day yesterday. Archie, of course, who currently has won the opening round of the British Motorsport UK British Kart Championship, but had a rough day yesterday. He's now driving his way up towards the front in the number 73 machine. He's up into 8th position. Arthur Roberts slips to 9th, and Riley Blakemore slips down to 10th position. A quick head count: 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Really in the lead pack. So that'll be Bourke, Cannon, Hamilton, McGall, Murfitt, Jones, Wykes, Loveridge, Roberts and Blakemore. Then a little gap back to George Quinlan and Ollie Knox. Ben Bowers runs 13th. And outside the top, timing screen there is not showing me live timing, but it's showing me something timing. Yes, down further back down the field, you've got Bowers, Becker, Henderson, Jerry Depacy, Dino Rowlands, Shaylen Shankanton is up 3 places to 18th, Thursfield, and the rest, all 33 drivers still running, and Elliot Bourke now getting a little bit more defensive. Side by side for third position between Hamilton and McGall. They go single file into Hangar Corner. Now they will emerge out of Wilkins, who is going to be in the lead. It's still Elliot Bourke. Cannon, S-plate, the zip cart, holding on, but he's got that sort of light green coloured machine of Theo Hamilton, who's driven very, very smartly as Theo Hamilton. Now he makes his move. Timing is everything. No, Cannon just slides to the inside to defend there. It allows 4th and 5th to go side by side. And is that Arthur Murfitt? Yes, it is. Murfitt still wheel to wheel and is run wide by Luke McGall. So, McGall and Murfitt now. That moment allows the top 3 to break clear. 90 seconds to go. Can the rest of the leaders now organise themselves once again to close back in? And there was a yellow flag waving going into Wilkins. Not quite sure who that was for. Ronnie Jones has slipped back to 8th position, and Jack Wykes, I think, may have been involved in an incident just behind the race leaders. We're on to Stratford Straight once more, into Stratford Hairpin. There's a move for 4th position. That's the number 73, Archie Loveridge, challenging Luke McGall for 4th position. But at the front, the order is still Bourke, Cannon, and Hamilton. Theo Hamilton has just sat, watched, and has waited. Will we see a move from the number 30 Kart running in P3? They come around Wilkins, on to the start-finish line. There's a move from Loveridge. Loveridge trying to go side by side with McGall for 4th position. There's the move. Cannon back to the lead at Cafe Corner. That opens the door for Theo Hamilton. Hamilton now moves into 2nd, and Hamilton's looking for the race lead into Stratford Hairpin with an assist from Elliot Bourke. Hamilton for the first time all race, with just next time by it'll be 1 lap to go. Hamilton for the first time all race takes the lead out onto Hangar Straight. Oh, over the curve going into Hangar Corner there. We're side by side, wheel to wheel. We'll watch who emerges in front. It is not Hamilton. Where is Hamilton gone? He's back to 3rd. It's now Bourke, Cannon and Hamilton into Cafe Corner for the final time. McGall is there in 4th. Murfitt is 5th. Loveridge 6th. Any one of these 6 could still win it. Into Stratford Hairpin. Elliot Bourke has got to make that number 14 Kart very, very wide indeed. What can Cannon do? Archie Cannon not afraid to get his elbows out, as we say in the trade. Bourke clinging to the inside line. Cannon will try and find a gap, but he can't. Oh, they're going to run a little bit wide. And look at Theo Hamilton. It's side by side to the line. Bourke, Hamilton. By 0.05 of a second, Elliot Bourke holds on. What a battle. Hamilton snatches 2nd. Cannon is 3rd. Murfitt 4th. McGall 5th. Loveridge is 6th. And 0.2 of a second cover the top 6 drivers. Blakemore is 7th. Riley Blakemore working with Tim Parrott, who has been around this sport an awfully long time and has guided the careers of some fantastic drivers in the past. And Riley Blakemore is the latest of those. He finishes in P7 in front of Arthur Roberts, Ollie Knox, Roddy Jones, George Quinlan, Ben Bowers, then Mason Becker, Sawyer Henderson, Jack Wykes, Dino Rowlands, Jerry Duffy, Shaylin Shrikanthan. Good drive from Shaylin to gain a bunch of places. Finley Thursfield, and the top 20 rounded out by Daniel Barton. Outside the top 20, we've got Jaden Bond, Bradley Sutton, Oliver Ratton, Chris Doshi, then Seth Wright, Reggie Duffy, Maddie Horsepool, Ethan Pearson, Jensen Fathers finishes 29th. You may remember that Jensen was the young driver that had his go-kart stolen just before the opening round of this championship at Wardenor. It has since been returned, and Jensen is back driving his own kart again. Austin Dowell, Maximilian Mikalski, Arthur Barth, and sadly Joshua Adate failed to finish. Once again, we do hope that J.N. Prakash is at home and recovering well after a tumble yesterday. So that is the Honda Cadet Superheat over. It's Minimax, or Intermax, as it's generally referred to, up next. And I shall give you a brief rundown of the starting lineup. This should be race number 21 on the podium, on the program. Intermax will be led by Larry Price, who was excellent in the opening round when there were an awful lot of visiting drivers looking to use the opening round as a warm-up and as a test session for the Motorsport UK British Championship. But Larry Price was right up there with them, and so this is this is going to be the drivers who contend for the season-long championship. Jensen Sale starts alongside Larry on row number 1. We'll have Noah Jebson and Cameron Tipping on row number 2. Noah Jebson, the Javelin Track Days sponsored driver. James Fabricius and Logan Rolfe, who is another driver that you'll hear from during the paddock show. We'll tell you why Logan is. That's a very good performance from Logan Rolfe, considering that he is currently not 100% physically fit. He's been past medically fit to race. He'll explain why he is struggling during the paddock show. We'll let Logan tell that story.
Non-motor racing related injury.
Yes. Oliver Barton and Ronnie Smart, then Noah Clare and Luke Millwood on row 6, Charlie Queenie and Rudra Gokulnuth. Sorry, I will start. I will.
Go on. Have another run at that one.
Yeah. Rudra Gokulnuth is on row number 7 alongside Lucas Esser, followed by Jamie Walsh, Ben Hunt, and Jackson Hilton. You're back, Nick.
Yes, I'm having a little walk around the track. I'm enjoying myself. I'm enjoying the views from the circuit.
Yeah, I mean, I have to say that today is the London Marathon. Joshua East, who's one of the photographers of this championship, is running the London Marathon.
Oh, right, okay.
And in celebration of that, Nick Damon decided to do a little bit of jogging this morning.
I just feel it's my duty to visit all the camera positions and give them my personal congratulations.
Yes. But here we go then. You've had a bird's eye view of the exit racing that we've had in the first 3 races of this morning. These are now the fastest cars. So this is the next step up from Microax. They'll have 2 rolling laps. And again, Larry Price and Jensen Sale, Cameron Tipping and Noah Jebson, followed by James Fabricius, Logan Rolfe, Oliver Barton, Roddy Smart, Noah Clare, Luke Millwood, Rudra Gokulnath, then Charlie Queenie.
Are you hoping that Rudra doesn't really feature much at the front of the field? On a purely linguistic level.
I mean, it's a struggle for me being...
Oh, I'm not giving it a go either, don't worry about that.
Being a Welsh that I am.
Damn Welsh.
Damn Welsh. Rudra, Gokulnath. And again, if when Rudra's parents listen to this, and if I am completely destroying the pronunciation of your family name, please come and tell me. Greet me warmly by the neck, and I will get it right next time, I promise. Yes, like Jerry Rafferty said, if you get it wrong, you get it right the next time. Here we go then. Let's see if we get a start. First time of asking. The drivers are into the tram lines. Lights are out. We're off and racing. Larry Price makes a good start. You can see Logan Rolfe already diving up into P4 there. So a good start for the number 132, but leading the way down towards Stratford Hairpin. Larry Price, he's slowing down. I think that may have been a false start. I got a little bit carried away there. I have to say, Mr. Ashton will be not happy with the amount of false starts. It's a very inviting run because you've got that last hairpin, and the temptation is to, as you pick up speed out of the last hairpin, is just carry on picking up speed until you are at racing speed by the time you make it into the tram lines. That's not the way. They need to stay nice and slowly like this. They need to stay at this speed for longer than they have been doing. Now they're into the tram lines. It's still a fast start, but it's at least they're all together. And we are off and racing now. Can Logan Rolfe repeat his earlier great start? No, he can't. Oh, they're going to go around again. Yes. We could, Nick, in fact, have our first game of Shut Up and Listen.
Yes, that's a really good idea.
Which is, and if you're unfamiliar, ladies and gentlemen, with the word "shut up," with the rules of the game, "Shut Up and Listen," it's when the race director, stops the drivers for not being able to start a go-kart race correctly. He invites the contest. Well, we'll wait and see. He invites the front two drivers to come and play the game, and the rules are they shut up and listen to him explain to them. The free prize, if you don't get the rules of the game right the next time you try and start a go-kart race, is a trip to the back of the grid. They normally get 2 attempts, so Ashton is being kind, but if they don't get it right this time, I fear for Jensen Sale and Larry Price and their hard-fought positions at the front of the field. Are we lights out? I believe we are this time. It still looked a shade fast, but out of the first corner, yes, we are racing down towards Stratford Straight. It is the 197 of Price leading 3 wide for fourth position. Are we all going to get through the first hairpin cleanly? Yes, we are. Price leads. Sale slots into second position, and Noah Jepson runs third.
Coming down the back straight towards the hangar corner. I'm learning the corners to go now.
Yes, well, I mean, I've
seen there are some hangers. I've seen plenty of gliders attempting to crash into the track yesterday.
Yes, well, there's always going to be, there's always a chance that the weather being so good today, just beyond the banking, at the back of the circuit, there is the Edge Hill or the Shenington Glider Club. And occasionally, yes, you do get, why you would strap yourself into an airplane that hasn't got an engine and can only go one way, which is down, I do not know. But there we are. That's a lot of people say, why would you strap yourself into a go-kart?
Well,
hey,
because you're an idiot.
Each to their own.
Because you like burning
Yeah. Into the Bruno chicane. Sale in the number 140 cart. Leads Price. So now Price looking to the inside.
3 wide. That's going to hang a corner. Well, 5 wide in many ways, and that wasn't quite possible. The big shuffle out is happening. They're having braking now into the Wilkins hairpin. And back over the start finish. Now, who is the winner out of all that one?
Sale in the sort of the Carlos Sainz chassis, that orange and black liveried machine. Price in the luminous yellow race suit, the black cart, and Logan Rolfe now up into P3 in the number 132 cart. Make that P2 for Logan.
Up the inside. It looked like they're the second and third change there. Was it?
Yes.
You can't always tell. Sometimes it's a double swap, isn't it? You missed the first half and the second half happened. But the second should be now Noah Jepson.
No, it's Logan Rolfe up into P2. Jepson is down to 4th position in that KR Sport or the Cosmic Livery chassis. I believe that is Jepson. Let's look as they come out of Wilkins once again. But it's Jensen Sale leading Logan Rolfe. Sale back to
no, it's
third.
Price now in the lead, isn't it?
Oh, Price in the lead. I do apologise. It is the
too many orange cards.
Yes, yeah. So it's Sale is in the luminous yellow race suit. Price is in the black and orange kart, number 197. But he misses his braking points for the Stratford hairpin there. Does race leader Larry Price. Cameron Tipping is into fourth position. Fabricius, Smart, Jebson back to seventh. Barton, Luke Millwood. Look for Luke Millwood on the bright green TV kart, the mean green machine. And Millwood is...
He's the British champion in Minimax.
He is the Microax, yes.
Microax, I know which one's which. Sorry.
Mini is slightly taller and louder and more annoying in the paddock than the Micros.
That's the people, not the cars.
Oh, sorry. Yes, yes. Rudra Gokulnath is up into P14 on his way towards the front, just to give me a headache. But Cameron Tipping looking quite good coming out of the Stratford hairpin.
So fourth and fifth is going to change round. That's a battle between Fabricius and Smart. I think, or 56 actually. I think
yes.
Smart may have got that one. I'm not quite sure because they were kind of coming towards us. But what's happened in that little kerfuffle coming out of the hairpin is the top four got a definite breakaway now, halfway through the race.
Yes, indeed. And what you'll notice is that the chasing pack, they need to now line up single file and work together because, you know, as sure as I'm as Welsh, the top four are not going to stay single file for the remaining 4 minutes. At some point, Logan's going to make a move. They'll start slowing each other down, and that will just invite the rest of that group up to play, provided they haven't lost too much ground fighting amongst themselves in the meantime.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tactical thing, is that you can run line and stern until 90 seconds to go, 2 minutes to go, and then all heck breaks loose.
Yes.
But, you know, it's whether they've had, you know, these are very experienced 11-year-olds running these karts. You know, they've been here for years. They'll know that, or they could be like 11-year-olds who go for it.
Yeah, I mean, yes, there are differences. There's the experienced 11-year-old, and then there's the 11-year-old 11-year-old.
Yes.
And you can see fifth place change hand, Luke Millwood in the number 138 kart. He has made good ground from starting in the middle of the pack, and I believe Millwood is now up into sixth position. As I say, there's Luke. He's now looking to the inside. So there, he runs a bit wide at Stratford hairpin. So he's battling along with Oliver Barton in the number 165. I think Oliver is driving the Kiddix racing team. But now Logan Rolfe for the first time trying to show his hand to the inside. Rolfe passes Larry Price. Sale and Tipping slot in third and fourth as they were. But that was a smart move from Logan Rolfe. Didn't lose too much ground.
No, I mean, more importantly, I don't think that Price was really fighting that one. He knows how long there is to go. He's happy to just sit on the tail of Rolfe. He knows that Rolfe's not going to break away. He's not going to say disappear 2 seconds up the track. He can just sit in his wheel tracks. And in fact, it has produced a little bit of a break, almost slightly, dropping fourth place Cameron Tipping at the moment. Tipping, nice braking into the hairpin, so he caught back up on the tail again. Behind him, Millwood in fifth. Obviously, Luke, who's got some real pace here, must have had a pretty bad yesterday with the heat.
Well, to coin an American baseball phrase, he's batting 100. Batting 1,000. 3 on-track sessions, 3 penalties.
Oh dear.
Yes, so he's perfect in that respect.
Yes.
But again, so Luke was starting further back, so now he's showing his pedigree, closing in on the top. Well, I say the top 4. It's kind of the top 3.5 now.
Yeah. In many ways, there's kind of a little bit of stretch between second and third. I know you're taking Nick, but I can see the gap's like 3 meters, but that's a huge gap.
Yep.
In Intermax. And you can see the top 2 are thinking about, when they're going to make a move. When's Price going to think about Rolfe? 1 minute 31 seconds to go.
That's a long way in karting.
It's a long way in karting. Yeah.
And to the uninitiated, you're thinking, what? 90 seconds, a long time. Oh yes.
There's a 45-second lap plus 1, so you really get 2 or 3 laps with 90 seconds to go. They'll go around 3 more times, and absolutely they've dropped fourth place man Tipping this lap. So Tipping, whether it's a situation where he's hit the other guys, the tyres are coming back on, his tyres are slightly going off, but it's not like he's suddenly lost his talent over that lap.
No, he's lost the slipstream is what he's done. So you've got 12 karts working together, and this is up there. You see Logan Rolfe. Logan's a very tall driver, and he's quite upright in his kart. Believe it or not, he's now ducking down. He is creating a nice vortex of air behind for Price and Sale to sit in. You lose that, as Tipping has done, and you start falling back quite quickly. And now Price is trying to drop Sale like a bad habit. But here comes Price side by side.
Oh, no, think about the inside. He ducked back in again. Why are we thinking this might be a lap too early? This is the penultimate lap.
Yes.
They've got...
no, it'll be 2 laps ago.
It'll be the penultimate lap when they cross the line now. So they're going to cross with 25 or so seconds to go. So
yeah, now they start.
2 more to go, and now it's a point. First 2 are breaking away from third as well.
And you'll see how quickly Tipping will close back in as Rolf defends. Now it's time to defend, and you will see that. But Tipping will close back in, and maybe even Millwood in 5th.
Millwood's in no man's land, I think, really. He's the second ahead of the guy ahead of him, and second behind the guy behind. There's a possibility he might pick up 4th, but he'd need an incredible run. Top 2 nailed together.
Yep.
Rolf and Price.
And Price retaking the lead there. And I'm surprised, actually, now it's side by side. Now watch Jensen Sail on the outside in that luminous yellow. He'll try and cut to the inside about... So he'll take a wide line in, he'll cut to the inside coming out of this corner. And look at how much Tipping has closed in. 1 to go. Here we go.
Yeah, all the last lap around the inside goes Rolf. He goes, just on the curb, and he just plicked him off there. And that's really unlucky for Sale, because he was a victim of the accident for the other driver.
Rolf had dived in, and Price sadly was on the outside. That's promoted Millwood to 4th, and Logan Rolf is now defending from Jensen Sail. Tipping back into play as we head into the Bruno chicane, and Millwood is there. He's caught them, but I think he's going to run out of turns. Here we go.
He was offensive there from Rolf, as he comes looking, trying to move around.
Yep, Sail in second, but I think Logan has done enough. The injured Logan Rolf, head down, takes the checkered flag and wins Superheat 1 in Intermax.
And let's look at the key point of that race.
Yes, let's look back.
Hope it works this time. So what happens is that
Logan
comes in, he hits the curb, and in doing the curb, he pushes out.
Yep. And poor old Larry Price was on the outside.
Yeah.
And there was
nothing he could do.
Run out of track.
Yeah, nothing he could do. Got edged out. It was very, very unlucky.
So Logan Rolf wins by 0.15 of a second over Jensen Sail. Cameron Tipping and Luke Millwood 4th. Larry Price an aggrieved 5th. Then Oliver Barton, James Fabricius, Noah Jebson, Noah Clare, Lucas Esser, Charlie Queenie, Ronnie Smart, Rudra Gokulnath, and Jamie Walsh. As the carts head back to the pits. The next race is our second Bambino grid, the Coma Bambino. Now, there is more drivers here than there were at the opening round of the championship, and this is the class where I have to say that we had a retro McLaren livery kart, a retro Williams livery kart, and a retro Lotus livery kart. We've now gained, well, there's the Hendricks Falats Cannon Williams, complete with red 5 for the Nigel Mansell fans amongst us. Then you have the black and gold JPS Lotus livery. I shouldn't quite say its full name because not allowed to advertise tobacco brands, but the black and gold Ayrton Senna livery, or Ayrton Senna, Mario Andretti, you name them. Lotus kart, complete with Ayrton Senna crash helmet. There we are in row 2. Further back, now we haven't got our McLaren, our red and white McLaren livery kart, but we do have a Martini liveried machine. I would say, some people might say that would be a Martini Williams from about 5 years ago. I would say it's a Martini Lancia from 30, 40 years ago. Here we go. It is going to be Hendricks Falat, Calman Simon, Logan Edwards, Freddie Purnell, Frank Pearson, Tommy Lovejoy, AJ Halil, Jensen Drummond, Freddie Dye. Then we have Cole Parrish, Max St. Hilaire, Theo Azzopardi, and Briella Stevens. I did request that there be more retro liveries, and the person.
Did you get them?
Well, we've got a Martini livery now as well.
Excellent. Are we allowed to say that? I don't know. Not in
well,
France.
Yeah, well, it's a Group C Lancia livery. How's
That's
that?
even better.
There we are.
As
but
a
the
former
red
Lancia owner, I've heard them rust.
Yeah. Look at this. It's Mansell and Senna. Oh, what a glorious sight in Bambino. The black and gold Lotus. The Cannon Williams. The helmets are right. The numbers are even right. Down towards... and that was Prost coming at the inside of the helmet.
Very much nuttery that was.
Yes, Nelson Piquet. But fantastic stuff. And it's Kalman Simon who leads the field. I've got to say, I think the parents are having a lot of fun.
I think so. I think Fallout's got down to fourth with that little nudge, hasn't he?
Yes, he has.
The Cannon Williams livery.
Yes, but again, it's the families are having a lot of fun with that, teaching their kids. There's a Red Bull. It's the Sebastian Vettel Red Bull livery, which we've added to as well. So we're now up to 4 retro liveries in amongst the 13 kart field. Well done, families. But it is Simon who leads. The number is that number 33 of Freddie Pennell, who has moved into second position. Yeah. The 75 of Frank Pearson is in 4th position. Freddie Pennell. Well, Freddie's mum is one of a growing number of female mechanics in Bambino. There's at least 5 or 6 now, mums and mechanics. I've seen Jasmine Taylor mechanicking. I've seen a couple of other drivers here, just as mechanics, and obviously then I think Freddie Dye's mum is mechanicking, Freddie Pennell's mum is mechanicking, and there's a couple of others as well, which is really good to see. It's good to see that we're trying to promote more female participation in motorsport, not just on track, but in the pits as well.
So the 3 of them, nose to tail, Salmon, Pennell and Flat. Flat made up from that, nudging out and back up to 3rd. And once again, we're into a slipstreamer, which seems to be the order of the day here at Shenington. Oh,
yes, and of course, these Coma C50 Bambinos, they're the original Bambino engines. It's hard to believe that this class has been around now for about 16 years. It's debuted in Motorsport back in about 2009, 2010. We've gone through 3 full generations of,
Yeah, of course, the Coma Bambino has added layer of complication compared to the Mighty EEs, because you do have a much bigger variable in the engines.
Yes.
They are living, breathing, pumping things, and they need to be tuned, and they need to be kept fresh and everything else. So it does add a little bit of extra complexity, which I think some of the mechanicking mothers and fathers enjoy more.
Yes, yeah. Now I can't remember. I was speaking to AJ Halil's dad, or was it Theo Azzopardi's dad last night, who was saying that raced at Roy House last weekend, had a good result, came here, had a bit of a bump, and is suddenly 2 seconds off the pace, and the dad is just sort of scratching his head a little bit, wondering what's gone wrong. But there's a move for the race lead. Is there Pennell to the inside? No, and that opens the door for Hendricks Folat. And we've got Mansell and Senna all over again. Now, all of those only in 4th position is Frank Pearson. And then behind them, the rest of the field, Parrish, Halil, St. Hilaire, Edwards, Azzopardi, Lovejoy, Dye, Drummond. Looks like we didn't have Jensen Drummond and Briella Stevens have...
One of the carts did pull off on the first lap, but then which one it was?
Yes, without side pod on it.
Sure, it started with a side pod.
It started with a side pod, but one thing it might not have started with is the bolt the side pod on.
It could have been a turning finger error.
Yes, yeah. Righty-tighty, even with a finger, no.
Or just remember to put it on at all.
Yes, yeah. But this is a good step. So Pennell is now pushing Folat and Simon along. I know Karting Live TV does the Joe Bradley Race of the Week. Whether this is or isn't, I would like to see Joe Bradley just commentate on Senna versus Mansell. It's
his thing. I mean, he's actually Joe next week is at the Donington Historics.
Oh, is it?
He's doing
is he driving or just an exhibit?
Hey, he's just got his book collection.
Sorry, Joe.
He's doing circuit comms, but yes, he does. He loves it. He's very much into the history and the classics. I mean, as is of course Perrin Chandler, who's here as well with the Mighty. He's very much a historian of the sport. But these kids, obviously, thinking about the oldest child only knows 2 world champions, which is either Verstappen or Hamilton, because they're all born since 2016 when Rosberg won it. So that's interesting. So you've got people there who've only known 2 world champions, and none of them are represented in their helmets.
Yes, exactly. So I mean, these drivers at age between 6 and 8. Krishna Chandhok and Zayn Softwoglu have just turned 6 in the last couple of weeks.
Zayn couldn't race in the first round
because he was still 5.
He was still 5, yeah.
Yes. Now, 2.5 minutes to go. Hendricks Falat to the inside. Freddie Pennell pushing him along. Pennell runs a little bit wide. That's going to allow Kalman Simon to maybe do the crossover. Not quite.
Simon down in 3rd now, so it's not been a good lap for him.
I think we should start saying, I mean, Freddie Pennell's mum will listen back on this, and Freddie's not allowed to be running up the front just with an ordinary set of kart graphics. Next round at Glenagorse, I expect to see something historic, please, Mrs. Pennell. If Freddie is going to, interrupt the wonderful retro commentary that we're putting on, that the smell of Castrol R wafting up your nostrils here and watch the 80s relics of the bygone era. Now, across the line, Follett, Purnell and Simon. Into Cafe Corner. You say that there's a lot more variables, but just look how evenly matched these the karts are when you get them driven well and when you get them right. Looking back there, Tommy Lovejoy and Theo Azzopardi have dropped back to 10th and 11th. And here comes Purnell. No, he tucks back in. And of course, Follett looks over his shoulder. Out of the Bruno chicane. These 3 are 5 seconds in front of Frank Pearson. Then Cole Parrish in 5th. AJ Halil, Freddie Dye, Logan Edwards, Max St. Hilaire, Lovejoy and Azzopardi are the remaining runners. Either Jensen Drummond or Briella Stevens, who are the 2 retirees. One of them is minus a side pod. Not quite sure what happened to the other.
Yeah, I'm not sure about. I don't think one of them actually started, to be honest.
Oh, right, okay.
That's the impression I got, because I only saw one wounded kart being taken off the track. So these 3 now on the penultimate lap now.
Yes.
And they are running down the back straight, coming together to get away with it, and then moving into 3rd place, and then come back into 2nd. And this is all the action from Hendricks Falat there. Falat was going to go around the corner sort of 2nd and 3rd. They're as close as they can be. And of course, the thing about Bambinos is there's often not a lot of braking.
No, it's simply about momentum and using as you don't need to use all the track, simply not fast enough, but using enough of the track to just maintain the speed. The clock has struck 0. It is a very useful learning tool because you just haven't got the power. You can't just throw it into a corner, slide it sideways, and then just press the loud pedal and get out of trouble. You have to learn how to drive.
Yeah, it's about a conservation of momentum, really. It's really about understanding that it's not necessarily about entry speed, it's about exit speed. Because the faster you go here, then you do this whole run now where the foot is mashed to the floor, and you're desperately hoping you're going to get some extra power, but it doesn't exist. And then they have to brake here, but as little as possible, then throw it round with that momentum, and then you can see the over and the under, and there's Simon looking perhaps to get up the inside of Purnell. Purnell's driven a good race here. At one point you kind of thought he'd be left behind by the 2 replica cars, but no, he's got his kart up and running. Now he has got himself into the position where on this last lap he's got only a few corners to go, and I'd be interested whether these boys can get past him.
So Purnell he's spent most of the race pushing. Now he's left the
that
door open. Oh,
that's a big error.
That's an invitation, and the 2 and Simon, you can't.
Thank you very much.
You can't let Senna and Mansell through on the last corner. That was an invitation that was too good an opportunity to miss. Well, lesson learnt.
That's an error. That's a learning experience. That's the thing he'll learn. He carried a little bit too much speed into that final corner, went wide, and suddenly he lost momentum and he lost position, and he dropped down to 3rd. I mean, it was 3rd by 700ths of a second.
But this is only a superheat, the main event is later on, and that's something that Freddie Purnell will learn. Frank Pearson finishes 4th, Cole Parrish is 5th. Oh, and let's have a look. That's Briella Stevens,
who didn't get anywhere,
and she is having a side.
Drummond did start, I think, but didn't Must have pulled off very early.
Yes. Now, there's Briella getting into a cart. No,
He's going to try and get to let it drive back now by the looks of it.
Yes. Now, is it Briella is that side pod still attached?
Oh, I don't know. It's very exciting to find out, isn't it?
No, she was parked. She was parked just coming out of the Bruno chicane.
Well, there she goes. And there she goes round the front of the.
Oh yes.
Right, in front of the Bruno chicane. Right, she's now past it. She seems to have all the side pods attached. So it must have been Jensen Drummond who'd lost the side pod.
Yes. Because Jensen Drummond did start. Well, let's have a look at the rest. At least they're both out there. That bodes well. Because you hate having a driver that not turn up on Sunday because they're either ill, or because they've had a bump the day before, or because their parents have already just given up hope. AJ Halil 6th, Freddie Dye 7th, Max St. Hilaire 8th, Tommy Lovejoy and Theo Azzopardi 9th and 10th. Logan Edwards dropped back to 11th there at the front, failed to finish. He retired towards the end of the race. Now, the karts are getting quicker and quicker. The next race up, race number 23, is Junior Rotax. And there's two Junior Rotax classes. The main Junior Rotax class, and then Junior Primo, which is for less experienced, younger drivers. So we haven't got a situation where someone just starting out in karting is going, who's 12, who hasn't done cadets or inter, isn't just starting out in juniors going up against a bunch of 15-year-olds that have been in a kart for 10 years. But we do have a full grid, 34 junior Rotaxes, led by Riley Bishop. Alongside Riley Bishop is Marcel Poppercool, Jack Robinson and Braith Murdoch, Alfie Lambert and George Cole, Amy Peacock and Daniel Hartley, then Charlie Vary and Jack Dimbleby, Max Greatrex and Ralphie Branscombe. We spoke to Ralphie in the paddock show. Behind Branscombe is Thomas Harper and Lewis Holt, Adam Jodaitis and Tyler Richardson, Jake Anders and Lewis Sumner, Isabella Stansmore Wilson and Laurie McVeigh, then Ellis Dealey, Kevin Ivanov, Shea Hilton, Jack Harrison, Zach Kane, Mason Rudman, the names still keep coming, Riley Mason Lewis, JJ Plowman, James Tate, Archie Doherty, Oliver Fabricius, Harry Hadley, Marissa Teague, and here we go, it's Rudra's brother.
Hey.
This is Hayagriva Golkunath.
Brilliant. I'd like to say that due to the printer breaking down at timing,
yes,
Henry's reading these off his phone, and the dexterity of his thumb as he moves from the left-hand side to the right-hand side of the grid as he reads. It's absolutely fantastic.
Growing up with an 80s joystick, you know.
Oh, right, you've Super Mario'd it.
Yeah,
I see,
yes.
Right.
Now,
that's where it comes from.
On a very serious note here, Braith Murdoch, who will, every single cart here has got a special sticker on their NASA panel. The sticker is in memory of, and I will get the young lady's name now. Stacey, I believe Stacey Reed, Sadie Reed. Sadie Reed is a classmate of Braith Murdoch, and sadly, due to some online unpleasantries and cyberbullying, Sadie sadly took her own life. Braith has raised over £1,000 towards the cause to prevent the Sadie Reed Foundation. If you would like to donate, you can go to the Kart Championship Facebook page. There is a donation button there, and it's raising money to help raise awareness and support the incredible work being carried out in Sadie Reed's name. Now, we've got one kart stopping there, but Braith Murdoch, who is starting P4.
Are they going to let this one go with that kart stop?
Go around.
No, they're underway.
Underway, so
that's
yeah.
a surprise. So do we know who stopped? Looks like Jack Harrison or maybe High Griever who stopped.
Yes. We are going round.
That's quite a confusing game. Oh, big accident right in front of us.
That's someone into the tyres.
Yes.
Yes.
3-1. No, it wouldn't be 3, would it? I can't quite see. Unfortunately, it's completely opposite of all our cameras. Driver absolutely fine. Got pinged off on the run towards Grandstand out of the cafe corner. went straight off and into the tyre barrier. He's absolutely fine. He's very annoyed.
Yeah, oh, well,
but absolutely
yes.
fine. I think the car, unfortunately, has bent its axle because it went into the rear sideways.
Yes. Trying to see the logos on that car. We will find out soon enough.
Only I had better eyesight. The sun's on your eye a little bit. I think it's 228, is it, or 218? I think it might be 228.
If it's 228 would there's no 218
238.
238. That could be Lewis Sumner.
We'll have to find out. We'll find whether he won't cross the line in a second.
And it'll soon become ready.
There we go.
Oh, there we go. Thank
268. Is it 268 or 266?
266. Oh, that's Marissa Teague in the number 266 cart, or Kevin Ivanov in the 256. This is welcome to Specsavers Goes Karting, ladies and gentlemen.
Here we go. They're off and running. Who didn't make the start? I don't know.
Let's have a look now. Down towards...
Popical has the lead.
Yes. And they're all going to just about make it.
It was Marissa Teague. It was Marissa Teague's car. She's not taking the start, unfortunately. Very bad luck because she was just pinged off in a effectively a kerfuffle of carts. I think it's in the confusion of whether they're going around or not. I think people braked and other people didn't brake. And I think it's one of those things where you sit down, you couldn't actually blame anyone for it. It is one of those things. One of the things I've also thought, everyone wants to blame everyone for an accident or an incident in a motor race. But sometimes it's just one of those things.
It's just one of those things. It's just one of those things.
Okay, so the leader in Popical, Bishop is leading. It's Popical and Robinson second and third.
Braith Murdoch is fourth in line. One of the number of Cato Motorsport carts. They're the red and white of the Cato Motorsport team. Simon Cato Adams, a long-time supporter of this and many other championships, going very well here at the minute. And they do need to work together, Popical and Robinson. Robinson tucks back in. Robinson with a white crash helmet. Murdoch in fourth position. Cole, Peacock, Lambert, Greatrex. Max Greatrex has had a good start. He has gained a bunch of places from 12th up into P8. Very and Dimbleby rounding out the top
Bishop
10.
extended his lead by 0.2 of a second in this. Now I'm going to ask you a question generally here about this. This is a slipstreaming track, but as the power has got, we've gone up several horsepower to junior rotax. Is it less important now?
No, it's equally as important. This is one of the very, very few tracks in the country where the slipstream effect in, say, a senior rotax is just as potent as in a Honda Cadet or a Bambino. You'll find it is one of the very few tracks in the country where PFI probably another one, simply because of the long straights. But most circuits, the faster you get in the karts, the less important the slipstream is, but not so here.
Yeah, and for that lap round, Bishop only extended his lead by 0.03 of a second. I think Popical and Robinson have realised that they actually can't afford to do any squabbling. No. And their job is to utilise the advantage, you say, of that joint hole in the air to use a freight train of air movement to get close to Riley.
I have to say that, this is nothing against the driver, but Hayagriva Gokulnath has retired. So
I am very happy as a person who is apparently officially responsible for this stream, just use first names.
Oh, okay. Yes, boss.
I don't think we'll have a confusion about any other high grievers in the event.
Yeah,
so I think rather than we think we got the first name right, so let's not be on the edge of being a
Yes, boss. I completely follow.
It's like the. Did you follow World Superbikes? Obviously, we have.
Yes. Okay. Yes.
The man who is managed by Keenan Sagogli, who's Zane, is here. He's Top Rack Razgadioglu. I'm very happy to refer to him as Top Rack. There's no other Top Rack line racing motorcycle races called Top Rack.
Yeah.
You don't need the difficult to pronounce for us people from England surname, but you can just upset people by massacring.
Yes. That's all. Yes. Top Rack is a good start. Now Riley. I'll call Riley by his full name because I could get Bishop.
Yes.
I could get that right. Marcel Popical and Jack Robinson are working together. They are slowly reeling the leader in. Last time around, a 43.05 for Robinson, 43.13 for Popical, a 43.20 for the race leader. And there is the difference between Robinson pushing is 0.2 quicker than the race leader, all on his own. Amy Peacock
in fourth,
moved up to P4.
Interesting, there's a gap of 2.3 seconds, and there's another three carts having a battle. It's Amy Peacock, George Cole, and Braith Murdoch. then we have another gap, and then there's another, well, there's 5 karts then running. So it's moving to groups here. There's a group of 2 doing its best. They've gained another 10, so they will, within the 3.5 minutes left, they will get on the back of Bishop. So Bishop's life is Riley. Riley Bishop.
Oh,
hey!
Sorry,
that was a complete accident, that one, but well, it worked. Anyway, no, his fun times are going over quite soon. He's going to be joined by Popcorn and Robinson. It's too big a gap to the Peacock, Cole, Murdoch group. They'll be battling over 4, 5 and 6. These 3 now will come together. If you see the big background, we just see there's Peacock may have, whoever's in 4th, and seems Peacock has actually broken away a tiny bit.
Murdoch and Cole battling over 50. You can see the Cato Motorsport colours of Braith Murdoch back into P6. Alfie Lambert and Daniel Hartley. Daniel, again, last year's junior primo champion, moving up and just proving that stepping stone. Daniel's far better prepared for the rigours of this class than he would have been had he not spent that 1 year in primo, finding his feet.
The primo class we'll talk about at the outset, but it's what you need as a stepping stone. The difference between a fast 11 and 12-year-old in a rotax car and being a fast 16-year-old.
Yes.
If you think how much children change between the ages of 12 and 16, mentally and physically. It's a very, very different. And don't forget, they are the main advantage of a smaller child is they're lighter. That goes away with ballast. So you then have all the disadvantages of strength.
You're aggression. You're a smaller child with less muscles trying to steer a heavier go-kart.
And certainly that extra year for Daniel's worked well. Currently in 7th, but this is the top 3. Bishop actually pulled away very slightly that last lap. So he's managed to keep this half-second cushion from Robinson. Robinson actually got himself a little bit of a gap back to probably, I know it's 2/10 a second. That's enough not to get the full benefit of the slipstream as they go swooping now down to the back straight towards hand corner.
So Robinson checking over his shoulder. He does seem to continue to have the pace. Fastest lap of the race, 42.93 for Jack Robinson, running in 2nd position as under watchful eye of race director Dan Ashton as they go into Cafe Corner,
another 500s there for Bishop. So Bishop's completely confounding our expert predictions by actually, whether he had something in reserve or whether it's just the 2 behind him just aren't quite getting this tandem working, or perhaps you need a train of 3 or 4. I know Peacock's been caught back up by Braith Murdoch in 4th and 5th in the background. Yeah,
but of course, well, if you have a look, there's a gap there between Popcorn now and Robinson. So Robinson is on his own, and of course, he's not got any air to work with. Into Wilkins hairpin. We've still got a minute to go.
They're going to have 3 more. They're 3 more because they're doing 44-second laps, and they're going to cross the line with about 46 to go. That's 3 more.
That's going to upset Gabe Heath in timekeeping. It's the timekeeper's worst nightmare when you've got a 45-second lap and the leaders start a lap with about 46 seconds to go. For the drivers, it's a case of you've just raced to the checkered flag. If the time, because when the clock strikes 0, the last lap will automatically comes on.
Exactly.
And of course, when you're travelling at 65, 70 miles an hour, sometimes you can miss that.
Better lap for Robinson that time round, and I think he's visually getting close. He's kind of thrown back, probably in 3rd. He's now got this kind of equidistant top 3, but that does mean good news for Robinson. Robinson means he's got 2 laps and he's closer again. All right, it's only a few hundredths, but if he can just pick up the tail of the wind and just get that, and then he'll get effectively pulled towards Bishop.
And what he'll do, he'll force Bishop to defend. You'll see Bishop. Is Bishop checking over his shoulder this time? No, but Bishop takes a bit of a wide line. It was a tardy exit, a tardy entry into Stratford hairpin. But you know what? Riley Bishop makes that work.
And you're sitting there thinking, well, how does Bishop know where Robinson is? He doesn't look at the rearview mirror, he's not looking over his shoulder. He's got to use the other thing. He's going to use his ears. He can hear the end. And he's a very experienced racer. 14 years old, but they're 15. But they're very experienced racers, and they will know how far behind a car is by the engine noise.
Yes, now there's a glance from Riley Bishop. Riley now knows he's not got anybody directly behind him as in within lunge range. So he's not going to defend coming into Stratford hairpin. He knows he doesn't need to.
He was a 10th faster, so he's really doing quite a good job of managing this. He's got himself out of last-minute lunge range, which is always important in these events. So he's really only now a mistake isn't going to cause many problems here, Henry.
It comes with the Bruno chicane. Behind these 3, Peacock, Murdoch and Cole are absolutely not out of lunge range of each other. In fact, there's a whole train of them battling over 4th position, but Riley Bishop doing just enough, just for safekeeping. He defends on the run to the line. A win for Bishop, lights to flag victory. Robinson second, Poppercall third. Braith Murdoch return to 4th, and again, if your Braith has raised over £1,000 this weekend for the Sadie Reed Foundation, please look at the Kart Championship Facebook page for a link to the donation, as Braith looks to raise money in awareness of teen suicide.
And that's Zach Kane,
yes,
remounting after stopping. I assume. I wonder what took him out of it. He can just get up and running again. Oh, it looks like the car looks like a lean there for some reason.
Yeah. No, maybe it was. Sometimes the cart cuts out, and in the heat of the moment, sort of the start, the motor won't quite trigger.
Sounds like a 1970s Big L car.
Yeah.
Austin Marina or something.
Yeah. You just sit in it. Will it start? Who knows? Hey. Am I going to get to work today? I don't know. Ralphie Branscombe finishing 16th behind Charlie Berry, Jake Anders, Jack Dimbleby, Thomas Harper, Max Greatrex, and the top 10 rounded out by Adam Jodaitis. Further down the order, JJ Plowman finishing 18th behind Oliver Fabricius, Laurie McVie, Tyler Richardson, Ellis Dealey, Isabella Stansmore-Wilson, Lewis Holt, Shay Hilton, James Tate, Riley Mason-Lewis, Mason Rudman, Kevin Ivanov, Harry Hadley, Marissa Teague did finish the race, so it wasn't Marissa who went out in the opening lap, Archie Doherty, then
I wonder who it was then.
Just Griever, Zach Kane, I think it was Jack Harrison who may not have taken the start.
Well, that wasn't that car that stopped. So it was number 271.
No, who knows? I mean, but again,
what a mystery.
Well,
what a mystery we have.
Kevin Ivanov is there having done 1 lap.
256, yeah,
but he's in 28th position, which is a bit of a strange one.
Every now and again, is this a?
No, he's not there.
Yes, it was Kevin Ivanov.
So it was Kevin Ivanov. There we are.
Mystery solved.
Mystery solved, like Poirot.
Well, not really, because Poirot's quite accurate. Doesn't make 3 wrong guesses to begin with. He just twiddles his moustache and gets it right. He doesn't sit like 2 middle-aged men staring at, what number's that?
Yeah. I think it's you. No, I think it was you. Okay,
Can I make a point? All our mistakes are made in good faith.
Yes, they are indeed. And I know that colour. That's a green flag, and that means that our next race is about to take the circuit. This will be a junior primo. 27 entries all together. And again, we spoke to who did we speak to? It was Noah Jones.
Noah Jones.
Yes, Noah Jones, and his driver coach mechanic Jonathan Buck, who gives some really good insight into why this class should be an attractive proposition to any young cadet, junior, or inter-club driver who wants to experience what life is like at a national championship, but against drivers of a similar level of experience.
Yeah.
Here is your exclusively brought to you by
your Apple,
by the thumb of Henry,
by the iPhone 13.
Oh no, this is senior rotax. What am I drivelling on about?
Oh, it's fine.
There we are. Well, we'll talk about junior primo later on, but senior rotax. Of course, the first year of the seniors, and it will be Lucas Blanford on pole position in car number 67, Ronnie Colburn on the outside of row number 1, Kyle Durnford and Archie Hogan on row 2, Morgan Hudson-Brown and Liam Phillips on row 3, Nusuffer Leathers and Michael Ambler on row 4, Elliot Dalton Ayres and Jason Dukas on row number 5. Then on row 6, Alex Timmins and Bradley Caton. Row number 7, Harvey Wilson and Sam Kelbrick. Archie Hogan, I was asked to send Archie Hogan a cameo for his 16th birthday last year.
Really?
Yes, top 2,500 in the world this month.
Really? How many have you done? One?
But no, I've done 24.
You've done 24 cameos?
Yes.
For those that know, cameos are personalised video messages.
Yes, where people say, "Can you roast a driver for me?" And you know me, a cheap, slightly offensive gag.
Yeah.
Is, right in my wheelhouse.
So what are your cameo rates?
A £5.
Right, that's, yes. Apparently the person who's made the most money out of all the cameos is the guy who plays Jay out of the In-Betweeners.
Yes.
He's made more than 2 million.
Yeah, and he's done 1,240 this month, and I've done 24.
Oh, well, yeah, it's time to quid, isn't it?
Yeah, hey, couple of quid's couple of quid.
Absolutely. I'll roast Henry for free, by the way.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Lights are out. That's a very fast start. And are we racing? I believe we are into Cafe Corner. Out of Cafe Corner, yes, we are. We're single file. And is that Lucas Blandford, the Kiddix Kart? So that's a Kart Republic chassis, the Kiddix UK team. Kiddix, they're running teams all over Europe. Same liveries with the Kart Republic brand and chassis. And Blandford, who is, again, an experienced driver, pulling away at the front.
Yeah, interesting little break he's made already there. I mean, the senior rotax was new for this year, added at the back end of last year for the Winter Series. More, I think, of a way of keeping your existing racers with you when they age out. I don't think they're trying to set this up as a senior rotax championship to compete with any other, NKC or the British. I think the idea is that we've got a lot. We're the kart championship family.
Yeah,
and if you want to carry on doing your kart championship, your racing with us, that's not a problem. We've now got a class for you.
Yeah, and as we got a change for second there, Ronnie Colburn. But of course, it is an option for senior drivers who want to sample. They've now got 3 options. You've got the Tour British Championship, then you've got the Kart Championship, and the NKC, which the Karting Live TV is also covering this weekend down at Forest Edge. But yeah, it's good. But also, I think one thing that being a part-time member of the paddock is that the atmosphere here is extremely family-orientated, friendly, welcoming. I'm not saying that everyone's best mates with everyone else.
No.
But there is a far greater feeling of camaraderie. And if you've enjoyed your karting here in the Kart Championship for the last 4 or 5 years, and a child is now of an age, why leave? You don't have to.
Yeah, well, so who's leading? That's Lucas Blanford, who's leading everyone else for dust at the moment. He's absolutely pulling away in a way we've not seen. So that's the reason we're now much more concentrating on second, third and fourth, because that white card is just gone.
Yeah, not a great way to get coverage for the sponsors, Lucas, by clearing up. But a good battle.
Massive battle there.
That was Kyle Dunford.
Fifth as well. 4th, 5th and 6th are all over each other. 4th, 5th and 7th are all over each other. And kind of psyched himself there.
Yes, Elliot Dalton is now moving into P4. At the head of that group, there's Dalton is. Now that Hunter Motorsport livery car, the driver with the white and light blue racer, who is now making a move up into P3. That is Kyle Dunford, I believe.
Yeah, 4-5. It's not P3, it's P4 because the leaders disappeared.
Yeah. So Ronnie Colburn and Morgan Hudson Brown are second and third. Then we have this battle. So I think it is now
Dunford. You're postulating it's Dunford. It is. Dunford is trying to bridge the gap, and then he just got nowhere, isn't he? It is in fact. No, it's stayed with Elliot Dalton Ayres in 4th. So Dalton Ayres remains in 4th place, and he gets a bit of a gap. He seems to have quite a bit of extra speed out of a corner. He always pulls a tiny gap, and then the wonderful world of aerodynamics just removes all that lead almost immediately.
Yes, and further back there, so this is Dunford, Dalton Ayres, Timmins, Phillips, Dukis, Safa Leathers, Hogan Intent, and Kelbrick, Caton, Wilson, and Ambler. Michael Ambler, I think, has had an off-track moment because he's somewhere
9 seconds
off
back.
the back. Yeah, but is lapping at a similar speed to drivers, just a couple of positions in front of him. So, he thinks he had an agricultural moment somewhere.
the key gap here really is the gap between 3rd and 4th, because that has gone down by 0.2 per second from the 2nd to 0.8. And it's where this train of 2 becomes a train of 6. So in fairness, the 4 behind are a little bit stretched out. That's the Dalton Ayres, Dunford, Timmins and Phillips. We aren't talking about the leader because he's now 2.7 seconds ahead and setting fastest laps every lap at the moment. So Blanford really absolutely gelling with this Shenington Circuit this morning.
Yeah, there was a yellow flag waving at the entry to the Bruno chicane. Can't see a kart off at the side of the circuit.
I think what it is, I think that incident was Amber hitting the barrier, and the barrier had been pushed back.
Yeah, so there were marshals in a dangerous position. And again, a huge thank you to the Orange Army here at Shenington, the marshals, the most important people of all, without giving up their time You're looking down this. I'm not. I'm peeling. I'm not a leopard
Sorry,
here.
I thought I was treading on your wire, actually.
No, I sort of sit in the sun in Abu Dhabi and without any sun lotion on, and now I am I'm like a snake, sort of slowly shedding my
second
skin.
and third now getting much closer. Again, you get a brief white shot of the leader there going past. He goes round the corner again. Lambs is still this is Husborough against Coburn, and Morgan there looking to lead through and they say, oh, and look at the inside goes Coburn. He gets a little bit of a nudge and it just takes a look. And look, and immediately, so what they've done, they've slowed each other down.
Yep.
And here comes Dalton Ayres and Dunford, because they've enjoyed the fact that second and third had an argument and lost themselves half a second.
Yes, exactly. And again, this is not going to help their collective cause. I mean, Coburn and Hudson Brown's collective cause. So Morgan Hudson Brown in the number 69 cart, looking over his shoulder. Will that all-black number 77 of Ronnie Coburn? He swings wide, and this is just going to bring the chasing number 84 cart of Elliot Dalton is right into play as we go into the final 2 and a bit minutes. I mean, we'll check up the biggest winning margin of the day isn't much. Well, Lucas Blanford is going to win that little award. It's a question of how much he's going to win it by, because his lead will increase exponentially as these two make that now 3, 4, possibly 5 carts all squabble over the scraps.
Yeah, Hudson Brown there seemed slightly over brake going into the hairpin, but luckily he didn't leave the gap open for Coburn to come past. Dalton Ayres trying to improve his aerodynamics by looking down at his feet for about half a yard, but got again wide there around the final Wilkins hairpin, and now the three of them really are nailed together. And there's several laps to go still, though.
Yep, there's plenty of time. Now, what Elliot Dalton is, when he catches that black cart of Ronnie Coburn, he needs to make a move quickly. He's got the extra bit of momentum. He doesn't want to spend then half a lap sat behind Coburn and Hudson Brown, because there he goes, smart driving. He'll lose his momentum. He just sits there. He's decisive. And now he's going to hope that Coburn doesn't come straight back at him. He's going to hope that Coburn sort of gives him a little shove along, and as soon as he catches Hudson Brown, he's got to go straight away. He hasn't got much of a choice.
Over and under from Coburn, but it's not going to work. But it is going to give Hudson Brown a nice gap.
Yeah, and that could be a crucial gap as Hudson Brown looks to steal second. And behind Coburn, that's Kyle Dunford now making the move. So is that the BSR car, the Bradley Shepherd racing machine of Dunford, moving up a position? Yes, it is. And now, and there's
I think it was a car that's had a problem. I think I did see on one of the other cameras we weren't live with the collection of a chain guard, so there's been some issues up there.
Trying to see, Michael Ambler may have finally cried enough in that red and white Birrell car.
If he hit something, it may have become loose.
Yes, and eventually decided.
Okay, so we now are about to start the penultimate lap, and there's a lap which Lucas Blanford started about 6 seconds ago.
Yes, but the battle is on for third place now. Hudson Brown, I think, has done enough. Dalton Ayres, Dunford and Coburn are the ones really battling for third, fourth and fifth. Alex Timmins is just quite close enough in sixth position, and then everybody else, Jason Dukis, Safa Leathers, Hogan, Phillips, Calbrick, Caton and Wilson are some way back. But, Lucas Blanford, this is a racing driver's dream. It's not a commentator's dream, because it sort of tempers the excitement of the win. But it is a racing driver's dream. The checkered flag will be going out next time around. Yes.
Good build up there, and then we came down again.
Yes, yeah. And there's the move. Dunford to the inside of Dalton Ayres. Dalton Ayres does the crossover as they go past Grandstand Corner. Wheel-to-wheel action. Now that's going to invite Coburn back in.
Yeah, Coburn's going to get out the inside, and he's going to pick up fourth. Now, will he hold it? Because this isn't he's wise to it now, because when Dalton Ayres went past him last time, on the sweep into Bruno's the chicane, and now they accelerate down the way.
But Dunford is defending in that sort of orange and black livery machine. Coburn!
He doesn't like that.
No, I'm not surprised. It is hard to turn your go-kart sideways when your rear wheels are not on the ground.
That's the end of the race. So,
Lucas Blanford winning by 6.5 seconds over Morgan Hudson-Brown. Ronnie Coburn third for now. Elliot Dalton Ayres is fourth. Dunford is fifth. Timmins sixth. Jason Duke is seventh. Archie Hogan eighth. Liam Phillips ninth. Followed by Sam Kelbrick, Bradley Keaton, Harvey Wilson, and then Noosh Safa-Leathers, with Michael Ambler the only retiree.
Nope.
I'll just throw some paper.
I need your phone though, because otherwise I can't. I can't read the grid.
Oh right, okay, yes.
It's very exciting.
Let's have a look. Oh, this is good. Right.
I see if I can do this as well as you can. What's next anyway?
The next race is our Mighty Bambinos.
The other half.
The other half of our Mighty Bambinos.
It's not the other half, it's the other third, isn't it? Because they're all kind of split into.
Yes.
It's 2 out of 3.
2 out of 3.
Mighty Bambinos.
Right. By throwing my paperwork all over the floor there, I now don't know. I think that's
the meaning
in the right
of life.
order. Yes. 42 is meaning of life.
Ah.
Yes.
Okay, so we have on the front row. I'm trying to remember which is first. It's this side. Okay, so it's Heath Smith in pole. It's Zane Sfoglu in second. Row 2 is Freddie Purnell and Jack Harper. It's Harry Wass and Arthur Thompson on row. It's quite dexterous your left right, isn't it? I'm just. It's very good. This Arthur Thompson's in sixth. 7th is Teddy Smith. 8th is Logan Edwards. 9th is Nico Muhan. 10th is Elliot Hitch. 11th is Noah Brad. 12th is Frank Pearson. 13th is Dara. 14th is Oakley Howitt. Then it's Oliver Yap on row 8 in 17th. 18th is Freddie Dye. George Algar in 19th. And then Kushant Chanduk. And right at the back, it's Avian Jones. So just to explain again, because this is the Mighty E's has what's called the double grid availability today. They are running an A and a B, B and C sections, which are 15 drivers each, and I think it's 10 drivers each. So you have A versus B, you have B versus C, and A versus C. Everyone plays everybody. It's like a little round robin tournament of the various drivers. So, for example, in the Mighty E race we saw earlier, we had Felix Tandy and Zane Sfoglu. In this race, that's not the case because Zane is in this half of the draw and. Felix is in the later Bambino race that comes out. There is not going to be a B final, so what happens is 26 of these drivers will qualify straight through to the main final late this afternoon, and that will mean that 3 of them will not actually get to race in the final. It's just one of those. You can run B finals. I don't really believe we're running B finals for Bambinos. So just wait for a bit of clear up. We saw a couple of races had some issues earlier on. Let's see if we have. As the phalanx of fans for Zane Sfoglu rejoin us on the stream. Those not aware of the Sfoglu family, Keenan Sfoglu, who is Zane's father, was a top motorcycle racer, winning in I think in Supersport. He won the World Supersport Championship several times, and he's the manager of Toprak Razgatlioglu, the top Turkish current world superbike racing driver. So they come from a heavy motorcycle background, also stunt riding background as well. And Zane is coming over to the UK to get his motor racing apprenticeship. Just turned 6 earlier this year. He's got a big team. There's 4 mechanics who are working with him as well to progress his career. But they're starting him young, so he seems to have quite a bit of talent as well. So this is the name to look out for. And that sort of backing, sons of motor racing fathers done quite well. One of them's currently the 4-time world champion, so it's a reasonable pedigree. So, you need to see what Zane can do. He will be going into this one, I think, quite a heavy favourite. He was in the first heat, he was battling with Felix Tandy, and the last lap it was Felix who got that one. Be interested to see what he can do. Up against several of the other top runners, but not all of them. So it's a chance to get points. So what happens basically, you do 2 of the 3 races, you get points in each race, the aggregate points, and the grid for the main final is made up. So say you got a first and a third, you would beat someone who had a second and a fourth. It's quite simple, just get points, and then they roll those to make the grid overall. There's also points for the championship at these various heats as well. But that gets more complicated. Luckily, it's only round 2, so you don't get too bothered about the championship just yet. That's something for us and myself, Joe and Henry, to worry about round 5. We've worked out with drop scores and everything else. It gets desperately complicated. So, of course, with Bambino, they'll roll up onto the grid, to be met by their mechanics, fathers and mothers, and they'll be placed onto the grid. It's a standing start, as it is with the cadets as well. The rolling start with the slightly older classes, and all these cars obviously. Electric cars don't need it, but they have a clutch, so they can stop and run. And you see they're rolling up, and there's the back 2 carts there. And they will clear the grid of all the helpers, and we'll just leave the drivers to do their thing in the second of the 3 Mighty E Bambino heats. Waiting for the green light. There's a slight problem with one there. It's been just tended to. I think that looked like by the about row 6. And they will just drop down, and they get the all clear from the starter. And very conveniently, Henry has joined me for that start. And is he sitting down in time? They're waiting for you. They're away.
That's very, very kind of them. I'm sure that they realised I was getting us all a drink here, and it's a good start from Heath Smith.
He started from poles, Savoglu started from seconds. They've gone off in grid order.
Yep.
And it's they come underneath this. Third place is the 6 car of Jack Harper, and they roll now down to the first corner. So Smith here, he's dealing with a couple of theoretical 6-year-olds or 7-year-old superstars in Zane Savoglu and Felix Tandy. And Savoglu immediately goes up the inside. I think he may get over and under there. As they go, and he went very, very wide in that bright blue cart, and he's going to drop into second, possibly even third, because I think that possibly Harper might get the run through the Bruno chicane. Nope. They slot in, and Savoglu remains in second place.
Now, of course, what did Zane Savoglu learn from his earlier battle with Felix Tandy? Tandy's not in this superheat because the field have been split into 3 groups. So, of course, Savoglu defended maybe a little too much in the closing laps, and that allowed Felix Tandy he turned half a gap into a full gap. Yes. Now Zane will have gone back. He will have had a debrief about that. They probably would have watched the coverage back, as will all these drivers, and see now what. So we're interested to see what has a 6-year-old learned in the last hour, because these drivers. Karting, I say all the time, is an adult sport. It's just that the participants happen to be children. Yes, absolutely. Most of them.
Yeah, I mean, there's a huge element of mental aptitude within it. That's not just bravery.
Yep.
And some would say foolhardiness.
Yeah.
But also, you've got
to
a lot of time. Yes, a lot of time you've got to think your way around. And certainly, when you aren't sitting there with a mechanical advantage or an engine advantage, the only way you're going to do it is by driving better. Or outthinking the guy ahead of you. Now, at the moment, Savoglu sitting quite happily in the rear wheel tracks of Heath Smith in the orange, Savoglu in the bright blue, and behind them it's another car with a deeper red machine of Harper, and then it's Wass in the orange in 4th place. And in 5th place, I just think they haven't changed. It's Freddie Pernell. I don't think the 4th and 5th changed during the lap.
Yeah, no, and you see some of these drivers doing both classes, which is even because, of course, the performance, the instant power delivery of an electric machine is different to the sort of gradual power delivery of an internal combustion engine. So for someone like Freddie Pernell, who we've seen in the Mighty E Bambino, the Coma Bambino class, and Freddie Dye, interesting that Freddie Pernell and Freddie Dye, their mums are their chief mechanics. Pernell, now that's the same colour kart, but now you can actually transfer the powertrain from one to another, but I think they might have
I'm sure it takes
cars.
too long. It's 2 separate chassis. Yeah,
but
yes. The Mighty E's, we've been with them for a while, but they've picked up from like 9 or 10. Now they've got the full grid here, a full grid in the Super 1 series. Yes. It's growing all the time. It's maxed out. And at the inside there, he's probably going to lose second. He's probably going to have the advantage of that inner loop as they go over start finish. He'll just hold on to it, but it's going to give a bit of an advantage to Heath Smith at the front.
And that was good from Zane. He just eased Harper wide a little bit coming out of the corner, to prevent there. Let's have a look back at that. So Harper will have a little look to the inside. He'll try crossover, but now watch Zane. He will, instead of hugging the inside, he just easing him wide, just sort of like saying no.
Now, interestingly, before we went to that replay, Heath Smith had a lovely big lead, and that's just disappeared. So I don't know he made a minor mistake, because he had half a second. He wouldn't have lost that in slipstream down the back straight. So he must have made a little minor error to lose the gap he'd been given by the fighting between Sofoglu and Harper. Top three have a break from Purnell, Wass and Thompson.
And, I mean, you can see one thing that Zane is not shy about is that using his brakes later than everybody else. Now, will he go to the outside and do the undercut? Not quite, but he's thinking about it.
Harper's looking to make something happen on the corner exit, which is not the obvious place to do it, but perhaps given the way these karts run and this particular track, which doesn't give you as many options as some of the others do, as Sofoglu the inside, round the bottom bend there, but doesn't quite make it as he goes round the cafe corner.
Great driving there from Heath Smith. He left Zane just enough room, but then didn't go so wide as to lose his momentum.
Yeah, this is the thing about this. This is why Joe Brady keeps giving this as race of the month, because they just race so well with each other. The respect. It's like you think, they're little kids.
Yeah.
They get out the cards, and you think, oh, I'm going to go and see Oscar Piastri style races. It's just a child who should be at kindergarten or something. Yeah. It's amazing, but they give each other such respect. And Sofoglu's got in the lead whilst we're showing that replay coming out of the hairpin, so he's made his move.
And of course, at the end of the day,
he's going to lose it again because he was out and he might get hung up to dry here. Actually, Sofoglu in the bright blue car may emerge in fourth. So from first to fourth, he just got into the wrong line, or perhaps lost the momentum coming out of the Bruno chicane, that short shoot straight. And
this is where the extra 1 year of experience comes in, because Purnell, Smith and Harper are all in their second year in this championship. Sofoglu and Harry Wass in fourth. I'm not sure if Harry's in his first or his second year, but obviously Zane in his first year. And just that learning that the drivers do every single time they hit the track at this age. They're like sponges.
Yeah, it's a weird thing. It's a championship, but it's not. It's a learning position to take you forward in your career. You want to win, obviously.
Yes, yeah.
But at the end of the day, it's really about what the experience you've gained as much as the position you finished in.
And again, speaking of that, we've got two brand new drivers, Avian Jones and Kushant Chandok. Kushant Chandok, he's 19th at the moment.
Well, they're both on black plates. However, they have to start at the back.
Yes, but he is within a second of his nearest rival. Now, he's just had a little bit of an off-track moment there. But as you're looking at the battle for the lead, I will look back there because it's about lap times. Let's look at Kushant Chandok's lap times.
So the first two, Smith from Harper. Sofoglu back in fourth again. He's having a right on battle moment with Freddie Purnell. He'll come up the inside. He'll pick up third again, going through Cafe Corner. There's really now that Sofoglu needs to try and, perhaps the two of them need to stop this and actually work out a way of bridging that slight gap. It's 3 or 4 tenths for the top two. Very similarly liveried machines of Smith and Harper. It's the 3 from the 6th. Teammates as they go up and now round the back straight towards the Bruno chicane. Sofoglu trying to gain on again. Does get back towards them now. So Sofoglu good in the brakes, that's for sure. This is where he made a mistake a couple of laps ago, got in the wrong part of the track. But now he's following in the wheel tracks as they go down towards the hangar corner. The top 4 right together, a tiny gap back to 5th place Arthur Thompson.
And looking at that, so in Kushant's first superheat this morning, his best lap was a 109.4. In this race, he's done a 107.8. Now that is, that's fantastic. He'll be happy with that, and Karun and his team, they should be really encouraging, and I'm sure they will be, because at this stage, you're effectively racing against the lap timer on your steering wheel.
Absolutely. And the thing about you have to remember is that obviously, Sofoglu is just 6 and has hit the ground absolutely on the button, but at this age, kids develop completely differently, and it might take you to your 7, it might take you to 7.5, but they will get it. They all get it eventually.
Well, Zane has been in a kart since he was 3 years old.
Well, that's fair enough.
You look back about 2 years ago, there was a whole host of, there is Kushant Chandok, just again slowing down, getting out of the way of the lead group. About 2 years ago, there were these little viral clips of a tiny little driver in a Super Mario livery go-kart, driving down and spinning it round and reversing into a garage. That was Zane Sofoglu when he was 4. So he has, even though racing is a new thing for Zane, karting is not new. Whereas Kushant...
So we're on the last lap now.
Yes, I'll stop wittering about the drivers that are in 19th place, and let's focus on a great battle for the lead, which is now Freddie Purnell's for the taking. As we move on to the last lap, Purnell leads, Harper is down to 4th, Sofuoglu and Smith side by side, but Freddie Purnell took the lead going into the first corner on the last lap, and you know what, he might have the breakaway that he wants.
Yeah, they're rolling now, but Zane he just edged out quite nicely there to retain second place, but the gap now is absolutely monstrous.
Yep.
It's that's realistically that's not going to be made up in the next 3 or 4 corners. So it's really about now whether Sofoglu can hold on against Smith and Purnell to get this second place, because they've just suddenly ceded the lead in the kind of a kerfuffle, as you said, around Cafe Corner on the last lap, and this is the final lap of the race. And there they go, checkered flag waving. And it is Freddie Purnell who takes a surprise win, but well done, Freddie. Great result. Zane Soglu is second, Logan Edwards is third, Heath Smith is fourth. There's Thompson, Harper, Wass, Teddy Smith, Nico Mohan 10th. It's Elliot Hitch. He seems very happy with that.
Yep.
Then we have EJ Dara, Freddie Dye, Noah Brad, Oliver Yap, Oakley Howitt, Frank Pearson. Is he going to come over in a second? Here he comes. Well, wait for the green light. There he goes. And then you have George Agar, Avian Jones, and Cushion Chandler. But a great last couple of laps there. And Freddie Purnell, a surprise winner.
Purnell doing a great job there. And now, of course, Heath Smith and Jack Harper were a little bit disappointed by slipping down to 4th and 6th there at the end. Logan Edwards timing it right and making the move there. And we're just waiting. This is Avian Jones crossing the line. So Avian, best lap, a 105.33 for Avian Jones. Well done, young Avian. And we'll see most of the Bambinos later on for their main event. I think are we going to have all drivers qualified or not? I'm not sure. We'll have to double check. But well done for the 19 drivers in that race. Freddie Purnell with the win. But what I did notice is that although Zane comes home second again, he was a bit more aggressive on the last lap. So again, he was...
Well, the interesting thing is, as you say, he's got 2 seconds. I can't see him being lower than third on the grid. And as we know, that means...
You're in the hunt from the word go.
Effectively, yeah. I mean, realistically, in this particular class, whilst it's obviously everyone wants to be on pole, starting in the top 5 is all you need, because it means you're getting to that initial train and you can work your magic as such from there.
So we'll now look at the next race. Karts line. Now, this should be Junior Primo. Yes, that is right. So
you've been desperate to over the last hour.
I know. I've been urging them on. This is the class for drivers between 12 and 14 years old who have never competed and raced in the top 10 in a Motorsport UK national level event. And again, we have one of the biggest fields we've ever had. 27 of them in total. And again, some drivers just starting out. Others have done a season or two exclusively of club racing and are now moving up to the big wide world of, of club racing. Here we are. There's the list of all. I've messed up the order.
You messed your piece of paper up?
I've messed my pieces of paper up.
You need them on the phone. You're much better on the phone than on a piece of paper.
Yes, I'm. I will. Well, I do know that. Cooper Campbell Lees will be the leading. Well, no, he's in kart number 11. Noah Jones, Lewis Gilbert, Zach Mackay, Miles Cloworth, Samuel Leedon. The grid will be led by Elijah Hazelwood in kart number 21. Elijah had a bit of a nasty tumble up at Warden Law recently, but he's got the strongest mechanic on the grid working for him now.
Strongest as in
Chris Harvey, yes.
He's very muscly, is he?
Yes, because he's a bodybuilder and a professional bodybuilder, as is his wife.
Really?
And is his daughter.
Wow.
Yes. You don't have an argument with him.
So there's no problem about taking the shopping in from the car then?
Absolutely not. So it is Elijah Hazelwood, pole position. Then Cooper Campbell leads on the outside of row number 1. Lewis Gilbert and Isaac Jameson on row 2. Zach Mackay and Zach Jennings, row 3. Alfie Forrester and Samuel Yeadon, row 4. Miles Cleworth and Thomas Ambler round out your top 10. And George Ralston, Noah Clark, Ronnie Legg, Lily Shaw, Oscar Pitt, Thomas Butcher, Harry Ward, Charlie Thompson, Elijah Hartley, Ethan Barth, Archie Ray Watson, Jasper Oakes, Pierce Whitehead. Now, here we go. Here's one of, this is Oscar Chesovic, followed by Noah Jones, Luke Wells, and Lucas Olofsson.
I'm very pleased to be working with you, Henry, because you have the same issue with names as I do. Joe seems to just glide over all of them, and I've struggled my entire life with names.
Yes.
The amount of people who are just known by their first name when I'm doing commentary is unbelievable.
Yes.
Because obviously with the stuff I do normally, which is European international RC racing, it's very few English names. This is nothing against anyone's name, because I'm not very good at working out how they should fit together.
Yes, yeah. I was never a Scrabble champion, put it that way.
No, I'm not in any sort of league, it has to be said.
Here we go.
That looked quick. Let everyone go. That looked really quick. Is the camera angle making it look quick? Because that looked really fast to be allowed to run.
Now let's have a look.
They're going.
Oh no, there's one driver.
You think they're
signalling
not
false start?
No,
yes.
false. So that looked. I thought. Oh, we've lost the cart.
Oh.
I can almost read the number. Actually, it's number 66.
It's
66.
a novice cart. That's Luke Wells.
It's pulled off in front of our. That did look really fast.
Yes.
I'm interested. I'm wondering. There's obviously not the usual green and yellow flag that they can see easily at any point. I've not seen anyone waving a green and yellow go-around flag.
There is a line, a demarcation line, going across the track.
But normally when I'm saying it, they've been going for it, even though they're supposed to stop. And I normally, in the other tracks I've been to, you can see the marshals waving the green and yellow flag, or there's a green and yellow light box. I'm just wondering where it is.
Well, if you see the two
yellow
cones there, that's the signal to start the race. That's what the point at which a driver can move out of the tram line. So the lights will change if there is a start at that point.
Ah, right, but they're all missing this. They're staring at the person ahead of them rather than the lights, aren't they?
Yes. Now let's try this again.
Here we go.
Again, it is...
not as quick, but look quick again, and I don't think the person in the lead was in the right place either.
Oh, and there's a spin, and that's going to be big. 3, 4 carts. Somehow they all avoid making heavy contact with one another.
Are they rolling?
I believe they are. Now, this is the middle of the pack here. So let's look back. The first driver, it's about the 4th or 5th cart on the outside line.
Oh,
yes.
Right,
that gets tagged, and then the 4 drivers just behind. You can sort of see the cartoon eyes going out of the front of the helmet. Yeah.
But luckily no one hurt, that's the key
point. They all carry on.
There might be a slightly bent axle on one of the carts, but that's just a bit of a few quid or a hammer, so that's fine. But a lovely break made now. I think that probably is Elijah Hazelwood, I think he made a bit of a jump off the line as well.
Yep.
It is. So Elijah leads from Jameson and Zach Mackay. Junior Rotax Premium, maximum age 14, as you said, no previous experience of winning a major event or being in the top 10 of a major event, so very much a theoretical driver level playing field and a huge learning area again. This is a sort of class where the person who wins round 1 is unlikely to win round 6, just as a learning experience during the year.
Yes, the drivers that are just, and it does make the championship very interesting as well, because, just because you start and you're ahead of everybody else doesn't mean you're going to stay ahead of everybody else as the season progresses.
We go round the Wilkins hairpin and begin lap 2. We've had a couple. It's interesting. I've been having a number of races where no one was getting away. We had a second now race out of 3 with a break. It's 1 second. Jameson leads. Hazelwood leads from Jameson. It's Mackay and Forrester, and then we run back through the field, which is very compact.
Cooper Campbell leads, who started second, is down to 5th. Now, trying to see the driver that spun at the start. Let's have a look.
Wells broke down.
It was Lewis Gilbert. Yeah. Lewis Gilbert was starting at the front, and he was the driver that spun initially. And then because he was on. Well, let's have a look. Yeah, he was up there in the second row of the grid.
It looked about 5th or 6th that went wrong. So
and I noticed that Zach Jennings, Samuel Leedon, who were starting directly behind Gilbert, they're also down in the back. They were those that had to take evasive action. So and Hayes with this, snapping wide into braking.
He was being closed down by Jameson anyway. And that lead of half a second was dropped down by another couple of tenths. That's about 2/10 lead or 3/10, and your gap to second, third, and fourth. Mackay and Forrester, they come into the hangar corner. I don't think it wasn't a particularly good attempt to slow the Kart down by Hose. He may not actually have lost. It looked spectacular. He may not actually have lost much time in doing that.
No, but what the two X Kart team, Matthew Street's team of drivers and mechanics, they're very, very impressive. They just dominated with Riley Bishop earlier on, and now they've got a 1-2 in this division.
Jameson now right on the tail of Hales. He actually put in the fastest lap. His fastest lap, 43.67. Now, Zach Jennings recovering from the back of the overall fastest lap. Remember, he gets stuck in that initial kerfuffle.
Yes.
And they go away now down towards the hangar straight again. It's 1 and 2 teammates, or at least in the same ordering. And Hazel and Jameson.
I'm just looking to see where did we have only 23 drivers. No, there's 26 are running. 26 are running.
Wells didn't make the second start.
Noah Jones, a driver that we spoke to during the paddock show, is running up in 20th position.
What I would say about Noah Jones, just to say right now, the fastest lap we have is a 43.55.
Yes.
Noah Jones' fastest lap is 43.99. And as he explains in the paddock show, he started off 5 seconds off the pace.
Yes.
And now he's within half a second.
I know.
And racing. So this shows the monumental learning curve these kids can have.
Yes. His mechanic and coach, Jonathan Buck, will, and in fact should, take all the credit for that. The Ultimate R team. I can't believe that Ben and Matty Hingley wanted Jonathan to take all their Ultimate R branding off it because they're afraid he would say something bad about them.
He doesn't realise we have the ability to bleep all sorts of things.
Yeah. and indeed insert words that weren't actually said.
Yes, amazing. Apparently they're giving us both 50 quid.
Oh, were they? Oh, excellent. Yeah.
How much it was.
If you look at the paddock show, you will see that. Just ignore the lip syncing part of it.
So top two are nailed together. They're teammates. They look identical. It's the orange helmet of Elijah Hazelwood and it's the green helmet of Isaac Jameson. Now the question is Jameson going to bother making a move until later in the race? He feels he has the pace because they have broken absolutely the rest of the field. Third and fourth, a couple of seconds back almost now, which is Mackay and Forrester. And then another little gap again to Cooper Campbell-Lee. So watch them go around here and you'll see this flashing into view the blue race suit of the third place driver. And it's a bit of a blue Kart work all going on there. Top two nailed together though.
Now I think with the level of experience that we're talking about, Jameson will probably have one look as an initial foray, and he'll check the temperature of Elijah Hazelwood. If Hazelwood defends, then Jameson will just stick in second place. They both check over their shoulders. I have to say, it's very grateful to them for choosing different colour crash helmets.
Well, it helps a bit, doesn't it?
Yes. The black and white Kart is ahead of the black and white Kart, but the black and white Kart in third position.
With the team race suit and the other team race suit, obviously if you were right next to them, they probably got their first names written at the back, but we haven't quite got that level of focus and definition quite yet.
It's like watching snooker in black and white. For those who watch in black and white, the yellow ball is the one next to blue. Yes. But into Cafe Corner we go. 2 minutes remaining.
Look at the gap there.
And Hazelwood has pulled out. Last time around, Hazelwood, a 43.50, a personal best lap. That tells me that the mechanic has set the pressures to come up as the race progresses. So his kart is going to get better and better and better. Further back, Mackay, Forrester, Campbell-Lees, Cleworth, Pitt, Legg, Shaw, Ralston, your top 10. But now Jameson in the slipstream coming back at the leader, and he's going to get a good run. And this is normally where we see the leader check over his shoulder. Chooses not to this time because, again, in his, you have peripheral hearing, but in his hearing,
I think you do actually have.
He could hear, that junior rotax engine getting ever closer.
Yeah, it's an interesting conundrum about when do you go for it, and the answer at the moment is not just yet.
No.
Behind them, there is an absolute monumental scrap. Let's just drop back for a tiny bit. Just watch the monumental scrap behind them for a second. Just let that one go foul through him. Have a quick shift it because that is like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them.
Yes, all in line. That would be Mackay, Forrester, Campbell, Lees, Cleworth and Pitts with Legg as well.
And much more colourful and very designed as well. One of them is an X-Cars in fairness.
Yes, but as they cross
all 6 of them in third place.
Yes, all 6 of them. Zach Mackay. Mackay, I'm not quite sure. I'm sure that I'll be told off for saying the wrong way. But in the blue race suit, Zach leads the very distinctly liveried number 79 of Alfie Forrester.
Oh,
3
inside.
wide.
He got 2, didn't he then?
Yeah, Forrester taking the racing line, goes into the corner 4th, comes out 7th.
Back into 4th.
Back into 4th. Because look at that, Forrester minding his own business. Suddenly the floodgates open. 1, 2, 3 drivers go through, but then they all defend.
Yeah, because he was too tight.
And here comes Forrester on the outside, yes. Yeah.
Let's pick up the leaders now because it's their last lap, see what they're going to do.
Yep, it's still Hazelwood in front. Now, Jameson hasn't shown his hand just yet, Nick.
I'm not sure if he can. He's a quarter of a second. Can he actually make it up through? He's going to make up through some interesting braking procedures here into the stuff of hairpins. No, but he is close enough. Perhaps an over and under going into Bruno.
Maybe if there was a different colour go-kart in front, he would be a little bit more adventurous.
Oh, that's a very good point, yes.
That'd be more adventurous under braking. But Hazelwood isn't defending. Now, you know, he checks over his shoulder. I'm sure that Hazelwood will defend coming into Wilkins. No, yes, he does. And
very wide, very wide. He threw it at it, James. He threw it at the corner, but that's it. It's a win for Hazelwood. James in second.
2/10 of a second. And we wait, because just look how much...
Lovely. Two of them definitely got to live at the same time.
But it was Campbell, Lees, Legg, Pitt, Cloworth, and McKay and Forrester. You can see their names
falling down,
tumbling down the order.
And that's the 16.
That's Zach McKay, the Hunter Motorsport Kart.
There's been some kerfufflage coming out of the hairpin.
Yes. Standing, the gloves get thrown. No, he decides, well, no, maybe if I'm going to try and drive it back, I need my gloves.
Yeah, I'll throw them off now.
I'll throw them at my mechanic when I get back to the pit. Yeah.
Well, I think my guess is that's some sort of incident. If 3 karts were dropping down.
Yeah.
That shouldn't do that, should it?
Let's have a little
look. I know it's they do run quite a bit of camber. Makes them lift up. No, it's just the camber on the.
But there is the Hunter Motorsport graphics aren't quite as clear.
There's been some tyre to side pod interfacing.
Yes, in that last lap. But Alfie Forrester did cross the line
a long way back. Yeah, just to confirm the result, it's Elijah Hazel won that one. Isaac Jameson was second. Then it was Cooper Campbell Lees who came through the third. He was hovering around 6th most of the time. So it was a good comeback for him. Ronnie Legg after that. Then there was 200ths of a second between Oscar Pitt and Miles Cleworth. Pitt got that 5th place. Lily Shaw picked up 7th. She was the first not in that battle. Then it was George Ralston, Harry Ward, Oscar Sedgwick, Samuel Yeadon, Archie Ray Watson, that's 12th. Noah Clark was 13th. Pierce Whitehead was 14th. Elijah Hartley was 15th. Noah Jones, 16th. Good result there. Lewis Gilbert, Jasper Oakes, Ethan Barr, Zach Jennings, Lucas Olofsson, Alfie Forrest and Charlie Thompson made the trip, and then 4 karts not officially finished as such was Zach Mackay, Thomas Ambler, Thomas Butcher and Luke Wells, who didn't even make the actual official start. He made the full start but not the official start.
Yes.
And that's Junior Primo, action-packed.
And of course, yes, we didn't see the incident, but it would be safe to assume that 2 drivers going into one corner battling for 3rd and 4th positions and finish the race 19th 22nd and at the side, there would have been what we call a territorial dispute.
Yes, there would have been some sort of situation where they tried to define the laws of physics and have two items in the same space.
Yes, and now, of course...
What I do like, and I think this is one of my favourite things, is that kart racers have already got the full gamut of disappointed body language. When they go, you may be 11, you may be 7, you may be 16, but you can absolutely do the I am incredibly off with person, mechanic, life, marshals, the whole lot. And it's obviously it's a part of the body that is naturally developed at a very young age.
Before you get the racing driver school of excuses, you get the racing driver school of I'm upset body language.
Yes,
Okay, so
what's next?
Because
it won't be Junior Primo. You just had it.
No, I can't say Junior Primo again. It is going to be race number 27, Microax. So the second, this is Superheat 2.
We've done half the Superheats.
Yes, it's going to be Ethan Lloyd and Lewis Cacaldi on row number 1. Noah Wicklow and Freddie Blackshaw on row number 2. Jensen Darlow and Henry Algar, row 3. Ethan McClelland and Junior Wright are on row 4. Carter Jackson and Zach Andrew, row 5. Lanny Eden and Arthur Bowers, row 6. Teddy Roberts, Pierce Gauntlet, and Toby Cannon starting at the back. Toby Cannon finished the opening race up in 5th position. Now, you missed the opening race because you were busy welcoming our camera.
I was anointing them all with my
personal touch.
Exactly, with my presence.
And it was a good battle between Ethan Lloyd and Lewis Capaldi throughout the race. So as we now watch and wait, so that would be
so they got a second lap. I think they know in advance they're getting 2 laps, don't they?
Yes, yeah. This is something that I think has been told in the briefing at the start of the day, that because it's quite a short circuit, and I think that you've got a level of experience, a mixed level of experience. Oh, somebody's going grass tracking already. Now that would be a driver that was quite far up the grid, I think. The Ambition Motorsport livery, but no, maybe he was.
I think it was 75. I think it was. I thought I saw a 5. I mean, we've already established my eyesight's dreadful. But I think
mine's not much better.
I think it was Pierce Gauntlet who I think just went a little bit too hot into he didn't know harm, no foul. He just threw up some dust. I think he didn't actually go off the track. Okay, they're getting ready to go.
There is the returning body language. Yes. Now will we come to the line?
That didn't look right from there. But they're going to go. Oh, okay. Are they going?
Are we going? I think we are. I'm looking down. Yep. Because normally you see the signal coming out of Cafe Corner if anyone is. If we're not going, but we are running. Lloyd and Capaldi picking up where they left off this morning.
Was an instant the hairpin there, 2 around,
and that was Pierce
Gauntlet again.
Actually,
not saying it was anything to do with him. If you're watching the background, the shot will change. But you can watch in the background. You'll see the last 2. I think it's the last 2 get. Oh no, it's not. It's a.
Oh well, it was the Kart. I think it was the number 55 of Lanny Eden spinning, and Pierce Gauntlet behind, just sort of getting caught up around the outside, trying to avoid the rotating machine in front of him. But it's as you were, a one-on-one scrap between Lloyd and Capaldi. Now in superheat number 1, Noah Wicklow in 3rd position. He sort of hung around the leading duo for the first half of the race and then dropped away. But this time he's got Freddie Blackshaw right with him. So Wicklow is not going to be left on his own. I think we could see a 4-kart battle develop, even with Lloyd and Capaldi sort of playing nice at the moment and not battling with one another.
Wicklow, of course, has come up from Bambino's, where he was very successful in the championship. As you can say, he's now in a personal battle with Blackshaw. Top 2 against him, broken away. Lloyd and Capaldi. Capaldi, of course, the nephew of British GT driver Andrew Capaldi.
There's an LKQ sponsorship on the Capaldi family, I think, and I know that in the British GT circles, the gentleman that ran the Blue Coral team passed away earlier this week. But and he was, I can't remember the gentleman's name. But he I think 3rd on the list. I think Andrew Capaldi, the most British GT race wins in championship history. I was reading on a website.
A website for British GT, I expect.
Yes. A website that specialises in sort of endurance, sort of sports car type racing.
So 2 pairs of drivers taking the top 4 positions, and they're both stuck together, but there's a comprehensive, probably over a second gap now between Capaldi in 2nd and Wicklow in 3rd.
Oh, yeah, John Greasley is the gentleman.
Oh, Greasley,
yes. Enough about that. I was just saying
good it's good to know when we're reaching the depths of the addled brains we have, we can pull out the information finally.
Yes, and of course, so Lewis Capaldi, the S-plate holder. This is exactly the way they worked at race number 1. Ethan Lloyd led the majority. Capaldi, had a couple of little nibbles, but Ethan Lloyd was keen every time that Lewis took the lead. Ethan would fight straight back, and they are using the slipstream effect perfectly. This is great. They're not teammates; it's co-opetition, or frenemies. They're friends and enemies. They're friends at the moment. We've got 5 minutes to go, so they need to be cooperating.
They'll be playing football in the field in an hour's time.
Oh yeah, as most of these youngsters will, have spend thousands of pounds on your go-kart racing, but all you need is a bit of grass and a ball and some jumpers, and it is jumpers. And that is the great thing about this paddock. You see the drivers, charging out when the racing's finished to throw themselves around in the field, which is great.
Coming down towards the Stratford hairpin, and it's really pretty much after you, Claude, isn't it? No real effort being made to change the position. So actually, I say that, and actually, I think, Ethan had a think about that and then thought, nah.
No, yeah.
So he said, no, it's all right, Lewis, you can carry on leading for a bit.
Well, I mean, it's Lewis in second. Had to think.
Oh, so they swapped again. Over the line, they were around the other way around. Yeah.
Yeah, Ethan still leads, but of course, now that one little side-by-side moment, and the chasing group: Blackshaw, Wicklow, Algar, Darlow, and McClelland, with Zach Andrew rounding out the chasing pack in kart number 27. They're not a million miles behind, so Lloyd and Cacaldi still can't afford to back. Well, and Lewis looking over his shoulder. That's significant because he's now judging.
Blackszaw's made a real leap here. So he's now he's got himself into slipstream no man's land in between the two parts. He's 1 point. He's gaining actually. He was 1.2 seconds behind these top two, but he's 0.7 ahead of fourth place Wicklow. Now I think he's now looking to make a bridge move, which, if these two continue squabbling, will be possible. But theoretically, just based on the laws of physics and slipstream, it shouldn't be possible. They drive sensibly.
Yeah, no, but of course you're seeing now Ethan Lloyd defending into Wilkins, and he's defending again, crossing the start-finish line. But Cacaldi isn't. So Cacaldi knows that it's not time for him to go yet, because Blackshaw is too close to run the risk of an elongated battle. So Ethan Lloyd's not looking over his shoulder. Cacaldi is. Cacaldi is the one that is judging the gap back to Blackshaw and then deciding, 2.5 minutes, no. That's because he'll remember that every time he made a move on Ethan Lloyd, Ethan would come straight back at him. Yeah. So he thinks to himself, okay, Ethan is he's not going to lay down and take this one lightly. He's going to fight every inch of the way. And Ethan's defending, and there's nothing that Lewis can do about that. That's Ethan's prerogative. But that might force Lewis's hand.
It'll be interesting to see what the gap is. It was about 1.3. I don't think Blackwell's got much closer. When he's got further away, but he's managed. Oddly, it's the second chasing pack, which is Algar, McClellan, Darlow, Bowers, and Wicklow. It's had a bit of a bad couple of laps, got down to 8th place. They're dropping off 3rd place. So you've got the top three are doing the same speed. However, there is already a big lead for the first two. And then the other pack is just kind of squabbled around and lost some more time. Yeah. But it's certainly now going to be these two who are going to race towards the end and decide the top two positions. It's whether you said Cacaldi has learned enough about how Lloyd is running this race to work out how he can stay in the lead at the end of the 8 minutes plus 1 lap.
Yes, but of course you see if you can't leave it till the last corner, because you need to give yourself a couple of opportunities. But of course, in race number 1, that Ethan Lloyd passing Cacaldi to the inside of Hanger. Now the crossover. Well, he tried to sell in the dummy there, did Lewis Cacaldi, but Lloyd was wise to it. And on that occasion, because they did that lap working together, the gap to Blackshaw grows to 2.2 seconds. Now it looks like it's going to be game on, a minute to go. Ethan Lloyd's got to be careful. The new directive in karting in the country is that defending, you can make one defensive move, and that's your lot. So traditionally, you'd have a driver hug the inside line down the straight and swing out wide to take the racing line going into the final corner. And of course, the rule that sort of has really taken away a driver's opportunity to sort of sell the dummy and do a crossover up into the corner. But again, drivers they'll learn very quickly. How they race, they adapt continuously.
So running now onto, they're going to get this one and one more. So on the penultimate lap now. So this is his one before last chance to work out what he's going to do. It's Cacaldi in that slightly more blue in the orange and blue karts. They've even got not particularly different helmets. They're both orange and silvery, but it's the Scotsman with the S plate looking to try and get round Ethan Lloyd. They come now down towards the Hanger corner, and it's looking left, looking right, but he really needs to decide how far out he wants to do. He's going out for an over and under here.
Yeah, see if he gets the inside as they cross the line. So Caldy's obviously thinking about trying to dive to the inside going into turn number 1. No, will he try and go around the outside into turn 1? He can't. That's not really a place that you overtake. It's now or never for Lewis Capaldi. Out of Cafe Corner, through Grandstand, onto Stratford Straight. Ethan Lloyd, he'll be driving in his... Well, he'll be wishing that the carts had rear view mirrors, because he'll be looking at them throughout this lap. Here comes the Scotsman, though, to the inside.
And he's being forced as far to the right as possible. He should get the sweep, but Lloyd there. Avoided the brakes entirely and came across the nose of Kukuli. Kukuli, I think, to tell you, wasn't going to really argue about this one. This is a superheat. It's not the fun one. Kukuli thinks he's got the run around the outside. Through hanger, not happening. Now on the final chicane and final hairpin at Wilkins. Tight line, and I think he's going to block, and Lloyd is going to take this one. He's just going to manage to block Kukuli up, but Kukuli's learnt a load more for the final coming in a couple of hours' time.
Yeah, and a good race there from both our leaders. And I have to say, going into the Bruno chicane, the way that Lloyd, great spatial awareness from both drivers, because Lloyd left Capaldi enough room to take the inside line, but then just swept across, didn't hit the nose cone of Capaldi. Again, excellent close quarters racing there between Lloyd and Capaldi. But it's not over yet. Battle will be rejoined. Here we go. Yeah. Just look at good racing respect there. And it's that move there where he just comes across, which was perfect from Ethan Lloyd. Well, they were the drivers of the race, of course. Blackshaw 3rd, Algar 4th, McClellan 5th, Bowers 6th, Darlow 7th, Wicklow in 8th. Once again, Toby Cannon comes from last to 9th. Carter Jackson rounds out the top 10 ahead of Zach Andrew, Junior Wright, Lani Eden and Piers Gauntlet. Everybody finished that race, and I'm just trying to see... Teddy Roberts didn't start that one. We had 15 at the start of today, 14 in that one.
Oh, the gliders are up and running.
Yes, so there's some...
they use the kind of the wire tow method. The gliding club, which is just literally behind the.
I'm still always, wary of why would I get into an airplane that can only head down.
People say, "Do you want to do a parachute jump?" And I say, nothing will convince you to jump out of a perfectly serviceable aircraft.
Yes, yeah. Well, I had the same opinion until I was forced to do it with a charity. There's the
runway. It's right just behind the thing.
And
there's a glide. Look at this. This is top camera work now. We have glider cam.
Yep, glider cam.
He's just doing circles. He's doing circuits. He's going to swoop back up again.
He's heading straight towards the camera. No, he's coming down. No, he's still. This is.
There we go. He's going to go. This is. I've been in the glider once, which is, and it did enough land roughly.
On the grass.
That, in fairness, that was a good landing.
On the grass.
This guy knows what he's doing. That's top glidering. Top glidering.
Top glidering. That's a.
Don't say we don't show you the environs of the circuit.
Yes, the general ambiance.
May we the ambiance?
Yeah, ambiance.
Thank you. Was that Mark? Was that? Thanks, Mark. Yeah, that was great. I must admit, I've seen they did because they only hand towing them up. They don't hit a thermal. They just do a circuit and come back down again, don't they? Yeah, if you get a plane tow up, you can be up for miles, can't you?
Yes. Yes. My spidey sense started tingling just even watching that. So I guess he's supposed to land in the field, but yes,
he's in a blooming field. Who does he think he is?
Now, this tells me I can hear 4-stroke engines rumbling and parents and pushers on circuit, which means it must be time for Superheat 2 in Honda Cadet. 30 now, not all 34 of them will be out, I don't believe. I will check.
And there's only one heat, so if they're all...
the only one group, yes. 33 of them are out. JN Prakash, hope that you're well. Now, we've got still a...
Just releasing
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Well, after this race, there's still 6 more races to go.
Till lunch.
Till a break. I mean, lunch, called lunch, but yes.
Yeah, can't get lunch, but we'll give it a go.
Yeah. So, your starting lineup, once again, as follows. Archie Cannon and Jack Wykes on row number 1. Elliot Bork, who I believe won the opening superheat, and Luke McGall on row number 2. Theo Hamilton and Arthur Murphy row 3. Ronnie Jones and Arthur Roberts are on row 4. Riley Blakemore and George Quinlan, row 5. Ollie Knox and Archie Loveridge, row 6. Finley Thursfield and Jerry Duffersey, row 7. Sawyer Henderson and Ben Bowers go from row number 8. Oliver Ratton and Mason Becker, followed by Dino Rowlands and Jensen Fathers. That is your top 20. Shailen Shrikanthan, Daniel Barton, Bradley Sutton, Krish Doshi, Reggie Duffersey, Austin Dowell, Seth Wright, Maximilian Mikulski, Jaden Bond, Maddie Horsepool, Arthur Bath, Josh Adderley, and Ethan Pearson round out your 33 starters. Josh Adderley, now that is that's a Bahamian family name. The Adderley surname is one of the original 12 family names of the founding fathers of the Bahamas.
Yeah, right.
Yes. Now, silence.
Silence is golden.
Yes. And soon there'll be the distant rumble of thunder. Is that Pink Floyd?
Near enough.
Near enough. Something like that, yeah. We haven't got the Piper at the Gates of Dawn.
Not yet. It's
Not
coming
yet.
Tuesday.
That's Tuesday. That was actually taken from Wind of the Willows.
Was it?
That's a chapter title in Wind of the Willows. Piper at the Gates of Dawn.
That sounds like very Wind of the Willows, but fair enough.
Yeah, it was when they were searching for a lost baby otter, which they found.
I think we're off.
Oh, we're off. Here we go. Race is underway.
I was about to get sad about the otter then for a second.
Archie Cannon takes the lead from pole position. Everyone else slots in behind. Jack Wykes, Elliot Bork, Luke McGall, Theo Hamilton. Now the one driver, as somebody goes grass tracking in the background, driver just returning to the prepared surface. But in race number 1, Theo Hamilton was a driver that impressed me most. He's in the turquoise, green and white cart. He was about there at the start of race number 1. Then gradually, as others battled, Theo just picked up the position. As somebody else dropped off the racing line, Theo would gain a place. He eventually came home in second place, 2,000 seconds behind winner Elliot Bork. So Hamilton is certainly a driver who's going to think and not maybe show his true colours until the very end of the race. Cannon is not shy about defending and attacking. Obviously the Scotsman leading the way on his zip kart. Bork in P2, and then we have Wykes, and then there's the Martin Jackson Racing. I keep calling him Matt Jackson.
You're very obsessed with British touring cars, obviously.
Yeah.
He has lots of British touring car, he does.
It's Martin Jackson Racing. Ronnie Jones there in the black crash helmet in 4th position ahead of Hamilton. McGall runs in P6. Then the very smart, the black number 88 card of Arthur Murphy is 7th. Quinlan is 8th. Then Archie Loveridge and Riley Blakemore. Loveridge, one of the number of Ambition Motorsport drivers. Blakemore on the Project 1 car driving Tim Parrott. Spoke to Tim this morning. He was looking for advice on where to go caravanning in North Wales. Well, I love a caravan.
You know his show about that, don't you?
Yeah. So, when I said that, Holyhead and Angus is a good place to park up and look at the view. But Tim Parrott working with Riley Blakemore. Then it's a lead group of just a dozen carts, maybe more. 6, 9, 10 actually, as we've got the 14 of Bork just sitting on Cannon's rear bumper. Now, of course, they would have learnt, a lot from race number 1. Bork knows that Cannon will defend if pushed. If need be, Cannon will defend. It doesn't matter what time of the race it is. Archie's a driver that likes to lead from the front. So again, it's a credit to Elliot Bork and to Jack White. They are sitting and just thinking, okay, let's play the game, as it were, for the time being.
Coming in now, round to complete another lap. It's this long loop into the Wilkins hairpin, and they're in a good train here. We've had a good train for a few laps, haven't we? Now we've got the 3 races. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 to be counted as a train here.
Yep.
Change to second place there as the bright orange helmet nips in front.
Jack Wykes.
He's 100 of a second faster over the line than Archie Cannon, than Elliot Bourke. But there's a bit of gap now. It's weird how these sort of gaps just open up. The first you suddenly got away because of a bit of argument in the second, but that'll get closed up again over the next few seconds.
Yes, and of course the Project 1 Racing Group Limited, those Project 1 karts that Jack Wykes is using, for example, they're one of the very few, I suppose, the Jades, the superkarts. I'm not sure whether Zips are still built in the UK or whether they're built in Italy.
Not sure.
But I mean, yeah, the British karting manufacturing scene, normal Gillards, and there is a Gillard as part of the OTK group, and the ARC kart is still built in the UK. That's a class of motorsport kart in TKM circles.
You kind of wonder, don't you, where there's not a lot of this sort of mass production element of because a lot of kart chassis are being made and made by Italian manufacturers and British manufacturers. And you kind of wonder when there's going to be a boatload of Chinese karts come over, isn't it? Really, because
yes,
the price, that's how they've managed to dominate other markets, isn't it?
Well,
you do obviously quite a bit of coverage in other parts of the world,
yes.
Malaysia and Thailand, everything else. Is it still the same Italian domination there, or do they have their local kart manufacturers?
There's not that many local kart manufacturers, but certainly there's a wider variety of karts, and I because I'm a San Anorak, one of the least watched national championships in the world, and I keep track of karting on YouTube, is the Chinese Championship.
Really?
It gets barely 2,000 viewers around. Now, obviously, China eventually will cotton on to the sport of karting, mainly because a lot of the Chinese drivers, like Guan Yu Zhou, for example, the minute they were old enough, they came to the UK to race. They didn't race in their homeland very often. So you would think that when China wakes up to karting and starts watching it en masse, yes, there will be karts emerging from China soon.
Yeah, I mean, it's a marketplace that they could easily get into, change to the lead. Wykes takes over the start-finishing line. Cannon demoted to second place. He says, no, I'm not being second place, and immediately moves into first, and Wykes drops down to third.
Yes.
So that was a great move in theory, but hasn't worked out very well at all.
Well, no, I mean, but again, that is, they know this. Archie Cannon, he likes to lead. I mean, and I say that as in everyone likes to lead, but there are drivers who are more comfortable chasing.
Yeah.
And there are, but Cannon, and so they all know this. They all know, right, if I make a move on Archie Cannon, I cannot give Archie the opportunity to come straight back at me, because he will
then lose another place and end up third, which is where Wykes is at the moment with the orange helmet.
Yes.
I'm not certain, I think it is Bourke in second.
Oh yes, yeah, Bourke is second, and Hamilton has now moved into P4. Haven't mentioned him that much because he's been loitering further back, but as we get towards the business end of proceedings, Theo Hamilton now moves into fourth position. Cannon, McGall, Wykes.
Yeah.
Then Hamilton, Cannon, Bourke, Wykes. Then Hamilton, Loveridge, McGall, Murfitt, and Blakemore in eighth is the last driver. Well, no, actually, without the seven.
We've got seven. You're right. Yeah, the seven who are in a queue, and now it's
Blakemore and Jones and Quinlan are just a little bit off.
They are literally in a queue now. There were a few little sub gaps, and they've all managed to squeeze together.
Yes, and
Cannon looking
resolute.
He's very much now driving lines that are designed not to be overtaken rather than faster. Whether that seven's about to pick up 8, possibly 9 or 10 together. In this Honda Cadet 200 Superheat number 2, and then again Wykes managed to pick up a position. And he goes down Cafe Corner, we lose it again.
Yes, no.
Because he's got a left-hander now, so he'll be all right. So, but what has happened is all that has meant that suddenly Archie Cannon has a lead of 4 kart lengths. There's darting about Hamilton there looking to make something around the outside. I think he's going to come out still in fourth, but I think for a moment there, he thought you could see a route through to second.
They're 3 wide down
wide, aren't they?
Into Bruno Chicane. They all, again, great stuff there. They all filter back into line. Great spatial awareness there. And you could see Elliot Bourke saying, look,
he's gone, he's gone, he's got away from... Oh, he gets nudged out. He gets nudged out by Wykes there.
And Hamilton into third, Hamilton into second.
But Cannon has been handed the victory in that... Oh, there's more arguments there, but Cannon's been handed this victory in that last lap there. Hamilton's kind of come away in second. And what was a massive train of carts has broken in first and second have broken away. Then you've got third and fourth. We're on the last lap, so it's really... Those two will be fine. There's too much of a gap unless they make a mistake to be caught. Third and fourth, that's up for grabs.
Yeah.
And that's Bourke and McGill, sorry.
Again, like he did in race number 1, you don't mention Theo Hamilton's name in the first half of the race, and then when it matters most, and Hamilton has got his head down, he's not going to catch Cannon, but he, unless Archie defends, Archie takes a long look over his shoulder there, so he now knows. Side by side, third place is where it's at. This is
battling at the moment.
Bourke and McGall.
There's a second nudge I've seen. I'm not actually sure whether that was a nudge or whether just kind of overreaction seeing the cart on his right-hand side there, but suddenly McGall went, whoa, like that.
Yes.
Whoa.
And
there we go, over the line, that's the end of the race. And
again, good job from Archie Cannon, Theo Hamilton, Bourke in third, McGall, Murfitt, Blakemore, Loveridge, Quinlan Jones and Jack Wykes. So Jack Wykes was the driver that went into Bourke there. I think coming through Hanger, and I know the last time I raced at Shenington, believe it or not, was the year 2000.
1943.
Yeah, and the outside of Hanger Corner used to have, now you can see forward and Wykes on the inside, but look at Wykes, he clips the curb there and just bounces
wide,
into it.
and they all move wide. Yeah.
I did that, and before there was tyres on the outside, there was a lot of hay. They used to have hay bales.
Oh, well, that's good.
And I went through the hay bales and up the bank in my cart back in 2000 and decided that's enough for me for Shenington.
I'm never coming here again. It wasn't my fault. It was Shenington's fault.
Yes.
I did nothing wrong. It was that damn Shenington.
It was that damn Shenington. That was why my career faded.
Is that why you were on the cusp of F1, was it, Henry?
Well, it would have been. It would have been. Had I finished 12th and not 20th in that senior Honda heat at Shenington back in 2000, I could have been a contender, Charlie.
Yes, I must admit, even though my 2 or 3 years of karting, I always realised I was going nowhere. I was about to say going nowhere fast, but I was going nowhere in a modicum of speed.
Yes, it's going. Now, the next race up was our Coma C50s Bambinos, and I will.
This is the F1 tribute.
Yes, the F1 tribute pack. It's Hendrix Falat and Carmen Simon on the front row. Then it will be Logan Edwards and Freddie Pennell on row 2, Frank Pearson and AJ Halil row 4, Tommy Lovejoy and Jensen Drummond row 5, Freddie Dye and Cole Parrish row 6, Max St. Hilaire and Theo Azzopardi row 7, and then Briella Stevens, hopefully with a full complement of bodywork attached.
That always helps, I feel.
Yes. Now it's the now look at there is the number. It's who's 22? Is it? Jensen Drummond is now the Martini Lancia livery.
Hang on, you can make me stand up, aren't you?
Yes.
We
just get that.
22?
So 22. Yeah, behind number 17. Next cart in line.
Oh yeah, it's even got. He's gone for the full sticker kit with the actual Martini logo.
Yes, indeed. Just behind. Drummond, Cole Parrish in the 74. That's the Sebastian Vettel Red Bull. And then, of course, you've got Mansell and Senna at the front.
So I suppose we could give it an F1. You'd have Michele Alboreto, couldn't you, in the Lancia?
Oh, yes.
Did F1 as well.
Did Michele Alboreto in F1 Martini livery?
No, not Martini livery. The Martini liveries in F1 were being Carlos Pache and people like
Carlos
that in the Brabhams. Yeah.
And Carlos Reutemann and Brabham.
You are literally in Joe's wheelhouse here because he is the master of 70s liveries and his favourite car of all time is a Brabham BT44.
The crab sort of thing. Yes.
In Martini livery because when he finds out we've been talking about this, he's going to be very upset. Just so you know, Joe's down at Forest Edge with the NKC this weekend.
Yes, he certainly is.
I won the chance to get Henry. You see, we pass him round like a. I'll stop now.
Like a lost puppy. Who's going to look after me and feed me?
We pass him round like an old magazine. Sometimes we just find him in a dentist's waiting room.
Here we go then. It's the
you're the good housekeeping of commentators.
Or yes, sometimes if you're lucky, yeah, town and country.
Oh, you got a better class of dentists than I do. So they're looking. So they're just very bracing. As you can see, the weather's absolutely gorgeous. It's set fair to be this way. So we're in for a big sunny, dry day the whole day. Yeah, consistent conditions. It's not going to get too hot. Bit of cloud coverage. They're going to get very consistent track conditions as far as temperature is concerned. Racing scheduled to finish about 4:45, so you won't see a drop off because obviously we're now right in the cusp of early summer. So it's nice, solid, standard, non-variable conditions for these kids to learn and enjoy their racing here at Shenington.
Yes, and because now there's a space between.
There's a space on the second.
Now let's have a look.
Is that third place?
That's where Logan Edwards should be.
Oh dear.
Logan Edwards is not out there. Hopefully Logan is okay. I'm trying to think. Now, did we see? Well, we'll find out.
There's no carts left in the collecting area, so Logan's lack of being here could well be a mechanical reason.
Yes, we'll find out. But we're off and racing, and Calman Simon grabs the lead from the outside of row number 1, and already we have a battle for second place. That's Freddie Purnell, winner of the opening race, slots into second ahead of Hendrix Falat. I must, if Freddie Purnell is going to continue to drive so well, he needs a graphics
now,
kit.
Don't forget that Purnell kind of suddenly appeared in the lead in his last super heat because he wasn't really featured. Well, he was featuring, he was like fourth, and suddenly he just got himself in the lead and disappeared away. Now, Salmon didn't lead much of this earlier heat, and perhaps that's something he's decided was an error. He's gone out and he's trying to just stretch the field slightly.
Yes.
So it's for that. So it's Salmon in the Lotus black and gold livery.
Yes. Then you've got the Williams in third. The Brabham is now in fifth.
In fourth place, it's just a cart. It's just a cart that looks like a cart.
Yes. In fourth place, in second place and fourth place, there are just two go karts.
Honestly.
But and the Red Bull is in the P6. P7. Sorry.
Well, obviously this is one of the days when they can't get the Red Bull to work, and then next week it'll get pulled.
Yes, there we now, new third place driver, that's Frank Pearson, moving into P3, but now the Brabham and the Williams going side by side. That's Falat and Drummond.
But it's more about Salmon and Purnell here. Purnell, as he comes around the Stratford hairpin, thinking about it, but I just wonder whether he's also decided that actually 2 laps just in the wheel tracks of Salmon could mean we haven't got to worry about those behind us, and they have slightly gapped third place. That may be more because they're still trying to work out who's the third fastest kart in that group.
Frank Pearson has the position at the moment. Here comes Hendrix Falat with Jensen Drummond to the inside, and again they move into third.
Falat's in third, isn't he? I'm just in back there, trying to work out which livery's in third place. Which classic livery is in third place, Henry? I don't know. But it's the Williams livery in third, as Flack from Drummond, from Pearson, from AJ Halil, Parrish, Max and Hilaire, Freddie Dye, Theo Azzopardi, and Tommy Lovejoy. And I think once again Brian said she's okay. I thought she'd hit problems again there, but she's just a couple of seconds off the back at the moment.
But she has got the black plate, so she is still a novice.
And she has to start the back every time.
And she has to start at the back every time for the heats. But also it means that she's in one of her first 5 Motorsport UK kart races.
Yes, it's about learning, and this is the great thing. And I think it must be quite fun for the parents because you just see that exponential learning. Suddenly they do 110, then a 1.8, 1.7, 1.6, 1.5.
I mean, we saw that with Chesawat Chandok. From 107 in his first super heat to 105, or 109 to 107.
And in the next 2 races he's got, he will shave he'll shave in the final another half to 3/4 seconds off that. Then
if he makes the final, because I think they were all guaranteed to make the final.
Yeah, there's a couple he may be unlucky.
But yes, now
oddly, the fact that he may not have been the fastest is not as bad, but we don't finish.
No, exactly, yes.
Top 2 are nailed together. They have pulled a nice little gap of 1.1 seconds, and then you can see the following pair come round behind them, and so it's Ayrton Senna helmet leading from completely non-Formula 1 helmet. So we'll keep going. Salmon from Purnell, Pernell absolutely has made no attempt of any sort to get past Salmon in the last 2 minutes, and he's I'm not at all surprised he doesn't give you a little nudge. And the thing to remember is that Bambinos do not have drop-down nose cones.
No.
So they can effectively want to push people along in a positive way. He's not trying to, with no worry about a sudden nose cone penalty.
And you see the black and gold JPS livery go-kart turn round. So you see Calvin Simon turn round. He knows that Pernell is pushing him away, and he's not defending. He's content, so he knows this is the time of race where we're working together, and it is working because Hendricks, Verlat, Jensen, Drummond are now 1.5 seconds back. So you've got you can see the Verlat and then the Brabham of Drummond working together, and it's almost like 2 by 2 by 2 now.
Yeah, they split up. They can hold themselves together in that 1-2 situation. But it's interesting. Yeah, it's you kind of sit there going, when does the young man decide this is the moment I want to actually take the lead?
I mean,
he
is calculating. You'll see Salmon looks over his shoulder. Pernell's not looking over his shoulder. Now he does. I would say Pernell will make the move 1 or 2 corners after you see him take a long look over his shoulder. He'll judge, okay, I've got enough, clean air to settle into a scrap.
Well, they picked up 0.3 last time. They're about to cross the line again with just under 3 minutes to go. Let's see how much they with 1.5. Yes. So these two are moving ahead at 0.3 of a second a lap. They are pretty safe now with almost a 2-second cushion. Interestingly, Verlat and Drummond have pulled themselves out a 2.4 second cushion from Frank Pearson. So it is very much Noah's Ark, isn't it? It's 2 by 2 in this particular event.
Yeah, and then you've got the Red Bull all on their own in 7th place before a 3-kart battle for 8th. Freddie Dye, Tommy Lovejoy and Max St. Hilaire, Theo Asapardi and Briella Stevens a little bit further back. Theo, still a bit of a loss as to why he's not as quick as he was, last week at my house, I believe.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is the joy of learning, isn't it? You find there's tracks which you gel with immediately and tracks which you need to work at, even though they may look very similar on paper.
And to some extent, the joy of karting. It worked last week. Why doesn't it work now?
That sounds like more the joy of setting this thing up setting this system up.
Yes, in the morning.
Worked yesterday. Why am I visiting all the cameras individually?
Yes,
they were working yesterday.
Yes. And still Pernell, minute 45 seconds to go. Lap times.
Well, they do say that kids today have no attention span or patience. Well, Freddie Pernell's had about 6 minutes and a half of patience so far.
Yeah, patience of the saints. But he's not going to stay patient after all. And do you know what? Verlat and Drummond, they know that Pernell will make a move. They're not battling either.
But they're a long way back. It's that they've lost a couple of tenths a second, Henry, just on pace. So they just don't have the actual basic ground speed of these two in this position at the moment.
Yeah,
now, if they could get on the back of the tail, perhaps they'd be okay. But it's going to take a lot of battling. Now, we're down to a minute, below a minute, so they will begin their penultimate lap next time round.
Yes. Still nothing. Still he waits.
It is literally, I am just going to follow you. It's almost like he's on the M25 on a Tuesday.
Yes, waiting.
He's that annoying white van that won't overtake you, and then if you move in the lane, just follows you.
Yeah. We're just, but you can't call Calvin Simon a middle lane warrior because he's not been defending. He's checking again. And there's Verlat, and you can see the
little bit of gain actually by the guys in 3rd and 4th. They put up a 3 or 4 tenths that time around.
Yes,
both of the fastest laps of 101 and change against a 101.4 for the two leaders.
Yeah, the Williams and the Brabham are still working on. They're a little bit closer.
Yep, they are gaining,
a little bit closer.
We've only got one more lap to go, and they're at least a second a bit back. Now, it's really now what the top two are going to do. When is Freddie Pernell going to actually unleash the beast?
Exactly. He's got to go at some point. And Carmen Simon is almost, I'm not saying he's deliberately slowing down, but he is sort of backing the pace off a little bit.
I think he's driving at a pace where he knows he can hit exactly the line he wants to hit every single corner.
Yes, and don't count out Verlat. They're still saying top of the head at the age of 60. Let's think about this.
Yeah, they lost another 4 tenths to the guys in 3rd and 4th that time around. But it's and the fastest lap of the entire event for Jensen Drummond in 4th, the one at 1 minute flat .83. some big pace actually from these guys. The actual ultimate pace of the Bambino Comas is slightly more than the ultimate pace of the electric cars here because of the long straights, but which they can wind up and they don't lose so much out of the acceleration. But now coming down to the last few corners, when will Purnell go? The answer is he's thinking about it now.
No,
he got snapped across and he certainly hit the front of the nose, and this is going to give a chance, Henry, for any one of these four.
Yes, indeed. Simon has started to defend, and he wants to have a big group. He wants Purnell to be thinking not just of attacking but also about losing. And still Follett and Drummond continue to work together. One corner to go. Kalman Simon is going to hold on. It's going to be a drag race to the line. Purnell will look to the inside. Half a kart length in it.
That.
And
it was exactly 1/10 of a second, but Kalman Simon did something I don't think I've ever seen in the Bambino race, and lights to flag victory.
That is very impressive. From the outside of row number 1 to the checkered flag. Kalman Simon, Freddie Purnell, then it is Hendricks, Follett and Jensen Drummond. Frank Pearson, AJ Hill, Cole Parrish, the fourth of our retro liveries, down in 7th place. Di, Lovejoy, St Hilaire, Azzopardi, and we'll wait for Brianna Stevens. She's heading down the back straight now. She will complete her first race of the day, which is always good to see.
Yeah, it's a good result there. I mean, some great racing once again. And interesting, it was a patience racing situation. We didn't see the kind of the all action pass and repass as they kind of began to realise that whilst at some tracks, here comes Barella, whilst at some tracks, you can have this here because of the fact that slipstream is king. You sit behind. However, there wasn't an awful lot you could do. This is the point I think on the last lap where, this is where finally Purnell thought about it and Salmon said, no. And in saying no, his back wheel did come together with the front of Purnell. It's no harm, no foul. It's just they were trying to occupy the same bit of space. But it's interesting, he just blocked that one off. And I think perhaps in hindsight now, Purnell will probably think I should have made a little bit more of a conceptual attempt to overtake earlier in the race. But he left it as long as he could. And in the end, it was a bit too long. But it was a great result for Salmon. Now, who's now next up? Because unfortunately, Henry's just disappeared for a natural break, and he hasn't left me with the programme. So, just checking out the messages because it's always exciting. So, just waiting to see who will be coming out next. It's one of the Maxes. So they've just temporarily closed the engines on the next bunch to come out. I'm just trying to find the program. This is when you get separated from the person who knows what they're talking about, and you haven't got the program on you, so you can't see what's coming next. I think it might be Junior Rotax actually. Oh no, it's a 187. It's not Junior Rotax. They're 200. So we are waiting for our next, but they fired up and they defire. That's such a word? I don't think it is a word, is it? Turn it back off again. More glider action in the corner there. Gets his land. He's now being towed back from the outside. So it's going to be Intermax next. It took me a while to find them out, didn't it? So the Intermax second superheat will be next, and they rescue the. All the technological change we've seen in various vehicles, gliders still look pretty much the same as they looked 50 years ago. But I assume they're now made of composite, which are lighter and stiffer and stronger. But the actual basic design, which is sort of a bubble canopy, obviously some very long wings for some lift, is I suppose you got it right. The thing is, what you want to do is make them as light as possible. Because it keeps them up longer. Oh, we've got two cameras on it. We've got a double camera shot on the glider. This is fantastic work. This is action glider act. So what they obviously do is land, they turn them back, and they'll attach them to a line which will pull them up, and then they'll do a couple of circuits. Now, talking about a couple of circuits, we actually do have karts on track now, so we've got two cameras pointing the wrong way. Let's see what that can do to actually get shots of karts followed before we can get the cameras back safe. There we go. That bottom shot there. go. So they'll do 2 laps of warm-up. The grids are locked away on Henry's phone. I can't open it, obviously. I don't have the same face as Henry, so it won't open it for me. There's Larry Price, Shenington Circuit, Cameron Tipping, Noah Jebson, Logan Rolfe, James Fabricus, Oliver Barton, Ronnie Smart, Noah Clark, Luke Millwood, Charlie Quinn, Rudra Gokwenath, Lucas Esler and Jay Walsh, but they are running at a pace. This is just the second of the warm-up laps that they're given, and they'll just come down to a more sensible speed now as they come into the Bruno chicane. And they'll gather up, reduce the speed, get themselves side by side. And they'll start to think about how they're going to get off the line for this, the second Intermax Superheat. Larry Price with the pink machine, the orange machine on the outside. Come on, let's take the line. This looks like a relatively good start. It's quite a sharp corner as they go across the line. That looks like a start that should happen. Price from Sale on the timing. Oh, and another big spin there, and right round went the green car, which I think was Sale. I'm not sure we've got that one again. We have. So he comes across. Watch, it's the green cart there, green and with the green overalls. He comes in the cross. It's a big squeeze on the inside. That sets off a counter action, which just spins the cart right round. And we'll work out who that was. It's a bit too far for my number already, but it's immediately given a huge lead to Price as the argument happened between second, third, fourth and fifth. And we've gone slow. So is it red or is it a Battenberg? We've gone for a Battenberg flag. And the Battenberg, this is the last year of the Battenberg flag. What that kind of means, like a virtual safety car, is effectively you go right down to walking or sort of running pace, so half speed, no overtaking. The carts will stay in line. Yeah, it was, I think it was Shenington Sale who got involved in that first corner issue. It was Logan Rolfe, actually. It was Logan Rolfe as well, so we lost a couple of carts. Logan Rolfe on his knee, so I think he's had a little bit of a knockout. I think he's okay, though. And we are now under Backenberg. Price from Fabricius, from Tipping, from Jebson, from Millward. And then Rudra, Barton, Queen. But they are, oh, blimey, that's a very aggressive tyre warming up there going by the by Millward. And they are rescuing one of the carts. I don't think the cart was involved for the reason we're on a Battenberg here. But we are now. There we go. It's Logan Rolfe, Henry comes back from his natural break, who was unfortunately spun out going into Cafe Corner, and he's now out of the race. He kind of spun right round. But I think we've also lost one other as well. But
it was 13 out there. Now we have 14.
No, I think we just lost Rolfe actually, then 1-3-2. But yeah, it was a bit unfortunate. But now, are we still in Battenberg for another lap? No, it's busy drawn. We're going to go now, and we're up and running again. Clock continues running during the Battenberg virtual safety car. And up the inside immediately goes Fabricius. So Fabricius takes Price going round Cafe Corner. I think it's Tipping still in third. And they sprint away up and round the grandstand corner and come down to the Stratford hairpins. They all run. It's a big field there. It looks like Millwood, who again didn't qualify well. Didn't qualify well because he kept getting penalties.
Yeah, I'm trying to see. I mean, we have 16 on the entry list.
We only have 15 rolling, and we lost one.
So Jackson Hilton didn't come out from for this race.
Changed the lead again, I think. There up the inside was going Price to get past the British. He's lost the lead now. He's got it back again. It always helps with orange cart and orange car, but hey ho.
Orange cart with slightly more oranger helmets.
Yes, orange. He's gone very wide there, though, Price.
Yeah.
So I think he's going to be shown as being in the lead again. He is, even though he lost the lead during the earlier part of the lap. Here he is coming into the hangar corner. And as you've seen all the glider action, I know why it's called the hangar corner.
Yeah, Larry back to top spot. Now here's the exit of Stratford, and Price has now got a bit of a gap to work with over Fabricius Tipping, and that's Luke Millwood now into 4th position, that bright green TB kart.
Yeah, Millwood, who probably would have started this race as one of the favourites, the reigning British champion in the age group one below. But interestingly, as you said, big mistake there from Fabricius. He goes, he's breaking entirely into the.
And again, there's no, and you can tell that was a mistake, because even though Jebson was right there in second, there's the back end goes.
Just goes, yeah.
Yeah, there was no sort of hand in the air moment, which is the driver saying I'm unhappy with that driver. That wasn't my fault. But now, so Jebson, the Javelin Track Days sponsored driver, with Millwood in 3rd position.
Yeah, that was the thing. Have you discovered the mystery of Millwood's poor qualifying? We've done the fact he had 3 races and 3 penalties.
Yes.
So he's in a mission really just to improve his starting grid position for the main final. And I think he made a few positions last time into the kart in 3rd place. The green kart with the white helmet.
Jensen Sale is now into P4 with Fabricius dropping to 6th, Oliver Barton running P5, then Noah Clare, Charlie Queenie, Ronnie Smart, Jamie Walsh, Cameron Tipping, who featured highly in the earlier race, is down in 11th, and Lucas Esser, Rudra Golkanath, and then sadly he's Logan Wolf not running, Jackson Hilton not starting, and Ben Hunt also on the entry list, but not
here. Golkanath has had a bad lap, because he's higher than that, so I wonder whether he's had an issue.
He's not come round yet.
That's quite a big issue, not coming round.
Yes, that would be a retiring issue.
Millwood there in 3rd, he's going to go up to 2nd, relatively simply. He had the fastest lap of all last time around, so he's found some real paces, Luke, but he now, again, he's trying to limit the damage he did by falling foul of the stewards on every single possible occasion yesterday. Yeah,
being on first name terms with Motorsport UK steward is not an ideal situation to be in. But Luke is learning. So this is a new kart for Luke this week. Runs with KR Sport in the Motorsport UK British Championship. They use a Cosmic chassis. The X-Kart team now adopting the TB karts, which
I still think it's a terrible name for a kart.
It's a TB. It
works. I'm sure in Italy it's fine.
Yeah, TB kart.
But it's obviously the initials TB are not the greatest initials in the English language.
No. But it's not like.
I made the joke last time. What do you do when the engine starts coughing?
Yeah. But it's so CRG. Which is a great name. One of their brands. They thought, right, what can we do? We got a CRG. We're going to paint it blue. What can we call it? We'll call it the CKR, which stands for competitive kart racing.
Brilliant. Rather than uncompetitive kart racing.
Yes, but I mean, of all the names, there's a Falcon, there's an Eagle chassis. There's something that elicits an image of something fast. No, we'll call it the CKR.
Yes, it's a bit like calling it the British Rail, isn't it?
Yeah.
The British Rail kart. Yes. Very, very expensive, rarely arrives on time.
Yes, but we're getting there.
Yes.
Now, Millwood, he is getting there.
He's really going fast.
He's getting towards the rear bumper of Larry Price.
And the fastest lap for Millwood, it's 45.5 against the 45.7, so he's picked up a couple of tenths on Price. Millwood certainly having a good go at the moment.
You can see there, coming out of Cafe Corner, Millwood using a lot less of the track. He's so good under braking there. But Millwood, he gets good drive out of the corner. He doesn't have to, Price using all the track, and often that's quite a good thing. You allow the back end of the kart to float out of the corner, but Millwood, he's got the drive. The kart's not bogging down, so it's releasing from the corner very, very well, and without having to use all the track surface. Let's see if Millwood uses the same line coming out of Cafe Corner this time, because it does work. Here we go. Now you'll see Price will just let the kart release out of the corner. He uses a lot more. Millwood, hard the power, using a lot less track.
He obviously found that this is working with this particular kart and combination. In fact, Millwood now looking quite aggressive and thinking about going for the lead. The over and under hasn't been particularly successful, in fairness, coming out on these higher powered karts so far today. You kind of feel that the leader has the right of way through the Brunner chicane, but now as they come down to the Hanger bend and into the Wilkins chicane, Wilkins hairpin, that's a chance. But interestingly, just a little drop off there, the micro error or a micro bit of great drive by Larry Price, and the gap has not really eased down. But we're coming to the point here where Luke does seem a lot quicker. Yeah,
well, we've got one lap to go. Will Millwood go for it or think to himself, look, I've had 2 good results today. Another penalty here would, again, cost me. So it may be, although he's so good into Stratford Corner, Price gets the run out. Now, is that the BSR? Is that the Bradley Shepherd Racing livery on Larry Price's car? I believe it is. Don't have the team names on the entries, which is something that I know that Darren is...
a couple of corners to go, though, and it's looking like Miller's last chance. Might be anything clever around the hairpin. Not happening. Good driving by Price. He's closed him down. The Millward's made all the movement in this heat, and that's going to put him in probably 4th or 5th on the grid and give him something to work with for the main final in a couple of hours' time.
And with Logan Rolfe, one of sort of Luke's main rivals, not getting coming out of this race, that's going to remove Logan from, the equation in terms of the front of the grid. So Luke's got obviously Logan's still going to feature in the final, but he's going to have to be on a bit of a recovery drive from there. Now, let's have a look. This is passing 101 with Luke Millward.
Straight up for second.
Yep. And that's a classic move at Wilkins Hairpin. And it is hard because, of course, the circuit, you're bearing left, and all the, the traction of the car is bearing left, but you've got to try and turn right, which is he completed
so just
the move.
to run there, it's Larry Price who won that one. Luke Millward second. Noah Jebson came in third. It was Jensen Searle in fourth. Oliver Barton fifth. James Fabricus in sixth. Ronnie Smart in seventh. Noah Clare in eighth. Charlie Quinn off the black plate into ninth, so well done from him.
Yes.
Lucas Esser in 10th. Cameron Tipping in 11th. Jamie Walsh in 12th. Rudra Gokuth in Coolneth, I'm having a problem with this, sorry about Rudra, in 13th, and Logan Rolfe in 14th. A couple of problems for those last 2 drivers.
Yes, Jackson Hilton. Jackson Hilton, it's Jackson Hilton. The hotel chain was second.
Yes.
Now, we'll look ahead. It'll be race number 31, Junior Rotax Superheat 2. Now, whilst I was on a little break earlier, I did speak to the Pinnell family, and they said, Mrs. Pinnell said, well, there's never been a Formula 1 driver from Wales because Freddie's Welsh. Au contraire.
Oh, double contraire.
And so we're expecting a black UOP shadow.
You're having a word about Tom Price, hopefully,
yes.
Did you not know that? You didn't know about Tom Price?
No.
Wow. Yes. The holes in some people's education. Remarkable. Having no idea about a man who was tragically killed in South Africa by an errant marshal.
Yes, or it was rather an errant marshal's fire extinguisher.
Well, the errant marshal didn't do very well.
No.
In fairness, that poor young man. That was just goes.
Janssen van Voren was the name of the marshal, who was 19.
Yes, and basically symbolic of everything that was wrong with 60s and 70s safety.
Yes, or lack thereof.
Yes, so every time people moan about a virtual safety car for picking stuff up or a safety car, they should just go back to how things were. It's quite funny when if you watch some of the old F1's races they show on Sky, and these are only from the mid 80s.
Yes,
the way they just leave all the cars there when they're broken down by the side of the track, it's no one thought twice about it. You know.
Watching the Dallas Formula 1 race from 1984, and of course, it's a street circuit, and they had about 1 crane, and by the time that Kiki Rosberg came round to win, there was just literally.
The idea was you waved a flag the first time, and when everyone had seen it once, then it became part of the track. It happened to be a broken down Ligier, but now it's part of the track.
Yes. But it is a strange how things have progressed, and we're very, very lucky that the inherent dangers of motorsport are mitigated as much as possible
to pretty near a minimum, not totally a minimum, but reduced very well near to the minimum.
Yes.
But as we know, it's written on the ticket. If there was a ticket, then motor racing is dangerous. But
mitigating danger. 34 junior Rotax drivers set to go out.
No danger there.
No. It's going to be Riley Bishop once again, who dominated the earlier race. Then Marcel Poppercool, Jack Robinson, Braith Murdoch, Alfie Lambert and George Cole, your top 6. Amy Peacock, Daniel Hartley, Charlie Very, Jack Dimbleby, Max Greytrex and Ralphie Branscombe, the top 12. Thomas Harper, Lewis Holt, Adam Geodaitis, Tyler Richardson, Jake Anders, Lewis Sumner, Isabella Stanswell-Wilson, Laurie McVie, Ellis Dealey, Kevin Ivanov. Now let's hope that Ivanov gets a fair crack of the whip this time. He was the driver that didn't make the start with a sort of chain reaction incident. So Kevin will start on the outside of row number 11. Then we have Shea Hilton and Jack Harrison, Zach Kane and Mason Rudman, Riley Mason Lewis and JJ Plowman, James Tate, Archie Doherty, Oliver Fabricius, then Harry Hadley, Marissa Teague, and are you ready? Hayagriva Volkanovs.
Excellent.
Hayagriva. Are you agree?
No.
8 minutes plus 1 lap. A few more little fluffy clouds now.
It's fluffing up.
Yes.
It's not looking rainy though.
No.
Yesterday afternoon, it was beginning to have a real think about raining, which I'd have been very upset with it if it had done.
Yes, because you've got the plastic bags for cameras.
No, because I don't like it raining.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Normally, when a producer says about they don't like rain, it's the racing. It's got all the fact of the cameramen.
Oh no,
it's
entirely equipment. There's not much. People dry out. Cameras break down.
Yes. Hello to all the Karting Live TV camera crew
hello to all three of you. Hello, hello.
We do appreciate you, but we don't care if they're wet.
Well, no, because they're grown people.
Yes, camera people.
Camera person.
Camera operative.
Oh no, operative. I think that limits it slightly.
Ah, yes.
Here we go.
Into the tram lines, Riley Bishop trying to make it a double superheat win, and I believe we're off and racing the trio of Kato Motorsport, or is that a quartet?
We've had two carts had a problem right at the start. The 215 have got rolling again, but with the broken rear bumper and now very upset is somebody else.
We'll find out.
We'll find out at the end of this lap because he won't cross the line.
I hope that's not. Kevin Ivanov again. There's a glove being thrown.
Oh, there's a lot of glove abuse going on.
Well, yeah,
Do not abuse your gloves. We've got kind of a stretched out initial start to this race. Little kind of standard gaps, 3-4 cart lengths in between each of them, and they're coming across the line now. It's up Riley Bishop from Robinson, from Poppercool, from Lambert, Murdoch and Cole dropping like a stone. Let's find out who is dropping like a stone. Archie Doherty, I think, is one of the people who had
Jack Harrison again. Harrison didn't finish the opening race, and he's got as far as the outside of turn 1 in superheat number 2. That's why he was so upset, because he hasn't seen the checkered flag.
It looks like it's Jack Harrison who's involved with him at the start, but this is it's one of those. He's having one of those days which he's going to have to put down to experience, and life learning. Top 3: Bishop, Robinson, and Poppercool. They're pretty much equidistant as they were a lap ago, as they kind of settled into this second superheat over the start-finish line, turning now left before they go around the cafe corner, named because the cafe's on the corner.
Yes,
there's us in that 2-story building behind you, and then they sweep now around, they pass the grandstand and down to the Stratford hairpin here at Shenington, and I'll power back out again. This backstreet doesn't actually have a name as far as I can see. It goes against the bank, against the glider situation, and then we go through the Bruno chicane. I'm not sure who Bruno was. I'm sure it wasn't any rub tobacco or pipe smoking.
And it wasn't Frank either.
That's
it
right.
was actually Bruno Ferrari.
Wow, and then I'll come back to that. We have the hanger corner, and they come into the final corner, which is the Wilkins hairpin before the left-hander back over the line. Now tell me who Bruno Ferrari was.
Bruno Ferrari was an English kart racer in the 60s who raced. Now, there's two things in karting or racing that tend to be seen as unlucky. Driving a bright green kart, and using the number 13. Right. Bruno
did both.
And became the only driver to win 3 British karting titles in the same day.
Wow.
Back in 1967.
How did you do that?
Oh, because there was only one round championship.
Wow.
And there was 100 national, 100 Britain, and 210 national, I believe.
No, more incidents there. Scores on the 284, very upset. 216 and the 2.
No, that's Kevin Ivanov again.
Yep,
he's the 284. Is Adam Jodaitis, the Anglo-Lithuanian driver on the Cosmic Karts, and they also managed to extricate themselves from one another.
Obviously an instant there as someone tried to gain some space during the Bruno chicane that did not exist.
Yes.
Back with the leaders.
And
it's Bishop still from Robinson from Poppercool. This is not changed. In fact, the gaps haven't really changed either. It's, again, a very different feeling to this race than the other one.
Yeah, you almost think it's the calm before the storm because the three drivers chasing the X-Kart are all part of the Cato Motorsport operation: Robinson, Popical and Murdoch. Once again, to remind you, if you would like to donate to the Sailing Green Foundation, please go to the Kart Championship Facebook page. There's a donation link that Grace Murdoch has already raised, or helped raise, over £1,000 this weekend. And every single kart has a sticker on their NASA panel in memory of Sadie Reed, who was a former classmate of Grace Murdoch. Murdoch in fourth position. I'm waiting there's going to be a Howling Mad Murdoch 18 reference at some point.
Not for me, I never used to watch it. I watched a lot of things, I was not an 18 fan particularly. I wasn't usually a Picard fan.
Yeah, oh, right, yes.
I know it's Team Chin, I was used to team and all that sort of stuff. So, first and second a bit closer this time round.
Yes.
Robinson now looking a little bit more on the back of Bishop. Bishop, luckily in the white cart and in a red cart. This is not the same last time. We had two X-Karts nose to tail in the junior rotax. And behind them, we've seen some fastest laps. And Lewis Sumner has the fastest lap overall. His character scored 8th. Hartley had it before, with Amy Peacock in 6th. But they're very spread out. There's not really at any point much, I would say, going on here.
Yeah.
In a let's try something about it. Yeah, we're over halfway. 3 minutes to go.
And this could be a case because the drivers who had a good Super Heat 1 result want to make sure that they don't then cost themselves by doing something silly in Super Heat 2. George Cole in 5th, Peacock 6th, Hartley, Sumner, Harper, and Great Alf Lambert will slip back to 11th. Jack Dimbleby, Ralph Branston, Laurie McVeigh, Oliver Fabricius, JJ Plowman, Charlie Leary, Jake Anders, James Tate, and the top 20 rounded out by Zach Kane.
Peacock picked up 5th during that lap as well. She's just going through the camera now in an orange cart. She's, you can count 4. She's behind the timing bar in 5th. There she is. Yep. She'll sweep underneath us now, just ahead of the green helmeted George Cole.
And is that, again, I have to say, I think that's a BSR. Is that Brian Shepherd?
But first and second are getting a little more interested in each other. They're having a kind of pre-seductive dance when they decide to go for it.
Yes. They're just testing the waters.
Exactly, yeah. I think he's gone. He's texting you up.
Yeah. And Riley Bishop. Now we're going to see what the now shall we dance, sir?
Let's have a look. His card seems to be full at the moment, so yeah, it's interesting. I don't know. It's a real good point you make, actually, Henry. About all right, there are points in the Super Heat, but it's not the same as ruining your race and ending up starting 17th on the grid.
Yeah.
There's a real risk and reward here. And we are, of course, dealing with the junior rotax. They're more senior racers, got a lot more experience, and the risk and reward balance in their head should be more nailed on as a concept. Now, admittedly, Robinson's now thinking of going for Bishop, and it's like, does Bishop care? Because he's obviously got a win already. And really, the second will stick him on, I'm sure, stick him on the pole.
Yep. And he's going to defend now with 1.5 minutes to go. Well, by the looks of it, now Bishop will think, okay, if I can back Jack Robinson up into Marcel Popical, but again, Popical being a teammate to Robinson, that could be detrimental, in fact, to Riley Bishop, because those 3 red and white Cato Motorsport karts, everyone wants to win this race, but they do learn how to drive as teammates, and they will help one another if possible. And Bishop could find himself with 3 of them directly behind, getting booted out of the way and shuffled back from first to fourth in one foul swoop.
5th place, Amy Peacock, who took the fastest lap, but she's still got herself a little bit disconnected from the top 4.
There's
and up
the move.
The inside, and that's the move for the lead. Now, will it actually work? No, it won't. It was immediately over and under by Riley Bishop there. You always saw that coming. Left the area open before they come in and go. And they'll figure, oh, look, I'm ahead again.
Yeah. Robinson just couldn't get the car stopped on the apex of the corner.
And then they had no drive and lost the momentum through the corner again. They got more power. But they haven't, you're not sitting there with the ability to slam it down to the first gear. Fixed gearing means you are often really trying to pull the thing out of a slow speed. Don't forget, you've got long straights here, so you have to gear it for those as well. You aren't having that low speed punch.
Yeah, indeed. Now, we're going to see what this is the penultimate lap. See, 2 laps to go. This time, Robinson doesn't try the up and under. Going into Stratford hairpin, now into the Bruno chicane, and Peacock is there in fifth.
Yeah,
good
she's doing
drive,
a good
Amy
job. She's
Peacock.
pushing it well now. There's 2 laps to go, so this one and one more. They've once again just ticked the thing at 7:56. They're getting their full track value this time, aren't they, Henry? They're going over the line just before 8 minutes.
Yep.
So they're about to start the last lap, and there's a battle there all around the top 5. But again, looking left, looking right, Robertson thinking, can I get past Bishop? Bishop through Cafe Corner. Wow, Peacock arrived at a rate of knots in that 5th car at the back of that picture.
And she's the one with the momentum. Now, Robinson will swing up right again. Bishop having to stay to the inside line. That's going to back everybody up.
Oh!
Watch Peacock at the back of this group. She's now caught them, and she's now going to have half a lap to go.
Yeah, there's some real mopping up that could be done here.
Yeah.
There's all things going down. So Robinson's trying the outside, not happening. Pace lost. Now, the 3 Kato karts in the red and white train, but they've all managed to stay right on that line, and in the end there's no change. Some quite close finishes there actually. I think second and third got very close. Poppercore got within a couple of thousandths of Robinson at the end, but the net result is Bishop gets another lights to flag kick. There are 2 of them now. Robinson and Poppercore, then Murdoch. Amy Peacock, strong 5th, coming back from further in the grid. George Cole was 6th, Lewis Summerlin 7th, Dane Hartley was 8th, Thomas Harper was 9th, Matt Microax was 10th, it was Jack Dimbleby 11th, Ralphie Branscombe, who we'll hear from in
the Paddock Show shortly.
Paddock Show, thank you, yeah. And then you've got Alfie Lambert, Oliver Fabricius.
And this is the one move that
didn't work. Yeah, the other over and under. I'm in the lead. I'm not in the lead anymore. No, I'm not in the lead anymore.
Yes.
So Fabricius was 14th, and Jake Anders.
And behind...
Sorry, I want to tap about camera. Laurie McVie, JJ Plowman 17th, Charlie Very, James Tate, Lewis Holt, Shane Hilton, Isabel Stanhall Wilson was 22nd, and Zach Kane, Tyler Richardson, High Groover was in 25th, Riley Mason Lewis 26th, Melissa Teague 27th, Archie Dockery, Ellis Dealey, Mason Rudman, Harry Hadley, Kevin Evanoff, and then it's Adam Junitis and Jack Harrison did not make the trip.
Yeah, so... we're now heading towards the final few races before the break here at the circuit, before you get to watch on Karting Live TV and the Kart Championship YouTube channel our saunter around.
Well, it was a kind of a meander and a walk and a chat. Yeah. What we did, we decided to divide the interviews as per what we're best at. So you talk to all the children and I talk to all the adults.
Yes. We look at between us the mental prowess. Henry, you are just a man-child, and I'm a grown. And Nick is a grown.
I was just glad we managed to get that sweatshirt off you, but there we go.
Although the karting mums, the most underappreciated members of the karting.
Oh, 100%.
They were all, delighted with my karting.
Well, you believe
mums.
that, but who knows?
Well, I mean, they all said, "I love your jumper," and I didn't get punched by a single karting dad, so I'm assuming they took it all.
Win-win, isn't it? Really? Yeah.
Yeah, win-win. Yeah, they took it in the spirit which is intended.
Who's next?
It would be. The final Bambinos.
The final Bambino.
Now, this is the race where so it is no Zayn Sofawoglu in this race. However, there is a Felix Tandy. So, of course, Felix looking to seal another victory in this one. The live chat is
quite Turkish.
It's very Turkish, in fact. So we haven't been bringing you the updates, but again, fantastic support from Turkey as the mechanics.
They're also very well informed because they only tune in for Zayn's races.
Well, I think it was a mistake. They should be tuning in for the next step of Zayn's calendar. And
see how the cadets are going. See what you can do that in 2 years' time.
Yes.
Oh, we're at Junior Max. So let's actually do that in 6 years' time. Can we put that then?
Yeah, exactly. It's there's definitely a spike in viewership, but that's the more eyes on the better. It's going to be Heath Smith on pole position for this one. Felix Tandy is second. Freddie Pennell is third. Jensen James Williams fourth. Then Harry Wass and Arthur Rhodes. Teddy Smith and Bobby Slater. Bobby Slater, the younger brother of Freddie and Alfie Slater, the Slater Racing dynasty. I refuse to say the word dynasty because we're in Britain.
Yes, and it's not 1980s glamorous TV that's so busy.
Yeah, and I haven't got Jackie Collins standing in with massive shoulder pads. No.
Joan Collins.
Jackie
Collins was a novice, and she's also dead. But Jackie Collins is still with us.
Ah, yes.
No, so Jackie Collins is dead, and Joan Collins is still with us.
Ah, right. Has she still got large shoulder pads?
She's 93.
Probably. Okay. Well, maybe not as well. Anyway, back to the go-karting, ladies and gentlemen.
Come on, if you always need an update on famous author, actress, sister combinations from the 70s.
Yes, then please give us drop us a like and
want
subscribe.
If you want any more, we'll guarantee we'll find one more before the end of the season.
Yes. Nico Mohan and Ethan Hume are on row number 5. Then it's Noah Brad and Luca Peed, E.J. Dera and Kali Tennant, Oliver Yap, Yigit Çelik. Yigit Çelik is also Turkish. So, there's more reasons for Turkey to tune in. Then George Algar, Archie Ashworth and Avian Jones. As we look at...
So as always with the Bambinos and the cadets, they're rolled onto the grid where they get a final bit of instruction from their parent guardian mechanic, depending on which one it may be.
Well, and again, now looking at the back there, I think that is Jasmine Taylor. Just
on the 31 car.
On the one before, Jasmine Taylor.
Oh, yes, yeah.
And in front of there's also the driver starting just in front. That would be George Algar. And again, we're seeing a lot more mums doing the mechanic. It's not just we can't call them lad and dad or lass and dad, which is karting terminology for a privateer.
Well, mum and son works.
Mum and son work, yeah. But it's great to see more parents. There
we go, and they're away.
Racing. Talking about mums and Mr. Start. Well, great one, Henry. Nice one.
The time wasn't that quick either, in fairness. So it's a Tandy from Smith from Purnell. We'll get the timing. It launched a bit weirdly. The lap kind of will be correct on the screen at the end of the first lap. As I said, it's Jensen Williams started foot, then Henry Roos, Arthur Rhodes, Slater, Hulme and Smith. But they're all searching their way now round the hairpin for the first time. And there's Tandy.
The driver in 5th position there took a very, very tight line into the corner there. I try to think, is that Harry Wass? No, Harry Wass is the driver that was overtaken. So I think it was the 82 of Arthur Rhodes who just dived into the inside. I thought, suddenly the camera's going to shot back to Kart's in the barriers, but he made it work.
No. Tandy's making a bit of a break early on here. Certainly, I think Smith and Sfogley have been the people. Smith normally can go with him, so I would assume he's going to try and...
Now, I'm wondering, Felix Tandy wasn't at the opening rounds, I don't recall. I'm not sure.
No, he was. He was. He had a bit... Yeah, he was a bit unlucky. I'll be honest with you, I don't think he's as yet as good on the mixed wet-dry conditions as some of the other drivers.
Right, okay.
When you get a full dry, he's easily... as quick or the quickest. I think he's still learning his wet weather technique. And I remember from the final, he came, which was dry, the final, he came up from a lowly position.
That's
was
right,
going really, really well. I was a producer, you the commentator.
Yes, I should remember these things.
I think he got to the 4th or 3rd. He either got to 4th or 5th, and then going for 3rd or 4th, he went for a move at one of the centres, and it went very badly for him and not so bad for the person overtaking. He ended up facing the wrong way and dropped to 13th, then came back to the field again.
Right. So, now I recall.
So basically, he made either an over-ambitious move or a move with an unlucky outcome, and it scuppered his chance. Probably he wouldn't have won, but I think he'd have got the podium in the final.
My excuse was, at that point, my eyes had iced over.
Seems fair enough.
With the northern wind up at karting
the northern wind in our heated commentary booth.
Yes.
Yes, okay, Henry.
Yes,
that's fine. Yes. So Tandy now leads by about a third of a second from Heath Smith. It's Purnell who's in 3rd, and then you've got Jensen James Williams in the very brightly coloured yellow and
gold,
black and gold and everything. It's one of these things we kind of wonder whether we're looking at your eyes rather than through a colour and a camera and a screen what colour it would be. But it's very bright.
Yeah, it's obviously it's in deference to a sponsor, which I will endeavour to try and find out, because there are a lot more. It's not just the bank of mum and dad.
Yeah. So Felix Tandy, I was chatting to his dad, who I know very, very well, Nick, and he's been taken on board into the Vera Tools driver development scheme.
Yes.
Yeah. Apparently, there's only a couple of karters. There's a couple of karters, there's a couple of F4 racers, there's a couple of. So there's kind of a ladder of talent and age groups, and they're kind of working together. So it's quite a prestigious development environment.
Yeah. In karting, I can only think of two: Felix and Kian Bernard.
I think Nick did tell me, Nick Tandy, that there are only two karters, and that it's going
and
the whole way in this kind of development.
Alfie Garford is a former British kart champion who's now in Fiestas or Minis this year. He is also a Vera Tools back driver. But so Felix Tandy, he's an exalted company because Kian Bernard, he was picked to represent the UK in the FIA Academy last year. So obviously they've seen, the Vera Tools, who are sponsoring lots of kart, different
Vera
championships.
Tools are sponsoring a lot of the ladder. They sponsor some F3, not proper F3, GB3 and GB4 events. And obviously are the title sponsor of the British Karting Championships, which Henry is one of the major voices of on the weeks when he's not doing slumming with us.
No, this is I'm looked after far better by this championship.
Well, you know.
And this company.
So what you're basically saying is they don't take you out for a Thai meal then?
No, yeah, exactly. I'm a cheap date. Just put a plate in front of me and I'm yours.
There you are. There's for all you karting fans out there. Henry Baudet officially cheap date. Now Tandy has pulled another 10th of a second. Actually, what's happened is that Smith has dropped back a little bit in the clutches of Jenson James Williams now. So we've got 1 and then 5. And not to say it's going to stay that way, but currently it's 1 and 5, isn't it?
Yep. And into now the Jenson James Williams take the tight line into the Bruno chicane, gets a good run off, gets the drive, and Heath Smith looked across, thought about maybe defending, but realised that
he's going to let him go. He just pops in.
So good drive.
Oh, there's another. So it's not been a great couple of seconds for Heath Smith there at all.
Freddie Pennell is now there into thing, and Freddie's dad is doing the mechanicking this month for one class.
Rhodes now moves into second place, so he's absolutely on a tear at the moment. They have let Tandy get away by best part of a second, though.
Harry Ross is the last kart in this group. There's a big gap back to Bobby Slater, Nico Mohan, Ethan Hume, Noah Brad, Calla Tennant, Luca Peed, EJ Dera, Teddy Smith, and Oliver Yap.
I'm not quite sure who Felix was waving at them when he took his hand off the steering wheel. The Arthur Rhodes nose cone, it's just his nose position is very, very high, isn't it? You can't do a nose cone, this thing, so it's just that's the way they've mounted the nose is very, very high. And it's interesting, there's all sorts of aero tricks they try and play on these karts, because they can't do anything with the motive force. So it's everything about how do you make the kart faster with how you work the aero, how you work the drag, how you work everything else.
And even though it's a different colour graphics kit, you can see that actually Freddie Pennell has got the same sort of angular. Yeah,
some of you look at Felix's there. It's very, very low to the ground and the other up. And I think that's not someone just bolting it on for the sake of it. But they've made the decision.
Yes,
that is going to provide a different level of front downforce. It's going to provide a different airflow, and they think, and by they I mean not the 6-year-olds driving it. I mean their teams, their mechanics, their fathers, their mothers. That particular layout of the bodywork, because there's so little you can do to these karts, is quicker or does give it a hand. Oh, but what's happened here?
Oh, Felix Tandy, maybe now what we realise why he was slowing. It's the Battenberg flag is out.
The Battenberg flag went out, and I think someone overtook him when they shouldn't.
Yes, now they will sort themselves
out.
So
Tandy's now back in again. So it's a 47 who'd stopped, and that is Luca Peed.
You saw Felix pull his hand out.
So he must have seen the problem the previous lap and not seen a flag, because I saw his hand out before.
I think the flag went out at post 3, which is at grandstand corner, and eagle-eyed Felix. I've got to say that this is, and Freddie Pennell has dropped back a bit. He's not in the top 4 there.
Why is there a huge gap? I think that just. I think the lads, some of the lads are a little bit confused about what's about. I don't remember them getting a Battenberg before, but I'm sure they probably have. I think there's a kind of a thing. Am I allowed to go a certain speed, or am I allowed to get closer to someone?
And this is where the race director will now tell the 5th and 6th place drivers, Jenson James Williams and Freddie Pennell, to pull up a little bit closer.
Yeah.
But you know. And there's the number 49.
That's a proper accident for the 49 of Noah Brad. That's unfortunate, yeah.
And that's the Tommy Weyer Racing liveried kart. I've got to say, yes, I'm very lucky. There's Noah, who's up on his feet and walking
they're
away.
okay, thank goodness for that.
But yeah, I do traverse the world talking about this sport. The level of attention that the British drivers are given in safety briefings is much better than a lot of other so-called major karting
this is
nations.
the other thing these kids are learning. They're learning about the structure of a race, how you deal with incidents, how you deal with yellow and red flags and Battenberg flags. Well, this is, as I said earlier, is the last year of the Battenberg flag, of course.
But most importantly, it's showing that they can sit, they can listen to a briefing.
They can observe when they're on the track.
And then, they can observe.
Now, they don't get the go flag this time round. We'll be finishing, but I think they are going to get it because we're over time now. So they're going to... No, it's red. They stopped it. Okay. So that's the race over anyway. So they've stopped the race. And it's confused several of them at that point. Well, they were doing so well. I think Felix stopped. Felix stopped on the thing where he should have rolled it. No, actually, he did the right thing, actually. You stop on the grid, don't you? Yes. Yeah, then he's been asked to roll into the pit lane. So the race was effectively neutralised.
But well done to the drivers for obeying, remembering, and have taking in the information they're told. I have sat in the United States and watched a race director forced to red flag a race because drivers didn't understand in America it's a double wave yellow.
Yeah.
And they didn't understand what it meant because there's no physical briefing. They just say, there you go, there's the briefing, it's online, watch it. And they gather the drivers in the grandstand to have a discussion, and that's that. Yeah. And lo and behold, we have a situation in a race. Half the drivers don't know what they're doing. They're overtaking each other, and they're slowing down, then they're stopping. My American co-commentators that day went, "You got a Henry, but they're just kids." I'm like,
yeah, they're supposed to be learning.
That's racing drivers.
Sorry, just for confirmation, it was Felix Tandy from Heath Smith. Harry Ross was third. Jensen James Williams was fourth. Arthur Rhodes ended up in fifth. I think a bit unlucky. I think he was the man who'd like to move forward further with those last 2 or 3 laps. Then Freddie Purnell, then Teddy Smith, Bobby Slater, Ethan Hume. 10th place was Nico Mohan. EJ Deardo was 11th. Yigit Nedan Tilik was in 12th. Then George Algar, Callie Tennant, Oliver Yap, Archie Ainsworth, Avian Jones in 17th on the black plate. And then the 2 drivers had some issues, Luca Peed and Noah Brad. Both seem okay, though.
And Avian Jones, a 105.2 for Avian. Well done.
One thing I would say, though, I didn't notice that something's happened with both the Bambino classes. The lap times have got quicker over the day. They picked up about a second. I mean, everybody, front to back.
Yeah, I mean, again, it could be drivers. It could be the temperature.
It might well be those tyres, which of course are very hard.
Yes.
React more to a little bit extra warmth in the tarmac than some of the others.
Yes, they're indeed. So we are now into our. Let's have a little look. This will be the penultimate race of the morning before the main events. This is going to be Superheat 2 for senior rotax. And this is
won by a country mile.
6.5 seconds, I believe.
Something not very good for television, yeah.
Yeah. Lucas Blanford's margin of victory. And Blanford will lead the 14-strong field to the line once again when we get underway. Ronnie Coburn is second on the grid. Kyle Dunford and Archie Hogan, row 2. Morgan Hudson-Brown and Liam Phillips, row 3. Noosh Safa-Leathers and Michael Ambler are on row 4. The top 10 rounded out by Elliot Dalton Ayres and Jason Dukis. Then Alex Timmins, Bradley Keaton, Harvey Wilson, and Sam Kelbrick. As we wait for the signal to be given. Once again, you are watching Karting Live TV's coverage of round 2 of the Kart Championship from the Shenington Circuit in Oxfordshire, or Banbury, Oxfordshire.
Banbury. Oxfordshire, where all the speed limits in the villages are 20 miles an hour.
As we discovered this morning.
Unbelievably slow.
Yes.
They're very pretty villages. I suppose they want you to see. Look how pretty villages. Drive through. See all the thatching for 20 miles an hour.
Yes, indeed. And I believe the person that we were following was evidently a resident who feels very, very strongly.
I think they're on 9 points, to be honest.
Ah, right, yes.
My guess is they were very, very close.
Yeah. They are occasionally looking up the road, but mainly looking at the speedometer.
Yeah, it was. It's as we said, it's an interesting misnomer. Certainly on a Sunday morning when there's no kids around, it's a very strange thing because it actually is way more polluting and actually more annoying for the residents. But hey ho, let's not argue with local government. I'm not sure of a karting live broadcast at the time to have a row with Oxford County Council, to be honest.
Yeah, maybe not.
Dear Oxford County Council, I am very annoyed.
It's like writing into the letter section of the Sunday Times, annoyed from Guysborough.
Yes.
Or whatever.
Slightly irritated from Tunbridge Wells.
Yes. There's nothing says that you are seething and British more than a strongly worded letter.
To the Daily Telegraph, yes.
Sir, I was driving through a village in this early morning of Sunday, and I was behind a Kia i20 doing 20. It was very, very annoying.
Yes.
I was over 2 minutes late to arriving.
Yes.
To do a karting television broadcast. When will this madness be stopped?
Yes. Now, interestingly, the Noah Brad, the driver that...
no, it's not. It's not. They've reset all these times to the last laps rather than the best laps.
Oh, right.
I was about to say that as well earlier.
Yes.
My eye got drawn to like a moth to a frame. It's a commentator to a purple time sector. But no, it was a misnomer, I'm afraid, Henry.
Now,
nothing I can say more about it than that.
Okay. Karts are on circuit, that is a fact. And we'll have our 2 rolling laps, 14 senior rotax drivers. Who's going to be the inaugural champion in this class? Archie Hogan is still on his novice plates.
Here we go, sweeping down through the hangar corner. And they now fire on to get the second lap. Quite the allocation of warm-up laps is very much down to the discretion of the track and the owner and the race director.
Yes.
Because sometimes some of the tracks have cut-throughs and they do like at most 2/3 of a lap and they're supposed to get going.
Yes.
And other times you get 2 full laps of a massive track and you think, well, what's the rhyme nor reason behind that?
I
mean, I'm not asking you to know this, but you sit there going, you get to what they're going to give these. Are they giving them? There's no actual reason. I'm not arguing. They don't have to give these people 2 laps. They could easily throw them up in 1 lap. And I know it's not a complete lap, but even so.
But also the tactic hasn't worked because we've had lots of false starts as well. So Mr. Ashton will be doubly disappointed.
And I know when we used to do, we still do it, but when we did class that had TKM engines in it. They would always sneak an extra warm-up lap by being rubbish.
Yeah,
because they wanted to get the engines to clear.
Yes.
So let's all be rubbish and not get off the third. Oh no, we've got to go round.
Yes,
no.
It's almost designed by committee, Yes.
Right, Barry, you go round. Okay, here we go. Lewis Blandford, who absolutely destroyed everyone in the first heat. Will he do the same thing in the second heat? They're over the line first, and it's Rory Coburn, the black cart, looking to get second, but he's dropped into third. So I assume it's Carl Dunford who's picked up second, Henry.
Yeah, Carl Dunford up into P2, the all-black cart of Ronnie Colburn, and that could be the last AC of Mr. Blandford.
And us as well. Anyway.
If you're a mid-pack driver in senior Rotax, this is going to be a great race for you. Oh, look at this. They've got tripping over each other coming into Bruno.
Through Bruno's, they all got through it this time. We have seen some incidents there the last couple of races.
Yeah, but prepare for some great coverage of your 56th place go-kart in this race because...
Well, I think the second, third and fourth might be trying this time. I don't know, but take a look at the lead that Blandford's got. I mean, I don't know, is this guy like a national class racer normally? Or
he does kart masters, and I think he did the Grand Festival.
Right, so he picks and chooses.
Doesn't do the main British Championship, but of course this is he's done a couple of races here and there in Motorsport UK, main British Series, but not many because he was an ex-kart driver, an ex-kart focus on this series. Now he's moved to Kiddix. I forget the name of the
So obviously
beauty
he's a
parlour.
senior, so he could be 70. So how old is he then?
He's just moved out of juniors last
Oh,
year.
he's young, so
so
16, 17,
yes,
17, yeah. So
Yes.
he's not one of these guys who's been doing it for years.
No, he's not a grizzled veteran of the sport, shall we say.
He's not like the hunters then who just
Yes.
turn up and they're still racing at the front even though they should have long graduated cars.
Yeah,
So
or at least gearbox
tell
cars.
you, well, you need to have a word with Joe about when they try cars out. It's a very funny story.
Matty's still paying for it.
Yes. The hunters in cars. Yeah, I've never driven a clutch before.
Clunk. Now, Dunford has got his hands full with Morgan Hudson-Brown again. Ronnie Coburn in fourth. Luch Safaleather is in P5 in the number 12 cart. Then it's Liam Phillips. Elliot Dalton is Jason Lucas, Alex Timmins, Bradley Keaton, Archie Hogan, Ambler, Wilson and Kelbrick. But now, Lucas Blanford is on track to try and beat a personal record.
Yes, he's got 2 seconds in 3 laps, which is quite good.
I mean, look at that, 42.3 for Blanford, 42.8 for Dunford. And of course, here comes Morgan Hudson-Brown.
Inside, that's second place, Morgan Hudson-Brown. Still in the all-black car. Oh, no. What's that about? Work together. What am I doing? Don't go past me. And then what happened there is Coburn's gone past Hudson-Brown.
Yeah.
Down Dunford as well, sorry.
I'm wondering if there's maybe more to that meets the eye. No, it seemed like a pretty simple mirror signal manoeuvre.
Inside, there we go.
And gives him room on the exit.
Oh, he got nudged. He got nudged by Coburn.
Coburn.
He's upset about that.
Yes.
He's going, don't hit me. We're trying to catch Blanford. He's only getting out, but he's got another second ahead, by the way, in that lap.
Yes.
That's our leader. We'll let him come through and pick up the rest of the field, Zach. So, and here we go. So, that's the starring role you're going to see from him.
Yeah, and to be fair, this is the first season for the Kiddix, the Kiddix team in the UK. It's sort of, Argenti Motorsport have stopped running a team in themselves, and their supported drivers are now farmed out to other teams. Sam Pollock Racing are the main Kart Republic contenders in the rotax classes. So in the one class, and then Kiddix are now coming on board again. The Kart Republic chassis. It's a very there's a Kiddix USA team. There's a Kiddix team in Spain. And they're very, very quick. Here comes Coburn again.
Up the inside of the hairpin.
This time, nothing says I spend all my money on making my go-kart as fast as possible. A plain black.
Well, the other thing that can also mean is I'm really right on the weight limit, and I can't afford the half kilogram of the decals.
Yeah,
so he doesn't look particularly chunky, in fairness. So, but that can happen. And so you see an awful lot of 177 carts with no decals on them.
Oh yes,
because they're desperately trying to get everything off the way
as close to 177 as possible.
And the one thing they won't do is have less beer.
Yes, no, because when you get to 177, you enjoy the social aspect of karting just as much as anything else. But yeah, plain white crash helmet, plain black race suit, plain black kart. I've got to say, it does look. It's a rare sight nowadays.
He's the Johnny Cash of karting.
Exactly. It does look somewhat menacing, I have to say. And in an era of teams, and talk about fun graphics kits, stuff like that. Back when I was racing, the majority of karts just had a plain graphics kit. Now it's very much the exception rather than.
When I was racing, we didn't even have Pat's iPod.
Yeah, no, and
when I was a boy,
when I was a lad,
we don't even hit the wheel 2 weeks beforehand.
Yeah. But it does look very. And it's something broke very suddenly on that go-kart.
Yeah, the black one just pulled straight off. That was. Here he goes round the corner.
Let's have a look. Are we going to see a chain parting coming? Oh no, there's a puff of smoke.
Just gone. He didn't even try and get round. Knew he was in a problem. That is running over. No idea what caused that. There he is, right beneath us, hands in the air, kicking the cart.
Oh, okay, that's always going to help.
Looking at the airbox, holding his head, really upset about it. That's the weird thing. He just knew immediately it was a problem. That's experience as well, of course, of 10 years. I don't think the chains come off, which would be the most obvious one. I think it just must have died. Anyway,
I mean, there was a puff of brake smoke.
I'm commenting on things which you can't see because they're outside my window. Out front, we now have a 6 seconds. He's going to do it. He's 6 seconds ahead already.
Already. We've got a new second place driver, Elliot Dalton who took advantage of Coburn's untimely demise and second place. Hudson Brown is now back to 4th. Dunford is into P3.
He's managed to get a train of 7 cars over the
Yes.
potential of second place, Henry, so it's not all bad.
This is more than half the field together, and there's a change.
Oh, at the inside, fourth change
place.
and 5th change, but then change back again.
Liam Phillips now into P4 with a white nose cone. And there's carts running very, very, very wide. The number 12 cart, New Safa Leathers, losing a lot of ground there. But it's Dalton Ayres, Dunford, then Liam Phillips. Now, Liam Phillips is that an ST Racing livery? John Stewart's team. John was aggression personified in the go-kart. Angry, Scottish, fast.
Heavy drinker? It's the only thing he left out.
Yeah. But he was angry, fast and aggressive, which is a very successful kart racer. not always.
Not
best.
popular, I guess.
No, not always everyone's best mate, but hey, I'm not here to be everyone's best mate, I'm here to win. 6.5 seconds with 40 seconds to go. Now, Dalton Ayres checks over his shoulder. Dunford decides not to do anything about it.
Yeah, so we've got the second and third brake, and then we've got the brake which is covering 4th on down low. Dalton Ayres, except from Dunford. Dalton Ayres seems to have this quite heavily controlled. Now we're going to get 2 more after this one, because they are. Lucas Bambino is easily going to finish before 48 minutes. I'm not sure these guys will.
Everyone else might not, but they're getting bonus track time. Lucas Blandford's pace is allowing everyone to do bonus track time. They should be grateful
7
that
seconds,
Blandford is wiping
he hasn't
the floor.
He hasn't quite managed a lap. In fairness, he's not really pushing that hard. He's not even a second a lap faster.
Yeah, God.
So the
Call
battle,
yourself a driver.
There we are. So but this just shows the competitiveness of the rest of the field. It's just we've got one complete unicorn out the front.
Yeah, this is not the battle for the lead, ladies and gentlemen. This is the battle for second place. You can't see the leader. The leader, Lucas Blandford, is not even.
He's in a different postcode.
He is coming out. He will take the.
You might see a flashing going across the line.
There he goes. Yeah. So the leader has won.
No, he's got another lap to go.
Oh, sorry.
Don't say he's won. He's got another lap to go.
Oh yeah, no, mate. Wishful thinking.
Let's look at the leader. It's only fair because he's absolutely putting a fantastic. We're taking the mickey, but to be honest, it's a fantastic performance to be able to get this far ahead of a quality field anywhere.
Yes,
is just showing an aptitude with both the kart set up on the track, and you can't. This is why I asked you if he is in the British Championship. You kind of feel this sort of performance is when a top international star turns up to a club meeting. It's just so far ahead in a class that normally is so close.
Like he has dabbled. I think I don't know a budgetary reason. Certainly not.
Yeah,
certainly talent is not a problem.
No.
He does have a couple of sponsors.
And this is the gap between second. Oh, here comes second.
Yes. And it's going to be Dalton Ayres and Dunford rounding out the top 3. And Phillips, Dukis, Timmins, Ambler and Keaton all finished pretty much on top of one another. 4th back to 8th. Then New Safa Leathers, Harvey Wilson, Sam Kelbrick. And this is a look back at...
I don't know. It's exciting, isn't it? Oh, this is when they all change position at the hairpin.
That was Liam Phillips doing what John Stewart has told him to do.
Get up the inside.
Be aggressive.
Get at the inside.
Yeah. Put it in the mixer.
So is this the last one before lunch?
Yes, it certainly is.
I'm calling it lunch. There's no chance any of us will get lunch because of the queue, but
Well, I have to bat my eyelids at the ladies in the.
No, can you do that?
Well,
Henry's going to do his full cart moms.
Hello. Bat my eyelids and see if I can, rustle us up a burger or two.
I don't want to be there. It sounds awful.
Yeah, that'll put you off your lunch.
Yes. Yeah. Henry's being sexy. Everyone clear the area.
Yes. Dearie me. Now, and our last race of, should we call it the morning session?
Morning before the finals, yes.
Yes, is going to be Junior Rotax Primo again.
Oh, you love a bit of Junior Rotax Primo.
Yes.
So does Zach apparently. Zach's going to be double thumbs up for the Junior Rotax Primo.
Yes.
I think he's going to be double thumbs up because he thinks he can go to the toilet. That's the main one.
Yes, it's going to be Elijah Hazelwood on pole position, Cooper Campbell-Lees, then Lewis Gilbert. Hopefully, Lewis will get round the first corner without getting tipped into a spin.
Would help.
That causes consternation amongst several drivers that were directly behind him. Isaac Jameson will start from the outside of row number 2. Zach Mackay. I keep thinking of porridge. Mackay.
Oh, yes, very good.
Yeah, but Jennings.
You have to watch out because that's only me getting your references.
Well, there we go. Yeah. Then it's Forrester and Yeadon, Miles Cleworth and Thomas Ambler, George Ralston and Noah Clark, Ronnie Legg and Lily Shaw, Oscar Pitts, Thomas Butcher, Harry Ward, Charlie Thompson, Elijah Hartley, Ethan Barth, Archie Ray Watson, Jasper Oakes, Pierce Whitehead, Oscar Chesovich, then Noah Jones, Luke Wells and Lucas Olofsson. Out on the first of at least 2 rolling laps. Now, that part of the circuit is the blue skies are still prevalent. As the camera pans round,
Clouds.
there's now clouds.
Clouds.
Little fluffy clouds. Yeah. Fluffy clouds.
No idea we're going that one either.
The little fluffy clouds.
You've got a kind of I can't think there's an untold history of Henry that involves rave clubs and late night rendezvous in warehouses where you shouldn't have been.
Well, there's a lot to be said for five friends, a Vauxhall Nova, and knowing where a phone booth is.
There is.
Yeah, there is.
I think getting 5 people in Vauxhall Nova is impressive.
Yes.
I think obviously we were much slimmer in those days, weren't we?
Yeah, we were a lot slimmer. But then we all had curtains. The haircuts were curtains, and so denim shirts that all went down to just below your waist, buttoned up there.
You are painting a sartorial picture
of early 90s, early to mid 90s rave culture.
Is it 5X carts? There's 4X carts at the front, isn't
yes.
it? Yes. That's going to be convenient.
But they've all got slightly different colour crash helmets.
Fantastic. That makes it so much easier.
Yes. Into Wilkins for the final time this morning. Junior Primo. And somebody at the back, two at the back there go...
getting it? No, that's the 15.
Noah Jones.
Noah Jones had a problem. We'll speak to him later, so that'll make up for it. He's lost it on cold tyres, but they've taken this as an official start.
Yep.
And they sprint round through to the Stratford hairpins, and the first 2 have made a minor break. We've all seen that doesn't mean anything in the start. Then they're scuffling themselves around again.
And there's more carts going the wrong way at Stratford.
4 out of 5 of the top 5 are X carts, but the second place is not, which I think is Cooper Campbell leads, isn't he?
Yes, who had a bad start in the first race, drove back to the field very strongly in the number 11 machine. No, it's number 14 machine. It's Lewis Gilbert.
Oh, Gilbert's come through.
Eyesight strikes
again. You've got to give us a lap to work out what the heck's going on, everyone watching at home.
Yes, I'm sorry.
There's also, just so you know, it's also very bright here, so our contrast, our monitor, isn't as good as it is a nice miserable day at Warden Law. Sorry, it's never miserable at Warden Law.
I mean, but I mean, the sun... Yes, we are going to complain about the sunshine.
Literally, we will complain about everything because it just gives us an excuse not to look quite so ill-informed.
Yes.
But we are having Elijah Helsby in first, Lewis Gilbert second, Zach Jennings in third, and Cooper Campbell leads in fourth, James in fifth. But really, it's about the top 2 at the moment. It's the Hazelwood-Gilbert battle.
No, Noah. Right, it was Elijah. It was George Ralston and Thomas Ambler that had the problems. One on the first down at Stratford hairpin on the first lap, but all the drivers that started this race, 25 of them, are still in it. I have to say though, looking at that, maybe it's just the body, the type of bodywork that the X carts use, but that NASA pack, that nose cone,
is it wobbly?
It looks a little bit wibbly wobbly.
Is that not wobbly enough to get himself in trouble though, is it?
No, well we have to see it. The bracket shall tell us later on.
Now, of course, we did an in-depth look at what these various NASA panels do in the aerodynamics for the battleground that's happened in karting recently. We look at how you flow the air over the driver, behind the driver, using the nose cone and the panel. That's on the Karting Live TV page. We cut it out with our resident aerodynamicist, NASA, from Jaguar Land Rover, and he explained all about him. Has he got a nose drop?
What? That's what I was thinking.
On the leading car.
That's what I thought.
I can't think how he could have got one. He's been in the lead the whole time.
Yeah, but I mean, it certainly. That's what I was questioning. This.
I think
it looks a little bit on the
wrong. I've called nose drop before, which aren't, but that looks very low.
We'll have to see, but maybe there's a combination of the X kart sort of.
It could be an optical illusion.
Can't talk about plunging neckwise in karting, but plunging. Now there is Lewis Gilbert.
Oh, and he got in, there we go, third to first. Zach Jennings straight in there.
Yep. And again, just
third to first and first to third. Second stayed the same. So he made.
Let's have a look at this. I think there may have been an assist.
Oh no! Oh, it's kind of 6.5. What happened there was, I think that Gilbert checked up in his attempt to get past Hazelwood, and then he got a little bit tagged by Jennings, had nowhere to go, and then everyone was out of order. And it ended up being second, stayed second, but first and third swap, which is quite rare.
Yeah, and Matt Street's going to be, he's going to be non 2 plus 2 either way, because he's still got an X-Kart first and an X-Kart third.
And it's got fourth and X-Kart fifth.
Yes.
He's just got to get with his pesky second place driver, isn't he?
Yeah, just got. Which, to be fair to Zach Jennings, he did try and resolve that situation a lap ago, shall we say. But Gilbert was, not for moving. Now, Cooper Campbell Lees is the driver of the X-Kart with a plain white crash helmet. Isaac Jameson is the driver of the X-Kart with a green crash helmet. They're in 4th and 5th. And behind them, Miles Cloworth and Alfie Forrester are still there. Samuel Leedon, Zach Mackay, Oscar Pitt, Thomas Butch further back behind Oscar Pitt, Ronnie Legg in 11th position. Nothing calmed down.
Yeah, they had their little bit of action last lap around, and they're now kind of being more sensible with the whole situation. All three of them holding station. 4th and 5th are kind of thinking about causing a problem, which is Campbell, Lees and Jameson, but they are, of course, teammates. They're trying to be, I think, respectful.
As you can see, I think that was Isaac Jameson getting past.
I think he did, yeah, with the green helmet. It's now into 4th place, yeah.
And, of course, that's going to open the door for the number 17 kart, Miles Cloworth, who is now right there looking to the inside. That was actually Alfie Forrester on Cloworth for 6th position. 3 karts now, nose tail up the
top 3. Yeah, they've done. It's been seeming like this really since that incident a couple of laps ago. Jennings doesn't seem to have the same basic leading speed that. Now, interesting there. What happened there was that Jennings' preferred line. Actually, he's not actually hitting the apex. He's gone for conservation of momentum, which means in the middle of the corner he's actually a bit slow.
Yes, and he leaves a nice wide, inviting gap going into the corner.
But then what he wants to do is, if we watch it now, he bounced out a little bit. He just got it slightly wrong. It was wide, but he managed to get the inverting corner. Then he made Gilbert have to just slightly check up, and then we saw Hazelwood thinking about it, but the net result was none of that happened.
We got a fourth
driver. Yeah, we got a fourth driver. They did all lose a little bit of time. So Jameson's absolutely right. Jameson's now joined up in the green helmet. No, he is. Now what's going on there? He's coming in. The car is. That was the next kart nudge out. First has gone to third. Second's gone to 4th. And into the lead now is going to Elijah Hazelwood. But it's really weird when he's coming into the hairpin, just so the Wilkins hairpin. Twice now, he's almost like the car's either hit a bit of a curb, which I couldn't see, or it's almost like he's lost front grip.
Yeah, it certainly. And now let's see if he's back to 3rd place. I think it might be a braking issue, because he just outbraked himself there into Isaac Jameson. I think that the brakes might be going away, and I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt here.
One thing I will say is, looking at those X-Karts, they're all running really low at the front with that black. I think it's sending optical illusion as well. They're running low, and the way they've angled that black sticker makes it look like running really low. So I don't think there's any situation with nose cone. It just looks like there isn't nose cone.
And you saw on that replay there that Zach showed us, with Jennings getting out of shape at the braking, the back end stepped out, which meant he either missed his braking point or the kart didn't want to stop.
Yeah, I mean, if he's overheated the rears, that's an issue. If he's got himself a little bit out of sorts, and therefore he's pressing the brake unconsciously too hard because he's got himself a little bit frazzled. I mean, these are 12 to 14 year olds. We look at them as professional racing drivers. They think they're the same as Jason Plater. They've been running for 50 years. No, these are guys who are still young, and they still make those errors. They're still running on emotions.
And I think he has tidied his line up there a bit. So he was probably getting a little bit over-enthused.
Who's that thing? That's LW.
LW, that would be, unfortunately, Luke Wells out again of the race. Wells, and that is down at Stratford. Hairpin.
He's obviously, luckily he's decided not to hit our cameraman, so thank you for that.
Well, yes. And he is a fine. Kart looks like it might need a little bit of tackling.
A bit of love.
Yes, during the break before the main event. Elijah Hazelwood is doing an excellent job here at the front. Jameson, since gaining that position, moving into B2, wave yellow, that's down at Stratford, because
Kart's on the side of the track. Okay, last lap.
Yes.
And there they go. They
the battle for fourth could be won. Now that Lewis Gilbert... Now, I don't think that Lewis Gilbert and Zach Jennings are going to be exchanging Christmas cards or pleasantries at the end of this race.
Possibly not.
So Gilbert, if Gilbert sees a smidgen of a gap, I think into Wilkins, Gilbert will try and make the move on Jennings. They're not going to catch Hazelwood. They're not going to catch Jameson. But watch for the driver in fourth place to all discretion.
Needs a bit of part
Yes. Checkered flag.
There we go. Checkered flag for the morning, and it's Elijah Hazelwood who takes the final super heat of the day. The junior primo, second Isaac Jameson. Good action pack, that one. Also quite interesting tactically on how people were driving, so that's one of the ones that's quite enjoyable to actually postulate about. But it was Hazelwood from Jameson, Zach Jennings was third, Lewis Gilbert was fourth, Miles Schleworth was fifth. Then you got Cooper Campbell, Lees, Alfie Forrester, Samuel Yeadon, Ronnie Legg, Lily Shaw came in 10th. Then you got Thomas Butcher, Oscar Chivich, Ethan Bath, Noah Clark, Harry Ward, Elijah Hartley, Oscar Pitt and Archie Ray Wilson. George Ralston was in 19th. 20th was Pierce Whitehead. And then we had Lucas Olafson, Charlie Thompson, Zach Mackay, Ollie Jasper Oakes, Noah Jones, Luke Wells, who didn't make the trip, and neither Thomas Ambler. And we are now... Sorry,
just final thought for the morning is I'm wondering if Oscar Pitt is the younger brother of Ethan Pitt, because then we could really call him Pitt the Younger. But,
hey, you've been waiting hours for that one, haven't you?
I have. Sorry very much. Sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. But before we vacate...
We are going to go and have the excitement that is our paddock show. So we'll be back with you for the second half in about 25-30 minutes' time. And that will be all the main finals at the second round of the Kart Championship here from Shenington. My name's Nick Damon. You've also got Henry Baudet. And we have our fantastic Zach next to me. And Nathan, Connor and Mark on the cameras. Cheers, guys. And we'll see you off lunch.
Well, hello and welcome to Karting Live TV and, of course, to the Kart Championship. Round 2 from Shenington, the historic, long, thin track with the hairpins and the turns and the flat bits. Now, I've never been here before. But therefore, I need an expert. I need someone who knows all about Shenington, who knows about the history, the majesty, the fact that the gliders keep trying to crash into the track. Who better than Henry Baudet? Henry, all the way from Wales again, but to one of the most traditional venues in karting.
Yeah, we call this the grand old lady of British karting, the Edge Hill Kart Club. It's been here since 1960. It's a real old school track. The tarmac's very weathered. It's quite a simple track, so it lends itself to lots of slipstreaming. You're going to see a lot of close racing, which is going to be great because we've got a record-breaking 180 plus drivers here. You know, there's going to be classes that not all the drivers make the finals, so it's going to be a really, really exciting weekend.
So what's the key to going fast at Shenington then? You say it's slipstreaming, but obviously if you're slipstreaming, you're not in the lead.
So maintain the lead here at Shenington with some of the new defensive rules that we've got this year about, making two movements is going to be the lead isn't necessarily the place you want to be. If you want to just coat the inside line, you can, but that's going to mean that there's a lot of very upset drivers behind you, and getting eased out of the way is not beyond the realms of possibility. You've really got to time things right. I'll guarantee one thing, and that is the leader going on to the last lap of every final will not be the winner. There will be last lap lead changes because you have to time it right. You can make lots of moves. If a driver wants to not cooperate and just block and defend, then you'll get a small group getting away at the front. But if everybody races, cleanly, you'll see multiple lead changes. It'll be like the Tour de France, the peloton, where everyone will cycle through, something like that. That's going to be the key, timing.
Well, that sounds very exciting, but not anything like as exciting as sending young Henry to talk to the great and the good in the paddock. In fact, I might try and find someone who organises the whole event as well. Henry, that way, I'm going this way.
Now, one of the great things about the Kart Championship is it offers drivers a chance to move up straight from Bambino all the way through the cadets, the inters, juniors, and now this year, senior. Now, one driver that's taken a bit of you've missed a couple of rungs on the ladder is Ralphie Branscombe. Ralphie was last year's Honda Cadet British champion, but he's missed out Inter, and we're going to jump straight into junior rotax. How are you finding the jump from cadet straight into juniors?
Well, it is quite a hard jump, but like if some people are dissing you doing it because like they think like it's hard, people are telling you it's hard. It's not as hard as you think. As long as you put the work in, you'll get through it and you'll be able to do it like I did.
I mean, one thing you've got to in addition to the increase in speed, it's the actual size of the go-kart, isn't it?
Yeah.
I've seen you make a few moves that would have been great in Honda, but with a much wider rear axle. That takes a bit of time to get used to, doesn't it?
It really does. Like the first day I got in one, I was driving on the outside on the grass because I was just like driving where I'd position my Honda, but the wheels were on the grass. And it was just jokes.
But you've had some really good results, okay? You know, you've won the British title last year. When you came into juniors at the start of this year, there was a couple of events where it was a little bit of a struggle getting up to speed, but now we're right, you know, mid-pack and moving forward.
Yeah, I really struggled when I first started, but I just put in the work, did some workouts and got into it, and then made my core strength, my arms, my neck all stronger, and then I just got used to driving it like more comfortably in a sense.
So, now Ralphie just mentioned about core strength and putting the work in abs. How old are you?
I am 13.
Okay, what does your average 13-year-old go-kart racer need to do to stay fit for a class as fast and as aggressive and as physical as junior rotax? Take us through your weekly routine.
Well, overall just having like a kind of healthy, natural like diet, and just even like normal workouts you can do without anything, like push-ups, sit-ups, planks, like a 1 minute plank a day, 50 push-ups and 50 sit-ups, just get your core, and then maybe if you have a pull-up bar, 50 pull-ups or 10 pull-ups or just something every day, just build it up and you'll get better and better and stronger over time. And
not so much on the sweets, no?
No, not too much on the street.
See, every parent's dream child right here. Speaking of parents, you do this sport with your dad Joe and your mum Peaches. You know, you're with the Kiddix team here, but it's always a family operation, isn't it? How special is it knowing that you're travelling around with your mum and your dad doing things together?
It is. It's insane. Like the 8-hour trip we have up to Larkhill sometimes, and we're just talking in the van at like 12 o'clock on the motorway, and it's just so much fun.
Well, there we go. Windshield time, they call it. You know, when you're much older and you're doing whatever you're doing, you know, it's not the results that sometimes matter. It's the time you spent driving up and down the highways, windshield time, that make it special. Who do you want to thank for getting you this far this season?
Kidix, my mum, my dad, and all my family, and my sponsor AP Lifting and JSCC Young Ones.
There we go. There's one to watch. Ralphie Branska moving straight out of Honda into junior this year, and he's quick. One of the unique features of the Kart Championship is the Junior Primo class. Now, that's a junior rotax kart and engine, but the class is only open to drivers aged 12 to 14, and the key thing is that no one in this class is allowed to enter if they've finished in the top 10 in any sort of Motorsport UK national event before. So it's perfect for drivers like Noah Jones, who's coming into the sport to get some competitive racing in, and it's great for coaches and mechanics like Jonathan Buck, who of course is experienced with your own son in the British Championship, to bring new drivers in and teach them. So Noah, how long have you been racing for, and are you enjoying the Kart Championship?
I've been racing for like 11, 12 months now. I've done Hooten a few times, and this is like first year of racing now and everything. It's kind of getting new, and it's a bit competitive too, you know. It's hard and everything, yeah.
So it's the most competitive racing you've done, but the good news is that you haven't got drivers that are coming in from the British Championship and just cherry picking and blowing you away. You're all in the same experience level, so you're all learning together.
Yeah, I think it's like good that we have like 12 to 14s, because like say now you just got into junior, you got 12-year-olds versus 16-year-olds that's been like karting since they were 6 or 7 years old, you know.
Yeah. And Jonathan, again, your son Finley, he's raced at the highest level in the British Championship. You're coming in now as a coach and a mechanic. What's the difference that you notice between junior rotax and junior primo?
Like you say, the level is totally different. So it's more beneficial for the younger kids like Noah, because the level of the older kids is a lot higher. So it gives them a lot better chance to do well.
And of course, the team here, you're racing with Ultimate Art. They're a top team, Ben and Matty Hingley. So the awning is very professional. You're learning in a highly professional environment, but you're kind of gathering speed. Where are you at the moment? Because there's a full grid here, isn't there?
Currently I'm starting like second last and everything, but I'm learning, because yesterday I was like 5 seconds off the pace, but I've gotten better and better. They've taught me lines and where I to brake and everything,
And that's where the expertise of yourself comes in, because all the things you've learnt with Finley, that helps. And do you find that Noah's soaking up the information like he should be?
Yeah, like you said, yesterday, first, he'd never been here till yesterday morning. He's 5 seconds off the pace. Next session is, a few tenths off, and he's finding tenths every session. And he's coming, he's enjoying it. That's the main thing. And I think that's a good thing about the Primo, because he can enjoy it without feeling under too much pressure.
Yeah, no, I mean, from your perspective, if you've got, when you were coming through cadet and stuff with Finley, if there are drivers out there that, like I say, are racing club level, in cadet, maybe a Honda at Houghton Park, Bayford Meadows, stuff like that, why is this such an attractive proposition for them? What would you say to prospective drivers out there now who want to dip their toe into the water but are a little bit unsure?
That's the thing. If you're coming from I Am a Cadet or Hondas or wherever, and you think, I don't want to jump into, one of the big national championships because you think you're going to be, out your depth. Here, you can come in and it's a more level playing field. There's no, massive names that have been racing for 10 years that you're just going to drive away from, So, it makes it better for the youngs,
And we can tell that you're having fun, Noah. You're having fun. That's amazing. Are you having fun? Are you enjoying this experience? And what are your hopes for the whole season?
Yeah, I'm enjoying it. Just like a few hopes, like try and get top 10 a few times and just try and get better and better,
Okay, there we go. And I suppose you can say in Welsh, who would you like to thank?
Diolch I Ben Hingley ag Matty Hingley, like helping me get some lines and everything, and my mum and dad.
That's diolchi is a thank you to Matty and Ben Hingley and his mum and dad. So there we go. So Noah and Coach Jonathan Buck, there we go. Thank you very much for joining us.
Cheers, thanks a lot.
Well, we spoke to Joe last time round, and in our desire to, basically curry favour with the organisers, we're going to have a quick word with Darren Beavers. Darren, round 2 of the Kart Championship, and you must be really pleased with how it's gone. First 2 rounds, big grids both times, and it looks like the championship's really established itself.
Yeah, no, absolutely, Nick. I mean, yes, round 2 again, just over 180 entries. Obviously, we went to round 1 last month for I think 182, 183. Great numbers. We felt like that was possibly a little bit inflated because we fell 2 weeks before the Rotax British Championship. We didn't expect to come here with any more than 140 realistically. However, 181, brilliant. So to keep numbers up like we are throughout round 1 and round 2 is really positive. In this game, you can never please everybody, but we seem to be doing all right at the moment. And so far so good this weekend. We're running on time. There's a few races left to go today, but we're still running on time. And the finals and super heats to go tomorrow, and we move on to GYG in Wales next month.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting also because a couple of the newer championships or newer classes have really taken off. We've got a fantastic entry in Mighty E and also Junior Primo pretty full as well, and these are kind of things that are more unique to this championship, aren't they?
Yeah, exactly. So it's actually quite difficult for me because we now have so many classes. I don't like to reduce the track time, so we can only fit on a double grid for one class. Obviously at the first round that double grid went to juniors. This round, juniors sort of hovered around the 34 mark and there was nobody coming forward else wanting in. So the demand in the Mighty has literally gone through the roof. Their class is consistently growing. I mean, 28 here this weekend. There's talk there's going to be 32, 33 of them by next month. So we gave that double grid to Mighty. It's great to see the new drivers in Mighty coming along. I mean, I'm sure you've seen Karun Chandok's lads like here. Great to see him here. We even had a little visit from Dave Richards this morning, came along, shook my hand, took a couple of photos. So it's great to see people like Karun Chandok and Dave Richards in a go-karting paddock, because they're normally in bigger paddocks than ours. But no, really good. And like I said, Junior Primo, something I bought in 12 months ago. It took a while to grow, but this round, very popular. The kids seem to like doing a year in that class before going on that bit more brutal junior grid, you know.
Now, we're at Shenington here. It's not a track we've been in the last couple of years. I mean, how is that track selection made? Because it's subtly changed each year. I mean, is it what's available? You want to go somewhere new? Someone says, oh, you should go here, it's really great. When you sit down with the rest of the team, how do you decide where the rounds are going to be?
I don't know if I can tell you that. That's my secret. It's very difficult. Putting the right calendar together is very, very difficult. And it's about working with other championships. People think all the championships are sort of against each other and trying to nick business from each other. It's not like that, actually. When all the championships work well together, everybody can plan their year and have a good year, you know. I mean, not clashing with certain other championships is a big one, and also trying to fall at the same venues as other championships helps too. And this year, part of it, I worked with other people, and it has helped. Another part of it is just luck, really. I mean, you've got to get your dates in there early these days, because there's such high demand for the dates, and there's only a certain amount of weekends every year. But get your dates in early, work with a couple of people, and hope for a bit of luck. And this year, I think we've got a very, very good calendar. Next year, I mean, I've already started working on it, sort of trying to secure dates at certain venues. But yeah, until August, September comes, there's nothing really ever set in stone until then.
Of course, a big ambition for you to get around at PFI this year.
Absolutely. PFI, great place. A lot of people see it as one of the best kart circuits in the whole of Europe, really. So to go there, yeah, great. Costing me a lot of money, but it's on the calendar, and if we get 180 drivers there, I'll be over the moon.
Now, I know we're only at round 2 of the Summer Championship, but we've had winter events in the last couple of years. Is there a plan for anything in the winter?
At this moment in time, I can say we will be doing something over winter. What, we're not too sure yet. We've been approached from Warden Law. They'd like us to run their Autumn Cup event like we did last year in November. We're still in discussions with them. I'm also working on a possible 4-stroke festival. Again, not confirmed, but we're getting great support in the Honda cadet class, as you would have seen this weekend. Again, another sold out grid in Honda with a reserve list. There's actually a little lad over there who didn't get a place on the grid, but he came in the hope somebody may not turn up. But he's just here spectating this weekend. So I want to do something. Obviously, the Mighty grid's growing, the Honda grid's growing, and yeah, do something a little bit different with that over winter. But for sure, there'll be something for everybody. And I should have that released in the next couple of months. So
at what point in the weekend do you relax? Is it after today, it just kind of rolls itself and there's no one moaning all the time? No. Are people moaning right at the point when they leave?
I don't like to say moaning. I like to say...
constructively criticising.
Yeah. I don't relax. I don't get a break, really. I've been doing it a long, long time now. I've aged 20 years in the last 10. But, yeah, this is a nice break for me, actually, talking to a camera. But yeah, there's always something, you know. If obviously I can do every role. I can do scrutineering, I can do timekeeping, I can do reception. I don't want to, but those guys pull me from pillar to post. Opinions this, can you answer this, can you answer that? And yeah, the parents do come in with a lot of questions all of the time. But it's just the nature of the job. You just got to suck it up and answer them as best you can. You're never going to please everyone, and some people don't like what I tell them, but it's the nature of the beast, unfortunately. It's a tough game, and you're never going to please everyone. You've got 180 competitors sort of here, 2 sets of parents, grandparents. We're probably at 800 people, and you're never going to please them all. You just got to stick by your regulations and do what's right.
Thanks, Aaron, and enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you.
Minimax is traditionally one of the most exciting classes in the kart championship, and this weekend promises to be no different. Now, I'm with Logan Rolfe. Logan is a first-year Minimax driver, driving for Luke Christie Racing on the Synergy chassis. Logan, you're quite tall, but you're only 10, so this is your first year in Mini. How's it going so far?
The British, we had a good result. Super 1, we won the O play, and then we won round 1 and 2, and we're leading the championship by 25 points, and it's going quite well today.
And this is a really, really strong grid. So, you know, this, the British, is probably the toughest grids that you race on, isn't it?
Yes, the British is the most hardest championship in the UK, so it's quite hard.
And then, but obviously there's lots of strong drivers in here as well. What's it like moving out of micro to minis? The same size go-kart, but it's a bit more power, isn't there?
Yes, it comes off the corner quicker and to different tyres, because 2 years ago we was on Mogios in micro, and then it changed to a Dunlop, and then it went to Vega, and now in Intermax or Minimax, whatever you want to call it, we're back on the Mogios.
Again, so that's a lot for young drivers to take in, because every tyre reacts differently, doesn't it? So you're learning how to manage a tyre over a course of the weekend?
Yeah, totally. Because it's because trying to get the temperature right on the engine, trying to remember the braking points, trying to keep it on the track, just everything trying to do.
Now, if you're familiar with karting for a long period of time, you might be familiar with, you know, the Rolfe name. Logan's dad, Gary, has run a team for many, many years, and he was a mechanic for some great drivers, including the late Dan Weldon. You grew up in this sport, you know, your dad, Gary, your mum, Kelly. You know, when did you first come to a kart circuit? Can you remember?
Kimbolton 2017, I want to say. I went to Kimbolton.
And how old are you then?
I was 2 years old.
2 years old. When did you decide that you wanted to become a kart racer and follow into everything that your family was doing?
Well, my dad's dad did motorbikes at Rye House, and then he did racing, and then my dad did racing. He ran his own team called Vital Motorsport.
Ran Bobby Thompson, British touring car driver. I remember it well.
And now I just developed into it, and yeah.
So are you doing karting for fun? Do you want to see it? Where would you want to go in this journey that you're on?
Make it a single-seater F1.
Make it single-seater F1, perfect. Now, Logan is driving. You're a bit walking wounded this weekend. Do you want to tell us what happened on Wednesday?
On Wednesday, I cut my head. I went to the park after school, and I cut my head on barbed wire as I leant down to go in a bush. I cut my head on barbed wire, and it scraped it. Then it went deep. Then it scraped it again, and I had to get it glued at the doctor's surgery that night.
Now, forgive me for, you know, I don't want to cast aspersions here, Logan, but they don't tend to put barbed wire in parks in areas where you're allowed to go. Were you trying to sneak somewhere that you weren't allowed to go?
No, I was hiding in a bush from my sister and with all of my other friends, and surprisingly, they didn't manage to cut their head on barbed wire. It was only because I was being so stupid in a bush.
There we are, okay. What are your goals this weekend? You've had that win at Super 1, okay, you've got some really good results. Where would you like to see yourself at the end of the day on Sunday?
Just to carry it on, basically, just win, and that all comes top 2 or top 3. That's all that I'm looking for this weekend, basically.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Logan, and your repaired, glued head.
Thanks.
As part of the record-breaking 181 drivers we have here at Shenington this weekend is a full grid of 34 Honda cadets, including these two young men from the new Martin Jackson racing team, including British Open champion Ronnie Jones and Shailen Shrikanthan. Now, we'll start off. So it's a new team this year. How are you finding moving up into the kart championship?
Good. It's a lot different compared to like club rounds and that, but yeah, it's good, fun.
Yeah, and Shailen, is this your first season racing any sort of national racing?
In national it is, but I've been doing a couple of club rounds last year, so I've got some experience.
And when did you start karting?
On my birthday, which was about 2 years ago.
Okay, and Ronnie?
Yeah, same on my birthday 2 years ago.
Okay, now of course you think that now with Honda Cadet, you can start Honda Cadet when you're 8 and you can race up until you're about 12 years old. You can see the difference in height here between the one drivers. So, what's the advantage of being taller and what's the disadvantage?
You go out of the kart quicker, but an advantage is like there's not really many advantages to be fair.
No, but I mean, so so being smaller, you can tuck down more behind the wheel.
Yeah, but you need to put ballast on, so it kind of evens it out. But they have the advantage, they can brake because they're heavier, whereas me, it takes a long time to brake, but I can get out of the corners quicker, so...
Okay, now, between the two of you, because again, teammates are friends, but what's the one person you want to beat more than anyone else? Your teammate. So, you got a bit more of an advantage this year, but how is it going between you two? What's the score at the moment?
Don't know.
Shaylin?
Well, our chain came off in qualifying, so we had to start from the back. We managed to gain about 16 positions in the first heat and 13 in the second heat, so we're around 20th.
Okay, brilliant. So you're going to be starting P20 tomorrow, and what about you, Ronnie?
So first heat, so qualifying, I qualified 9th, and then the first heat I came 2nd, and then second heat just now something happened and I was up in like 5th, but then I dropped to 9th.
Now, you've got the O on your kart, the O plate. Since you've put that on, you won that at Wilton Mill. Since you've got the O on your kart, have you found yourself driving differently? Does it give you a little bit more, has it a bit more pep in your step?
Yeah, it just makes you feel a bit happier and like knowing I can like do it more.
Yeah, that no one else can run the zero in at all. So, goals this week. Huge grid of Honda Cadets. Okay, you had a bit of bad luck to start with, Shaylin. Is all your bad luck over with? What are we hoping for?
Well, I'm trying to get a top 10, which will gain me, like last time we spun off. So hopefully we can get better than 20th, because that's where we finished last time. So anywhere better than 20th is good.
Okay, so Shaylin, anything better than 20th? What about you, Ronnie?
Top 5 hopefully. That's what I want. Yeah, top 5.
Top 5. And what's the atmosphere like in the team? Because it's a new team. We're getting some race suits. I know that we're getting some branded race suits. You've got an awning there. We're going to get some branding. It's a big step up for the whole team, isn't it?
Yeah.
But you have fun in the atmosphere here?
Yeah, they're very friendly here, and it's nice to be around them.
Excellent, there we go. Well, that's not often you hear drivers say that it's nice to be around each other in the team. So, for MJR, that's Martin Jackson Racing, Shaylin Shrikanthan, and the O-Plate champion Ronnie Jones, 2 to watch this weekend in Honda Cadet.
The perspective I always have is taking out a day rate of a first ground salary that I was on at First Sight Media. It was £110 a day. And a lovely day watching a load of racing and being paid more than their salary. So, you know, sometimes I should check my 300. I've got to get out of bed for £300 quickly. Very good time to go on stable. Because the sun's gone in. It's like it knew I took my socks off. Look. And there's now a wind. What's the point in what? Fucking oh. Abacabeni. Yeah, I don't know. Pretty tired, you know. Lady's waving a flag. I can't tell if it's red or green. One's good, one's bad. But I presume it's green. There was a red flag race because the kid went smacking into a wall of tyres, which all of our cameras missed. Should have been picked up by me. I picked it up after, but because you followed, you know, whatever, so you're looking at the leader or whatever. So he was in like 20th, so I didn't see it until I looked out for my camera and he'd already crashed. Hello?
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the main events here at Shenington, the second round of the karting championship. We start first of 8 or 9 main events with Coma Bambino. My name's Henry Baudet. Nick Damon here with me in the commentary suite here at... suite is a...
I'm sweet.
Yes, and it's certainly a misnomer, but no, it's a room. It's a commentary room here at Shenington.
Yes.
Coma Bambino, the first of our main events. The engines on the grid you could just see in the background of your shot there. Ready to hit out onto a sun-blessed 1,018-metre Shenington Kart Circuit. The grand old lady of British karting. Karts coming out on track shortly. Here is your starting lineup. Pole position will be the number 12 kart. That's the black and gold Lotus livery kart of Carmen Simon. Then the Canon Williams liveried kart of Hendrix Follat. Freddie Purnell starts third. Frank Pearson is fourth. AJ Halil is fifth. Then we have the Sebastian Vettel Red Bull of Cole Parrish and the Carlos Pache Brabham of Jensen Drummond. Tommy Lovejoy and Freddie Dye are next. Logan Edwards and then Max St. Hilaire in the black and orange Lando Norris McLaren.
Marvellous. You've got these 10-minute races?
These are slightly longer, yes. And Theo Azzopardi and Briella Stevens round out the field. Now, on the front of Hendrix Follat's kart, you will, well, you may not see, but there is, in addition to all the Sadie Reed Foundation stickers that the carts have got, Hendrix Falat, you can see there with the yellow nose cone, he has got the number 15, the Joe Thompson number 15 badge on his cart. Hendrix's godfather was Joe Thompson, a professional footballer for Manchester United and Rochdale for many, many years, who passed away sadly. But we are about to get underway here in the main events at Shenington.
First final will get off. It's I think it's a 10-minute plus 1 lap. I think it is.
Yeah, these are longer than the super heats.
Let's find out. Unfortunately, it doesn't trigger the timing until they actually cross the line first time. And there they go across the line. It's 12 minutes plus 1 lap. So it's a very long final for these youngsters. So it's 12 minutes plus 1 lap.
And yes, the black and
half
gold.
as much again.
Yeah, the black and gold Lotus liveried Carmen Simon there with his 8 and centre crash helmet, leading the Nigel Mansell crash helmet. The red, it's not the red 5, it's the red 10 of Hendrix Falat, Freddie Pennell, and I think that is Frank Pearson, 3rd and 4th. But then we have the remaining runners. There you can see the Martini Brabham and the Red Bull are there in 5th and 6th. Here comes Freddie Pennell, and that's AJ Halil in the blue and black cart in 5th position. Yeah,
they go complete the first half lap. And this is a long run for these small kids, 12 minutes.
Yep.
It's it's a lot of effort for them to put in, a lot of concentration they need to have. But it's Cameron Simon, who of course led the whole of the second super heat, who's now been in the lead for 9 minutes.
Yes.
Second place, it's Falat in the Canon Williams livery, and then we go through to Pearson. But they are much more close together here. We're having a train of 6, is it?
This
Pearson puts his nose out.
It's a train of 7
actually.
Yeah. And this is going to be the key. I was speaking to one or two of the dads during our break here at the circuit, and they were saying this is an engine track. They cannot afford to lose the lead slipstream.
Right.
So you should see, desperately at the back there, you can see Cole Parrish is the 6th cart in line, and that's bad news for the Brabham running wide. They're the 22 cart of Jensen Drummond. He's going to now struggle to stay with this group.
Yeah, the 4th place man is dropping into a gap here. Now, it was a little error by Freddie Pennell, who's 3rd, just took him slightly off the back of Falat. But the top 3, as you can see, are concentrating on building this gap.
Yep.
It's a case where Pennell was bent down trying to do whatever he can to reduce his drag, but Cameron Simon very relaxed in the lead.
Yeah. It's Frank Pearson is our driver, I think, in 4th.
Oh, has he changed?
You were getting confused because he's not got a Formula 1 livery on the car.
How could he not?
Exactly. It's the first one. We're going to blame the parents if we get a kart name wrong or a driver name wrong.
Sorry, it's actually Falat who's dropped into 3rd.
Yes.
Purnell's in 2nd. Pearson's in 4th.
And side by side, that's not what you want to be doing. And again, you can see AJ Halil quickly slots back in the line. Cole Parrish, you can see there with the Vettel. And look, these 7 have already put 3.5, 4 seconds for the rest of the field. You can see it's the number 18, the black and orange. He's sort of Max St. Hilaire. He sort of spoilt the whole McLaren look by sticking a Transformers sticker on the on the side pod. I wonder if it's either an Autobot or a Decepticon. I think he's an Autobot. As you can see, the rest of the field, they're trailing their way into Hangar Corner as we wait for the lead group to come out across the line. And this is Purnell just working as hard as he can to push Simon away. Falat in 3rd, and then Cole Parrish now pushing AJ Halil into 4th position. So Pearson's back to 6th, and Drummond is 7th.
Yeah, they're running down towards the hairpin, but it is very much now, as you say, a break again in the top 2. Simon and Purnell have been in a way the class. I mean, Falat looked good earlier in the day, but he just seemed to drop slightly off the pace as the days moved on. Yeah,
in the second super heat, it was Simon and Purnell were sort of slowing down as the race went on, and Falat, that allowed Hendrix to close in. It was basically pace rather. It was basically a race situation rather than outright pace. As we now look once again, as the leaders emerge from out of Wilkins' hairpin, they come across the line. Pearson and Drummond side by side for 6th position, but that one side by side moment, Jensen Drummond now moves back into, Pearson stays in P6, but Purnell locked on the rear bumper of the number 12 Kart, same number as Ayrton Senna when he drove that black and gold liveried Lotus back in 1985 and 1986. Same livery, same crash helmet, even down to the in-period sponsor stickers on the crash helmet of the day. Fantastic attention to detail from, have to say, a growing number of the Coma Bambino parents who are there, and there's the Sebastian Vettel Red Bull moving into 4th position. They've, have to say, the parents have had a lot of fun with this. The karts look spectacular, and again, you can look back at those viral moments of, Senna v Mansell in 2025, as the top 3 have now managed to break the toe of Parrish, Halil, Pearson and Drummond. Drummond making it 3 wide to try and follow Parrish into the lead of the second group. But we're going to see this. This is going to be,
We're not even halfway through yet, Henry.
No.
I just saw Freddie Dye pull off with something like a clutch issue. The engine
dear.
was revving away but not gripping anything. So there's some sort of primary drive issue.
But Freddie does have the bonus of being in both Bambino classes, so we'll see
in
the light team.
He won't have an issue with his clutch and the electric one, that's for sure.
No. But here we go, out of Wilkins. Again, the afternoon sun is shining. It's, I wouldn't say tropical or even balmy, but it's a very pleasant.
It's very pleasant. It's lovely.
Very pleasant.
It's not too hot. No one's having to worry about cooling themselves down and sweating too much afterwards. It's nice pleasant sort of 17, 18 degrees in the sun here.
Yes.
Near Banbury, but these top 3, again, they keep threatening to drop Falat, don't they? They keep thinking about him dropping off the back of this 3 becoming a 2.
Well, you could say about the racing that the driver working harder than anybody else at the moment is Hendrix Falat, because he cannot afford to get one apex slightly wrong. There's 8 wheels working in unison in front of him. He is 4 wheels all on his own.
And he is dropped, isn't he? They are dropping him slowly. I mean, I don't know whether this is the battle that what Salmon and Purnell are doing. Purnell particularly knows that if he can just follow in the wheel tracks, he's the person who will enable that dropping to happen by not pressurising Salmon. No, they're not making any moves. But he can make it a worst-case scenario of 2nd place for him, where if Falat can keep up, it would be a worst-case scenario of 3rd.
Yes, and Purnell, he's resting his nose cone on the rear bumper. Now, these Bambino karts are doing a good 40 miles an hour, and the drivers are 6, 7, and the oldest are 8 years
These
old.
Ancient 8-year-old children, yeah.
Yes. And they're literally resting the nose cone. I've just seen, I think we may have just lost another kart into the pits. Maybe AJ Halil in the number 17 kart has fallen by the wayside as well. I did see a blue and white
flash of kart coming in. Yeah, I mean, certainly there can be the occasional issues here, but these top 3 now, Falat really, as you say, giving it 1,007.2% just to stay on the tail of Purnell. He's almost there, but then almost not as well, is the weird thing to say.
Yeah, he's close enough here, so now the job is done for Hendrix. He will get into the slipstream on this straight that will tow him up to Purnell, and he's within a kart length now of getting it, so he can not breathe easy, but he can now rest a little bit, because he could start pushing Purnell along as well. Parrish and Drummond,
having a bit of a squabble coming into the corner, but can't really take your eyes off his top 3 now. 3 minutes to go, so they've done just coming up to 3/4 of the race, all of which is Salmon in the lead.
Yes, so he's up to what now? 18 minutes?
Yeah, he'd be about 9 minutes before. So he said, I'd say 9 minutes. Yeah, you're right. Excellent maths, and he's 18 minutes of leading now.
I think I'm going to have to take my shoes off for that one. I just about
quite close, though.
Yeah, quite close, yeah. Being for a while, so I got 6 or 7 fingers.
That is true. Now looks like we're going to change the lead here. And Salmon's almost let him go.
Curse the commentator.
I think Salmon almost let him go there.
Yeah. And Now it's going to be interesting because Purnell has been the pusher. He is now the pushee. Calman Simon will... that could very well be a deliberate choice because he can now, Simon, decide where, he is stronger than Purnell. Where was Purnell really stronger than me?
Do you think he has an advice from his team to drop back in the last couple of minutes and then attack forward?
Very possibly, that could be the reason.
Because he certainly seemed to move out the way there to let Purnell through. There's no reason to do that. Flat's still doing this kind of little job of just trying to hang on as best he can. It doesn't mean he won't win this race. It doesn't mean he'll just find a kind of a sweep through towards the end. But they have now established about 3-second lead from Durham and Parrish. But these three kids moving in ahead, driving at the moment. Purnell enjoying his first lap in the lead.
Yes.
And he has Salmon as close as he can be. Now, Salmon going to try and get him back? No. He's absolutely doing it. Let's follow in the slipstream and see what happens. And
it's incredible. Simon Hendricks does all that hard work, and then there's one change in front of them, and it all goes south again. So he's still scrambling. At this stage, you'd say that Hendricks Flat is probably still close enough to challenge, as long as Calman Simon doesn't wait until halfway around the last lap before making a move. Hendricks looking over his shoulder. It's still Red Bull versus Brabham. Drummond versus Parrish for P4.
So Purnell comes up straight towards the Bruno chicane. He's having a little... I'm pretty sure he's being helped along. They are so close. It's almost like he's just giving him a kind of gentle pushette along. And that is having the desired effect of making it hard for Fallon to do anything to catch back up with them. I know you're looking thinking this is a huge gap. It's about 0.4 of a second, which is nothing he can bridge once they get rolling. Now, Salmon's going to come round now. There's going to be 2 laps to go when they get over the line in about a corner's time. Left hand and then over start finish. And it's now really, does Simon decide to go this lap, Henry, or wait till the last lap?
Hendricks will be hoping that he does, and Parrott and Purnell will be hoping that he doesn't.
I think Purnell would probably like the move to happen this lap to give him a chance to come back. But Salmon now right up the nose, thinking about got 2 laps to go.
Yeah, Purnell's
taking a completely different line, thinking this could be a chance. And is the over and under going to work? No,
just not enough. Wow.
He actually lost a bit of time there. So this is going to be a problem for Salmon, because Salmon's going to work out, can he get past? Now he's ceded track position to Purnell. Is there a place where he can drag by? Now, it might be coming down the straight here and then through Hanger and into the hairpin at Wilkins. It might be a possibility, but let's see what he can do. Because obviously I would think Purnell will stick to the side. Too kind of racing lines to come back out and go in again. But Salmon absolutely blocked the whole way through. Nothing illegal there. Now he's got sort of an overlap, but not enough as that left-hander goes through the stripe for the last time. And they're going to come forward now. They're going to go turn left and they're going to get the cafe corner. Now, can he do the outside run? No, he's literally sticking behind. So he must be now an all or nothing into the hairpin.
Yep, indeed. So Falat, his chances diminishing all the while the leaders are line astern. Purnell defends. Now, can Simon get to the point where he prevents Purnell from swinging out to take the optimal line? Yes, he can. Now it's wheel to wheel. Simon on the inside, Purnell on the outside, and look at Falat now coming back into contention. Wheel to wheel into Bruno's. Simon just keeps it.
He did well there, Simon getting the lead there. He planned that one, worked it out, and he's also managed to slightly trip Purnell up on the with some momentum, and that may well give second place to Falat. Falat runs him out wide quite nicely, but that's a really great effect there, because not only did Simon get the lead, he also diminished the attack of his immediate challenger, who's had an over and under, but they're going to cross the line now, and it's going to be a win for Calman Simon, who really brilliantly planned. Over the line, it is going to just be Falat. So Purnell starts first, ends up third, just lost momentum when he came out of the from being overtaken through the Bruno chicane. He just lost momentum that opened up for Falat to take second.
And you could see the photographer there at the side. Now, there will be this magic moment of, in an alternate universe, a black and gold kart with Ayrton Senna's crash helmet crossing the line, with a blue and yellow Williams and Nigel Mansell's helmet crossing the line just behind him.
I think last week it was the 40th anniversary of his first win.
Yes,
it was.
Yes, in Estoril.
In the wet, in the Lotus. So in those same colours. So 40 years on, Cameron Simon wins a equally important Bambino race.
If not more so.
It's not more so. This is the move itself.
Yes.
Out. I think actually Purnell spooked himself then, and perhaps if he hadn't come back out again, might have been able to...
I think Kalman had just got alongside so that Purnell couldn't sweep out and take the preferred line. But it's Kalman, Simon, Hendricks, Flat, Freddie Purnell on the podium. Cole Parrish, Jensen Drummond and Frank Pierce are the rest of the top 6. Tommy Lovejoy, AJ Halil, Brianna Stevens, Max St. Hilaire, Theo Azzopardi, and sadly Freddie Dye, the only driver who failed to finish.
So it was a phantom driver pulled in the second time you were talking about?
It was. I maybe just he got on the wrong line, but yes, who knows?
Happens to us
All I know is
to us
yes,
all.
yes.
I've seen a phantom car.
Yeah.
I don't know where it comes from, but it'd be frightening.
If you were in the ghost light.
Oh, don't look that way, son.
Sounds like a villain from one of the famous 5 TV adaptations.
I think I'm much more a Scooby-Doo villain, to be honest.
Mm.
You don't want to go in that abandoned fun fair.
Yeah, no,
I'm the caretaker. There's no reason why I'm digging a mine underneath whatsoever.
No, and I would have gone away
because there'll be a haunted clown.
Yeah.
Oh,
right.
It's me.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
So, I mean, there weren't that many plot twists in old episode of Scooby-Doo, you know.
Well, there was the same plot twist every single time.
Ah, yeah.
But as they only ever introduced 2 other characters, it's like a 50-50, wasn't it, really?
Yeah. Right. Next race, which will be upon us shortly, and that will be... there we go. We've got the full list of grids.
This
now.
is good. I'm quite pleased because I'm glad somebody knows what the order is.
Microax is up next. The youngest members of the Rotax family. Oh, and having a look down there, I think Max St. Hilaire was a little bit...
irritated.
AJ Halil was a little bit irritated because something went wrong with his kart. I don't think it... Well, I think that he did come in and went back out again because AJ, he was in that group and then he finished 43 seconds behind. So I think... Oh,
no, he's getting a hug. That's nice.
Well, that's all that matters at the end of this is that, you know, you see that, you see the racing and then you realise, yes... they are going to go back to school, and on Monday, the teacher's going to say, "Right, today is colouring."
Yeah, well, I think they have to like learn stuff, don't they? Phonics, which seems absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, I was.
My stepdaughter is a primary school teacher at very early years, and she was trying to explain phonics to me. And I said, "Just teach him to read the old-fashioned way."
Yeah, like the words.
Yes.
On the page.
No, it's way too complicated. But I don't remember being a lot of illiterate people when I was younger.
No. I mean, you always had the thick kid in class and the smelly kid in class, but that was pretty standard, you know.
Well, there's an old I can't do it live, but there's an old. It's not politically correct anymore about, you know, if you're what was it? I was saying if you're middle class, sorry, if you're working class, you're thick, and if you're middle class, you're dyslexic.
Ah, right, okay, that was the yeah.
That's the non-understanding way we have now. We understand things much better now.
Yes,
40 years on, we're a much more caring, sharing society.
Yes, we are indeed.
Doesn't
caring and sharing.
That's untrue.
Microax. Let's see how much caring and sharing these youngsters do on track.
Link caring and
tenuous.
You know, I've done worse. To be honest.
Well, Ethan Lloyd and Lewis Colby have been sharing the lead throughout the superheats. Noah Wicklow, he cares very much about pronouncing his surname correctly. Yes, that one. So there we go. We did squeeze sharing and caring into that link between. On the outside of row number 2, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, will be Freddie Blackshaw, Henry Algar and Jensen Darlow, row 3, Ethan McClelland and Arthur Bowers, row 4. Arthur Bowers being coached by David Bellchambers here this weekend. Then it is Zach Andrew and Carter Jackson, not Carter Jackson, just Carter Jackson. Junior Wright and Toby Cannon, Lani Edun and Teddy Roberts, who is out there now, and then Pierce Gauntlet at the back of a full complement, I'm pleased to say, of Microax drivers.
They'll also be enjoying 12 minutes a month. No, Wicklow didn't, to me, feature particularly heavily in either of the
Bambino
superheats. No, the superheats, but he's second on the grid.
Consistency. And also, I would imagine... No,
it must have carried some of the points forward.
Lewis Capaldi, I think he might have been slow off the grid.
Right.
According to... Oh, no, hang on.
Or was he had a... Or did he... Our results don't come into account any sort of penalties that may have been occurred during those races.
But the grid that I've got certainly accounts for it. Now, we're going to go around again. Now, is that the S plate? On the... I can't see Lewis Capaldi anywhere. Where is the... Oh, yeah, he is there.
Fifth.
Fourth. But according to my grid sheet, he would be second.
Hang on, that's not going around.
Yes, he is second, and he is
trying to get back into second
groove.
place.
Yes, and to be fair to Noah Wicklow, he did give an apology. Now, weaving to warm your tyres up is not strictly allowed in karting, as everyone knows. So what the drivers are doing
Mostly done, though.
is they're just checking their steering.
Because it might not work left and right and left and right and left.
Yes, so they've just got to double, triple, quadruple check it.
So obviously there's a problem with Kokoda, which meant he dropped back several positions. He's now got himself back into position.
Mm-hmm. So it'll be Lloyd and Capaldi.
Then Wicklow, so third.
Yeah. Yes.
And Jensen, so you got...
then Jensen, so that's the S8, that's the ST Racing kart. Fourth place starter, Freddie Blackshaw. So here we go then. It looks fast again. And it's going to go around again.
They're going to get stopped and have a talking to.
Oh, right.
They're going to get stopped and have a talking to.
We haven't seen Dan Ashton and his white jeans much today, but we could be about to see...
there is a talking to. The person on the front row, people in the front row get put back.
Yeah, they normally, in this day and age, they're normally given one final opportunity.
Really? I thought they've had the final opportunity.
The talking to precludes the final.
Okay.
Is a precursor to the final.
I think at this point they should know they're in trouble because Dan's taking more of their
right.
Their rubbish.
Yes, he's standing. You're going to see a man dressed in white. There he is. EMF's on.
That's Dan.
He's
Dan. Not happy. And
No,
he's pointing
not.
at Ethan as well. So he's basically saying, Ethan, if you don't do this right, there's going to be an issue.
Yes. Because the pole man controls the pace at the start.
Dan is the race director, by the way, Daniel Ashton, so he's the man in charge of the overall running of the event.
He's not just somebody that's wandered onto the track.
He's not some bloke who turned up, had a burger, thought, I can do this.
Yeah. Dan had about 3 burgers. Sorry, Dan.
Wow, you said that.
I did.
I heard it as well.
Yeah. Oh,
right,
dear.
They have picked up speed, but they're in 2 good lines this time. Yep, that should go. That should be right. And it is going to be Ethan who's going to be leading. It looks like second place if he gets the inside line through. No, it's dropped down to third for Kilcuddy.
Yep.
So I'm not sure. I think it's Wicklow's going to second.
It is Noel Wicklow into P2. Past grandstand. A couple of drivers running very, very wide, but they all emerge back on the prepared surface. And Capaldi there is in third place. Now, is Capaldi going to work with Noah Wicklow, or is he going to just mirror signal manoeuvre and go for the pass?
My guess is the pass if he can make it. Now, Wicklow said he obviously has been doing quite well to get that third on the grid, but didn't seem particularly quick in the second of the superheats. He got edged out. Not taking any of that, says Wicklow. And then a little minor error by Ethan, and then he lost a couple of kart legs. But he's come out of that nicely as up the inside and taking second place goes Kirkcuddy.
Lewis.
That shouldn't be there.
Can't park there, mate.
Where is that?
That is coming out of the Bruno chicane.
Wow, how did that happen? I think, okay.
Let's have a little look. Are we going to the driver walking away?
He's walking away. He's okay. I think he's just perhaps
maybe a little bit winded.
I think. Yeah, he's sitting down. He's fine.
I think that may have been Toby Cannon.
They're getting the kart off the bank. He must have had it coming together, spun up the bank. I mean, I think it's more shock than anything else, but I don't think it's particularly.
No, I think it's one of the new Pantano karts.
I'm not sure. I think that's no reason why it'd be up a bank.
No. Just because he's driving a Pantano doesn't mean it's naturally attracted to banking and other bits of.
So in that kerfuffle, Wicklow got down to 5th during that lap.
Yeah, and obviously Capaldi has no faith in Wicklow's ability to match Ethan Lloyd.
No, Wicklow didn't look quick in the second heat at super heat. So I don't know. I'm not saying anything about it. We know Wicklow's a fast driver. It may just be. Set up or anything else.
And of course, this track is a bit of a misnomer because it's the only track that is a pure horsepower track that we're going to visit this year. We go to PFI?
You are going to PFI.
PFI.
I'm going to PFI.
I don't go to PFI.
Oh, other people go to PFI.
Yeah,
I'm at Le Mans that weekend.
Oh, lucky you.
No, I'm working. I'm not looking at it.
Well, I mean, you're still looking at bits of it.
I will do, yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, that's a horsepower track. The rest of the tracks, Ward Law Driver Circuit, Gladagorse, Real Drivers Circuit. So this is a slight misnomer in terms of power trumps not driving finesse. Yes. No, new third place
Jensen
driver.
Darlow's in third. This is a real coming to form from Jensen Darlow. Jensen Darlow who's the son of Sarah Darlow, who isn't here because she's running the grids in the pit and the collecting area for the NKC.
Oh, right, okay.
The son of Tim Darlow, who's a long-time racer. So Jensen's, who was looking, honestly, last year in his first year, was looking a little. He started a bit late. So he was looking a little bit lost. But obviously, he's done that thing, got the idea suddenly.
Yeah, and suddenly, and he's got the Jax Motorsport livery on his car. And look now, Kirkcaldy has really closed in the last half a lap on Ethan Lloyd. So
nose to tail him, but it's 8.5 minutes to go. So you kind of think, this isn't really the time to, unless you think you can get past and pull away, there's no real point in leading.
Darlow and Henry Algar.
They've done the 2x2. Darlow's managed to get himself. They've successfully pulled away from what the rest of the pack. So you kind of got these 2x2s. So we get an awful lot of this Noah's Ark stuff going on.
Arthur Bowers has also retired.
Bowers was quick in the second superheat, and then I think he had a problem towards the end of it.
Yeah. So I'm not quite sure what happened there. Now we're wheel to wheel again. Here comes Lewis Kirkcaldy. And again, Ethan Lloyd gives Lewis a bit more room, so Lewis doesn't have to.
But they've lost time to Darlow, both of them. So the gap between second and third was just shy of 9/10 of a second last time round. It's dropped down to. Oh no, that's an optical illusion. It hasn't dropped down at all. Actually, I thought they'd lost quite a bit of gap. The gap is exactly the same.
But Algar is still pushing Darlow along. Blackshaw is in fifth. McClellan sixth. Noah Wicklow has not recovered from the sort of losing his momentum, losing his rhythm that has cost him a place that he was running in second, and goes back to what I was saying about this being a horsepower track. You know, working together in the slipstream, sometimes if you're on your own, it doesn't matter how well you're driving the corners, the long flat blasts here at Shenington, you just cannot do anything about catching karts in front of you as if they're working together. It's when they stop working together that you can close in very quickly.
Now there's a gap. We've been used to very much nose to tail following, haven't we? And do you think Kirkcaldy can actually gap it?
Well, I mean, Ethan Lloyd suddenly slowed down quite a bit, and Kirkcaldy caught him and was looking very, very aggressive. And I wonder now we're into the time of the race
field,
where we'll enter uncharted territory pretty shortly in terms of the length of the session.
Yeah, fastest lap Jensen Darlow in third, only by a few hundredths, but it shows a little bit of. I think these top two, Ethan Lloyd now is doing what he's supposed to as far as I'm going to be right on the bumper, but I think it's a case of I think they have a tenth of a second in hand if they actually settle down and knuckle down over the rest of the field. I don't think Darlow will be able to make up the gap, but
certainly when it was vice versa and Ethan Lloyd was leading, Kirkcaldy's nose cone was never more than about a cigarette paper's width away from Ethan Lloyd's rear bumper.
Yeah.
Now that Kirkcaldy is leading, Lloyd can stay in the slipstream, but he's not pushing Kirkcaldy along in the same sort of way that the Scotsman was pushing the number 66 car along.
Just wondering if Lloyd is less happy being 3 inches off a bumper and happier being a metre off a bumper. To mix my units.
Very, very possibly. Although now the slipstream effect.
I think, and he got the speed coming through the corner. Now off this corner previously, Kirkcaldy's gapped him. Not this time. So he's looked at that part of the track and realised he's making a bit of an error. Dan Ashton looks concerned about something, but I think we're okay. I think he's still tidying up from that previous incident.
I think it's possibly the situation. He's got wind. That's normally what happens with Dan. Looks a little bit perturbed.
Right.
Yeah, he's got wind.
I suddenly thought, what's something going to get a cyclone coming around or something?
No. It's probably his lunch repeating on him. Side by side for third, briefly. Darlow and Algar next. But now, again, Ethan has had maybe a couple of laps just to cool off a little bit. Now he is driving with a bit more purpose, shall we say. He's giving the rear bumper of Cacoldi's kart a much closer inspection than on the last couple of laps. We crossed the line to start lap number 10.
We're still a long way away from the end, aren't we? We've got 4.5 minutes before we get to the +1 lap, and this is the thing, really, isn't it? These guys are in uncharted territory. This is probably the second time, if they did round 1, they've done a race as long as this. Yeah,
and we've got a change with it. Algar has now gone into P3 at the expense of Darlow. Blackshaw is not a million miles away from Darlow in 5th. Then it will be McClellan, Wicklow, Junior Wright, Zach Andrew, Teddy Roberts, Lani Edun, Carter Jackson and Pierce Gauntlet, the remaining runners. Arthur Bowers is still running.
Is he running despite being broken?
2 laps down.
Must have stopped and tweaked something and sent him back out again.
Yes, which you can't. There is a repair lane here at Shenington, so maybe Arthur Bowers came in. Well, obviously he came in, thought something was changed or put back on or fixed.
Yes, put back on probably.
And
tightened up.
Out he goes, yes.
So Cacoldi now has been leading for about 5 minutes, and he's doing a relatively good job of it. It's kind of like, it is interesting with Ethan. What is he looking to do? Because he's obviously decided he does not want to make a move. He's not even shaped to a move.
No. And he's not giving Cacoldi any indication by pushing him along that he can match him for speed. Now, is he playing possum, I wonder?
Well, I think he's been told that, if you get in the situation, don't give him any clue. But he's not even, he's just following. He's not even trying at this point. Don't forget, all the drivers can see how long there's a gantry telling them how long is left in the race. They know how long a lap is. They know they've got 4, 3, 2 or 1 laps to go. And we go round the cafe corner for the 12th time with 2 minutes and 40 seconds plus 1 lap. Behind them, 3rd and 4th remain the same. Algar and Darlow. Fred Blackshaw trying to get back on terms, and then there's a big gap with Ethan McClellan in 6th.
And Lloyd he almost made a mistake there. The back end of the kart stepped out, but it just goes to show, even though he almost missed his apex there, he's right. He can almost draw back up to Cacoldi at will at the moment. Now, Lewis checks over his shoulder. I know you're there, son.
So, getting as close as he can, taking a wide line to get the acceleration out of the corner. Didn't work quite so well at the time. The gap opened up to a kart's length, but that's all they're dealing with, a kart's length here and a kart's length there. You look at that, that's the biggest lead we've seen Cacoldi have for a while, but that'll be gone by the time they get to the hairpin. That might be gone by the time they get to the corner in front of the grandstand, to be honest.
Now, does Ethan Lloyd surprise Cacoldi before Cacoldi starts defending? He's not defending there. Will he look to the inside? No. Thought there that he may look to re-establish the race lead before Lewis thinks it's time to go, because they're going to come around. There's going to be a minute plus change at the end of this lap. Now you'll see Lewis Cacoldi at the end of this lap will start to defend, probably even coming in to Wilkins.
They'll have 3 laps when they cross the line. So it's a case really of, do you go with 2 to go or 1 to go? You don't want to go with 3 to go. It gives way too much options for the other person to come back against. This is 3 to go.
And again, Ethan Lloyd laying back a little bit. These 2 drivers are 2.3 seconds ahead of Henry Algar in 3rd, Darlow in 4th, and Freddie Blackshaw is sort of creeping towards.
He is in the background. That 5th place may not be, 5th and 4th may not be nailed on one way or the other.
Yes, he's working hard, is Blackshaw, to get in a position. So he's now caught them. You can just see at the back of the camera shot flashing out of the hairpin that it's a 3-kart battle for 3rd, but it's a head-to-head scrap, as we were kind of predicting and expecting for the win.
Yeah, I mean, we're now going to get, right, when they come round in 2nd, they're going for 2 laps to go. Now, if Ethan's got something, he needs to start showing it, or needs to start setting it up at least.
Yeah, this is 22 seconds. Next time around, they'll get the last lap board. Still, Ethan Lloyd waits. It was a gung-ho move at the end of Hanger Straight in Superheat 1 that decided it. Cacoldi deciding, no, I'm still not. He's very confident, is Lewis Cacoldi, in the straight line speed and his braking ability, because he thinks that no one's going to outbrake me.
And I think if it's going to happen, I think it's going to happen at the final hairpin before the start finish, the Wilkins hairpin. I just feel that's a place where there's more options. It seems quite easy to, without the power, because these aren't the most powerful machines, to block the over and under. And that's it. And he's looking very carefully there as Lloyd tries to take and always drops a little bit of time going round the hairpin there. Over the line they go, past Dan Ashton in his white shirt. And they come around the cafe corner, and now it's a gap. Now, as you say, Kokole looks supremely confident in this lead. Yes.
Interesting. Will he defend into the last hairpin? Doesn't even defend. That's giving Ethan Lloyd less of an opportunity up here. He's going to get one opportunity if that is Ethan Lloyd, and he's not close enough into the Bruno chicane. Does he get it? He's got to run onto Hanger Straight. Now Cacaldi will have to defend. He doesn't leave Ethan Lloyd an opportunity. Lloyd going to the outside briefly, but I think Lewis Cacaldi has done enough.
Yeah, there just wasn't without any form of error, there wasn't any sort of overspeed. Ooh, that was an error. You're not supposed to take two arms off. You can get in trouble for that, taking two hands off the steering. That was an edict a while ago, but we'll give him that one. So Cacaldi dominated that race once he got to front. Never looked in trouble, and didn't seem to have to do anything panicky to stop Lloyd getting past him. I think that it came down to it, and I think something you said a couple of laps ago. I think he had confidence in his speed. I think his kart, or the way he was driving, had a little bit extra oomph,
for those last few minutes.
Was enough. Yeah. To be it tyres or be it just the way the machine was breathing or cooling, and it just had enough that he wasn't concerned about Lloyd as long as he didn't make a mistake. Darlow picked up third at the end, by the way, so it was Cacaldi, Ethan Lloyd was second, Jensen Darlow was third, Henrik Algar came in fourth, and we just look at him again, just trying again, right at the last lap, and always under control from Cacaldi.
Ethan Lloyd, again, trying to go to the outside more through hope than expectation, and the expected result was as thus, Cacaldi, Lloyd and Darlow.
And then Algar, Blackshaw, Ethan McClelland, Noah Wicklow, again, faded. He faded in Heat 2, and the kart faded in Heat 2, and the kart, so they obviously needed to look at a little bit of setup. Junior Wright was 8th, Zach Andrew was 9th, Carter Jackson was 10th, Lunny Edom was 11th, Teddy Roberts was 12th, Pierce Gauntlet was 30th. Arthur Bowers lost a couple of laps, as we said, with some nebulous problem, and then Toby Cannon, we know, was up the side of a field.
Yes, but is okay. And is
he's walking back.
Oh, trudging.
Probably wondering what on earth happened. Why did I end up a bank?
Yes, facing the wrong way.
I must have wondered. It happened a couple of times during my 3 or 4 years of karting. You end up places you couldn't work out how it happened. Everything was going really well, and then it wasn't.
Yes, very suddenly. It wasn't all sort of geographical problems as in you were facing the wrong way. But so the next rung on the ladder, I can hear. Well, I can hear.
Cadets next, I think.
It's Honda's next. Madness to know. Honda. It will be now 33 Hondas in total. JN Prakash, the 34th Honda, watching from home. They're going to be led by Archie Cannon, who led the majority of the second pre-final. Not because he had bundles of extra pace. It was more through belligerence than a determination, thou shalt not pass. And any time someone did, Cannon was straight back in. He will start alongside Elliot Bork. Theo Hamilton. Now, this is as high as Theo has started.
Oh, hang on a second.
Hello?
There was a penalty for Ethan Lloyd.
Oh, a jump start. We didn't see that.
We didn't see that. So Ethan Lloyd actually will now be scored in third because also there's a penalty for Henry Algar in fourth. So the actual official result of that last one, just see the Microax, is Lewis Cacaldi, and then second place will be Jensen Darlow. Third place Ethan Lloyd. Fourth place Freddie Backshaw.
Blackshaw, no,
third. Blackshaw will be third. Blackshaw will be third. Sorry, yes. Then Ethan Lloyd.
Now it becomes clear. Ethan Lloyd would have seen that on the digiboard that he had a 5-second penalty, and therefore he was like, I don't want to battle, I want to get as much time between myself and my pursuers as possible.
Didn't work. Yeah, so just to confirm that last race, it is Lewis Cacaldi from Jensen Darlow. Again, pending other penalties.
Yes.
Luco from Vincent Darlow, from Freddie Blackshaw, from Ethan Lloyd, from Henry Algar. They are your top 5 with those penalties we can see applied.
Yes, with McLaren, Wicklow, Wright, Andrew, Jackson and the rest. Here's your starting lineup for Honda Cadet. Can I get through all 33 names before they go green?
Go!
Archie Cannon and Elliot Bork, row 1. Theo Hamilton and Luke McGaw, row 2. Arthur Murfitt and Jack Wykes, row 3. Ronnie Jones and Riley Blakemore, row number 4. Followed by Arthur Roberts and George Quinlan. Row 6 is Archie Loveridge and Ollie Knox, followed by Ben Bors and Jerry Defasey, Sawyer Henderson and Dino Rowlands. The top 20 completed by Shailen Shrikanthan, Oliver Ratton, Finley Thursfeld and Mason Becker. Outside the top 20, Daniel Barton and Jensen Fathers, followed by Bradley Sutton and Jaden Bond. Row 13, Reggie Defasey and Chris Doshi, followed by Seth Wright, Austin Dowell, Maddie Horspool, Maximilian Mikulski, Ethan Pearson, Joshua Adity, Arthur Barth and Jayan Prakash.
Whoa!
Results.
No one knows what you said the last 10 people.
No, absolutely. It was just.
Why is the leader waving everyone behind him?
Oh, because someone's
in the wrong place.
Has put, yes.
There's some
Lee
moving
Manchester
around going on here.
There's some. It's the number 28.
He's not in the right place.
Who was not in the right place? That is. Let's have a little look at the number 28. It's always good to. I can. Ollie Knox.
Ollie Knox is in the wrong place.
Ollie Knox driven into the wrong grid slot. There's Lee Manchester, not wanting to be outdone by Daniel Ashton. Lee Manchester's got, like, Daniel Ashton normally wears the sort of the idiot strings, that, like, you know, when you're a baby and you were a toddler, your mother would put them on you so you didn't go wandering off. Yeah, very similar to what Lee Manchester's wearing, but that's a high vis. It's a safety issue.
You can visualise 3 strips of him.
Yes. Right.
Okay, we're going to get underway with the cadets, hopefully. They've had a little bit of a grid issue. They've moved them all around. They've been sitting on this line for a while now, so they're going to be absolutely keyed on. They get a 5-second board, and then they'll know that the lights are about to change.
Chomping at the bit.
It's a standing start, and they're away, and it's a good start from second place. So I think it's Cannon who has taken that. Elliot Bork and then Luke McGill. Theo Hamilton, Jack Wykes are the ones who got scored across the line, but it's obviously quite random there. It certainly is the 14 in second place, and it's the O plate running in 5th or 6th. Ronnie Jones, I think, made up a couple of positions from that initial scoring on the right-hand side of your screen. But it is RG Cannon who leads.
And I think at the back of the field, or the middle of the pack, Jerry Defasey ran very wide. We've got 2 drivers in the barriers going into the hairpin. They both look like they are continuing on as the rest of the field file onto Hangar Straight.
Down to the Hangar Straight. And coming into the first time into the hairpin, and it's all pretty even stuff, but they are relatively sensible. And not bad.
Elliot Bork's going to have a decision to make, because everyone now will know Archie Cannon likes to lead and doesn't play well with others in terms of when he is overtaken, he tends to go straight back in. So does Bork just sit there, or does Bork draw Archie into what will be a 10-minute 45?
Well, of course, the other thing is that the driver who's sneaked up from lower positions and turned up at the last minute is Theo Hamilton.
Yes.
Now, he's starting much further up. He's actually already in 3rd place. So is Theo Hamilton the dark horse for this entire race?
He hasn't left himself as much work to do. If he learns how to qualify, then he will be a menace. McGaul is 4th. Wykes and Murfitt round out your top 5. This time, we'll remember to have a look at our penalty section to see if there's anyone being given a penalty.
At the moment, everyone's all right. I suppose you're not going to get a jump start for cadet race very easily, are you? Because they're all for nothing. But they come round the cafe corner, and it's much closer than it has been before. We've got a nice train of 5 or 6 carts. 5th and 6th, it looks like Wykes and Mullet and Murfitt having a bit of a battle. Wykes still got through.
And we are yet to see Archie Loveridge and Riley Blakemore. 2 drivers.
Blakemore's in 8th and Jones in 7th. They're 2 of our interviewees on the lunchtime show, which you've missed, but you can watch again on Karting Live TV's YouTube page. You can see our lunchtime show again. Henry interviewing all the top runners in. But Henry basically interviewed the top runner in every single class. So anyone with a mental age older than me, basically. That's anyone really outside the first year of Bambino.
Yes, exactly. Well, now 4 carts trying to break away at the front. McGaul, Hamilton and Bork. there in second place, all deciding, okay, you know, Archie is quick enough for us to push away. Archie's not defending, he doesn't need to defend, and this is what is good. So Archie Cannon, he's not defending because he knows his message has already been sent to his rivals.
Yeah,
Look,
I mean, there's a weird
work
thing
with me, but don't try and pass me.
Yeah, and of course, the thing to remember about this is they haven't even started the usual length of the race, an 8-minute race.
No.
So you've got this kind of almost this kind of phony war for the first 4 or 5 minutes. If you can't actually make a serious break, there's not an awful lot of point in trying to push anything. Just stay where you are, stay in line, conserve yourself, conserve your tyres, conserve your getting overheated, and just work out what you can do next. Now, Hamilton made a minor mistake about 2 or 3 corners ago, to put him a little more into McGall's wheelhouse, because no one's really pushing. In fact, the fastest lap is out to the guy who's in 5th and about to join the orange helmeted Jack White, just in 50.27. He got a couple to everybody, so it's going to become a 5-kart train. I assume there's a point when there's so many people in the train, you decide I've got to try and do something about it, because you become under pressure from behind as well as ahead.
Yes, we're now looking at, Ethan Pearson, 5-second penalty, in-race penalty. But Ethan is down in 26th position. That may have been something to do with either Jerry Duffy running being pushed wide at Cafe Corner at the first lap, or the incident that took place down at the hairpin on the opening lap. The top 5 are together. Arthur Murphy is working very, very hard in 6th position to join this group. At the same time, everybody else, led by the O plate of Ronnie Jones, is falling away ever so slightly. Jones, Loveridge and Blakemore. Now, Loveridge is the current British Championship leader. Blakemore and Jones also featuring in the battle for the podium at the first round of the official British Championship. So we know they're fast. Can they now sort of work together and head up to the front? Cannon, a lot of these drivers, Cannon, Bork and McGall, are all competing in the Vera Tools British Championship as well. So there's an awful lot of experience here. But these 6 karts are working in unison.
Yeah, I mean, I think they've all kind of got the memo that there's not an awful lot of point squabbling at this early stage. And you say early stage, we're still not halfway. And it's a case of, there's a couple of groups that have broken out. You've got 34 karts out there, or 33 have actually taken part. So it's a huge grid. So getting yourself towards the front of the grid and relaxed is the key thing. And that's what these 6 have done, with absolutely Murphy now just about to join them and become a train of 6. Cannon enjoying himself out front. Likes the fresh air of leading, as we know. Bork not trying anything. Hamilton, who I think is the dark horse for this whole situation here, because he's come through towards the end of both the heats from way further back. So my feeling is that Hamilton's the one in that kind of what do you call it, a spearmint green or aquamarine blue card. In 3rd is one you need to look at.
We're not allowed to call it peppermint rhino, are we? No. Okay, I didn't say. But yeah, Hamilton is the one that when it goes. Oh, there's the number 24. That is Arthur Bath. No early bath for Arthur, but a brief excursion. Hamilton Hamilton is the one who, in the critical moments, makes the right decisions, where to put his car on the final lap or 2. Right, lead change number 1.
Finally.
How long will that last? Well, it lasts more than 1 corner.
It took half the race, and they've now decided to do that. But the 5 are still in line. Just we now have Bork ahead of Cannon. Now, was that because Cannon made a mistake, or was it Cannon just said, I'm just a bit bored leading for now?
Well, I did notice that Bork then just covered the defensive line, and now you can see Bork defending. He knows that Cannon will be itching to get back in front. The earliest opportunity. Cannon is not as comfortable in this situation, pushing, as he is leading a large train. And I just think back when I was racing, if I was the head of a lead group, I would go to Pete. I was much happier being where Archie Cannon is, following. Leading with the pressure on you, that was not something that I coped wonderfully well with.
No, at the moment, they're all coping particularly well in the top 6. There's a little bit of a kind of a micro gap between 3rd and 4th in Hamilton and McGall, but that'll probably close up again by the time I've finished talking about it.
Yes, Murphy's still at the back of this pack. Murphy, blue race suit, and that same spearmint green crash helmet. Jack White's there on the traditional livery Project 1 kart. And I've got around to finding out whether Jack White's is a relation to former British cadet champion Brett Wykes.
The Wykes dynasty.
Yes.
So
Now
Hamilton's gone out a little bit wide. I'm not sure whether he just found himself, he wasn't convinced he had a position there. He thought that perhaps the up inside had gone McGaw, but he went out for a bit of, it's almost like when they try, when the Formula 1 cars trying to cool themselves down, which obviously isn't anything that needs to be done here. Top three, the back three are having a squabble as well, aren't they? The 4th, 5th and 6th having a squabble. Yeah. Top three are sitting there going, no, it's okay.
Yep. And again, McGaw, careful and is very, wise and less is more when it comes to passing for Theo Hamilton. He allows other people to open the door for him. He's made a lot of positions up in the last couple of laps of each race, but without actually making any passing manoeuvres.
He's changed for 4th, sorry.
Yeah, no,
happening there. White's fighting. White is fighting off Murphy, but they're actually having a real scrap about this now. Oh, what's the arm up for?
I can't. That was a Scottish displeasure. I'm not happy. I think you hit me.
I'm just wondering whether it might have been a.
It was no Battenberg flags. I'm looking at the marshal
post. So his arm went up. Nothing happened, and Cannon remains in 2nd place. Hamilton certainly the top three are giving it a go at breaking away.
They are indeed. It's not. It's 3 minutes to go. But this is now normally where we'll see. Well, give it another minute and it'll be hammer time.
Yeah. But yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Sorry. But absolutely, they are now trying to make it 2 groups of 3. Mm-hmm. And I can see there's Wykes and McGill are waving at each other because they're swapping positions as well. I don't know, Wykes is trying to get himself into 4th, but they are. The top 3 now have a semi-break, 7/10 of a second. Hamilton just slightly a little bit off the back of them in the, we're calling it spearmint green, spearmint green machine. But they are. Then he's the advantage of being the 3rd in the group, and he went wide there, and that cost him 10th or 2.
And 2 things. Archie Loveridge is not completely out of the reckoning in 7th position, and the second thing is that we're going to approach lapped traffic. Now, the marshals here, the Orange Army, have been doing a sterling job with the blue flags on the occasions that they have needed to use it. But the driver who is crossing the line now, is that...
yes, don't press my computer.
I was looking for... it's Arthur Bath.
Who's had that problem earlier,
yes,
hasn't
he? He's about to get swallowed up by the leaders. Here they come. There's a freight train coming. Bath at the exit of the hairpin.
Oh, he's going to trip them up. He's going to trip them up.
This is the worst place. And Arthur, good driving.
Well done. He managed to keep out of it there. I mean, there's never a good place to be met by several faster cars. It has exacerbated the split between the 2 3s. We definitely have now a top 3.
Yep.
Theo Hamilton, who's been in 3rd the entire race, and Bork and Cannon, who've swapped 1st and 2nd once about 3 minutes ago. 1:05 to go, so 3 more laps. Not even 4, actually. 3 more laps. 3 more laps.
Yes, 3 to go. They'll be the start of the penultimate lap next time around.
So if they can do their maths, which I just almost couldn't a second ago, you need to know what we're going to do. They are just gapping Hamilton now. It's almost like Bork and Cannon have found an extra gear, and suddenly there was a bit of fresh air, and Hamilton needs to close it up really quickly, or he's going to blow any chance he's going to win in this final.
What the lapped karts did do was he allowed Archie Loveridge to catch the battle over 4th position. So we've got these 3 battling for the race lead, and 4 more drivers battling for 4th place. Wykes, McGaw, Murphy and Loveridge. Blakemore is 8th, Knox 9th, and George Quinlan is 10th. Ronnie Jones slipped back to 11th, Ben Bowes, Arthur Roberts and the rest. 10 seconds to go.
2 laps to go, and look over the shoulder there by Bork. Cannon follows him round. There's this kind of a little bit of gap to Hamilton, but I'm just wondering whether that's the gap that Theo actually wants it to be, because he's not seem panicking about it, but now they're going side by side, thinking about it, going into the hairpin for the penultimate time. It is now Hamilton time, as they say. He's looking to make his movement. He's done it the last couple of laps before. The overhand are probably not going to work, because the 3-kart situation has kind of blocked him slightly, looking across the track and then blocking it all the way through, not illegally. Elliot Bork was drifting. He wasn't trying to block, just getting that line, preventing a chance for Cannon to come past. But now, going into the hairpin, that's a great chance to get by.
Yes, defences are stout and watertight from Elliot Bork at the moment. And he's going to hug that inside line. We haven't had a Slim Shady today. That's a full round the outside. I think someone's going to have to try and pull one off if they're going to win this Honda Cadet race, because Bork looks like he is not for moving.
They cost themselves half a second with that argument during that lap, so we can see the 4, 5, 6, 7 catching up. I think with this final lap, there's not much chance. Now, will Hamilton try and make a move into the hairpin? It didn't really do any good last time. No, they're all queuing up. Hamilton pops out. He's trying to get tight, but he just can't, because there's kind of 3 positions there, and what he wants to do is being blocked by Cannon, and now Cannon is finding himself right on the head of Bork. Bork now, last time round the Bruno chicane, they head down the hangar corner for the last time.
And as Bork defends, McGall, Wykes, Loveridge and Murphy close in. 1 corner to go. Can Archie Cannon find a gap? Yes, he can.
Oh, and Hamilton's come through. Hamilton's made the most of the other 2 arguing, and Hamilton's going to take the win. And I should have put a bet on it. I actually got it right.
That is the 3rd time in 3 races that Theo Hamilton has put himself in the right place at the right time when it matters most, and in the most important lap of the day.
So he came in,
Hamilton gets it right.
It looked like Cannon was going to get this. He was going to ease Bork out, everything going well, but he went a little bit wide. And hello, thank you very much. And Theo Hamilton takes the win. It's Elliot Bork who ends up dropping to 3rd. Archie Cannon is 2nd. Can't see there's any. No, there don't appear to be any more penalties knocking about. Then it's Luke McGall, Jack White, Arthur Murphy, Archie Loveridge, Riley Blakemore in 8th. Ollie Knox, George Quinlan is 10th, then Arthur Roberts, Dino Rowlands, Dan Bowes, Shaylin, Shrikithan. Good run by the young lad there. He's beaten his teammate. Ronnie Jones was 15th, Shaylin was 14th. Then Oliver Ratton, Mason Baker, Finley Thursfield, Dan Barton, Jensen Fathers. I'll leave the rest because there's a couple of penalties that may adjust that. That's top 20. But there you have 11 and a half minutes of and then you have an explosion in the last 45 seconds or so, and a winner who I predicted, and I'm literally not letting that one go at any point because it's so damn unlikely.
Talking about the 2 MJR teammates we spoke to, saw them at a paddock show, Shaylin Shrikanthan and Ronnie Jones. Shaylin will be very, very pleased about that result.
Yeah, great racing. I don't know. I'm sure you don't have this problem because you've been doing this sort of karting for much longer. But I had this great problem when you watch this sort of racing, and you walk out and realise they're 9 and 10, and you go,
yes. Sometimes
they're walking past, and most of them is the helmet.
It's almost like one of those little Plinko figures. The tiny body, big crash helmet, and they're just bobbling along. They look like they're going to overbalance.
Well,
almost.
Up next is the focus of the whole of Istanbul and the rest of Turkey as well.
Ah, yes. Welcome back.
That is the Mighty E. I had a fantastic holiday in Turkey, by the way. I went to Cappadocia. Cappadocia is lovely. It's a really interesting place. Cappadocia, if you haven't been anywhere, Cappadocia is in the middle of Turkey. It's got some really ancient civilization. It's got a fantastic scenery. It's got lots of things to do. And it's also got it's like the world centre of ballooning. They send up about 250 balloons with tourists every day. It's great. I recommend Cappadocia to anybody. There we are. And if you go to Istanbul, the thing you notice about Istanbul is they have so many cats. There are so many cats in Istanbul, and they're feral, but they're all fed.
Okay.
So the people of Istanbul look after these cats, but there are so many of them.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and they're just all fed. Anyway, so yeah, if you want to go to Turkey, go to Turkey. It's a lovely place to go. I had a great time. But I recommend Cappadocia if you're a bit older, and if that's my recommendation anyway.
Yes, I mean I've been to the Turkish kebab shop in Barry many times, which is probably about as cultural as I get when it comes to that. Yes.
Well, it's not too bad.
Here we go then with your starting lineup, ladies and gentlemen. Heath Smith will start the number 3 kart on pole position. Then Zain Sofwoglu on the outside of row number 1 in the turquoise number 54. Then the E-plate, the Vera Tool sponsored E-plate of Felix Tandy. Freddie Purnell. Can Freddie make it 2 podiums in 2 races? This, of course, is for an official as is the Coma Bambino Championship. This is for an official Motorsport UK British title. Jensen James Williams and Jack Harper are on row 3. Arthur Rhodes and Arthur Thompson, row 4. Harry Wass and Logan Edwards, row 5. Teddy Smith and the newest member of the Slater karting dynasty.
It's a dynasty.
Dynasty. Bobby Slater on row number 6. Nico Mohun and Ethan Hume are next. Then it's Elliot Hitch and Callie Tennant, EJ Dera and Luca Peed, Frank Pearson and Noah Brad, Oliver Yap and Oakley Howlett, Freddie Dye, who retired from his first race in the Coma Bambino, and then the second Turkish driver in the race, Yigit Çelik, in kart number 29. Then it is George Algar and Archie Ashworth. So sadly, Avian and young Mr. Chandok failed to make the finish. So this is the main event.
For most people watching, yes.
The main event in this class.
Okay, so I mentioned that Felix is in third. Obviously, I haven't quite worked out where the points are awarded, but
maybe there was a post-race penalty after the first superheat.
It doesn't matter because anyone in the top 5 is ready to go.
Yes, indeed. This is going to be 12 minutes plus 1 lap. Mighty Bambino, the biggest field there has ever been.
They had to actually ask the MSA for permission to extend the field.
Yep.
To get the 26 starters they've got, and off they go. Ignore the timing, it's going to change now. So Heath Smith does have the lead from Zane, and then it's Freddie Purnell, and I think Felix is actually in third. But unless Purnell gets the run, it does. So Purnell moves into third, and Felix Tandy in fourth as the carts wind up in that electric way.
Spinner at Cafe Corner, and
rolling
2-3
again.
carts, but they're all back under power, or are they? Marshall still heading towards the scene of the incident. I think the one driver might there. Now we've got our first lead change, are we?
No, I think so. No, Fogler's going to drop down to Zane's going to drop down to third. He just nips in front of Felix Tandy. Oh, it was way too wide there from Purnell. I think Purnell's going to find himself eased out. So a much more kerfuffly start we see in the other heats. They're all scrapping, and you can see there now we've got and that's all gone badly wrong for several people, but mostly I think it went wrong for Felix, who got edged out into 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So watch this one again, because it wasn't his error on the outside, and what looks like a black car, there is colour to it. You'll see there's an error made behind, missing the braking, and then it just knocks out the E-plate, and it was that second kart, which I think
that is Jack Harper.
Yeah, so that's one of those. This is the whole point about racing. You can be where you think you want to be, and then things can go horribly wrong.
And we are under a Battenberg flag.
The 48 has had to retire, unfortunately.
Is that now? That would be Oliver Yap and Arthur Thompson. They were the two drivers who I think spun at Cafe Corner. Now, so this is a safety kart situation, a full course caution. Zane Sofwoglu will effectively now be the safety car.
Yeah, they run at what's supposed to be half speed, but these Bambinos run a little bit quicker than that because they're obviously not massively ground speed fast in the first place.
But, I mean, to be fair, everybody is correctly obeying the rules. It's Sofwoglu from Heath Smith, Freddie Purnell, Jack Harper, Harry Ross, Felix Tandy. You said it was a little bit more rambunctious.
Well, it was definitely Jack Harper who ended up making a mistake which took Felix Tandy down 2 positions. But that's racing.
But this is the first time that all the front runners have been racing together, because they have been split into 3 groups. Red flag. Red flag comes out. Now, there will be a full restart, because we'd only completed one racing lap. So they all stop again correctly on the grid. We're not showing you the incident. Obviously, we don't know. I think everyone is running apart from Arthur Thompson and Oliver Yap, and they were the 2 drivers that spun coming out of Cafe Corner. Now, of course, this broadcast would not be possible without the help of our sponsors. On the bottom right-hand side of the screen, you can see our sponsors, Minerva's, Minerva's OTM. A big thank you to OTM. Also, thank you to Rover Motor Oil. Rover, of course, I do
Always
know that.
weird. I think
Rover model, Samsung as well for providing my 52-inch TV screen, which are going to be delivered apparently. Scan S, well, they are now after I've given them a sponsor.
Scan computers,
and of course Thrustmaster. Yes,
Thrustmaster. For your thrusting on computer games.
Yes, and Iyama.
Who make displays.
Yes. And the Junior Saloon Car Championship. I tell you what, I will maintain journalistic integrity, Nick, and I will go and find out what has gone on.
Oh my goodness, I'm going to start doing that. So I'm not sure whether because both the carts have been brought back. Now and I've seen I think I saw both the lads being okay as well. So I'm not quite sure what's causing this, but yeah, the red flag for safety. You can see that on the grid now. They should have regridded them back to the original order, not the order you saw. After that first goal, you can see that as you see there, Zane Sfoglu is back into the outside of the front row, so he's starting second, and you do have Heath Smith back in the pole. So this is going to be a complete restart. I think it'll be a complete restart at 12 minutes, but we'll have to wait to see that when they get rolling. So we did lose two drivers in Arthur Thompson and Oliver Yap, but whilst the carts are below me, I didn't see any issues with the drivers. It may be that someone's just done a bit of barrier work, which has to get put back in order. We've scanned with our cameras, by the way, and we can't see, so we can't see what the problem is. So one of those random things that happen occasionally in kart racing. But it was quite rambunctious those first few corners, and certainly I'm sure Felix Tandy is glad to see a restart because he got shuffled back 3 or 4 positions by Harper, just getting his brake. Well, I think Harper got his braking wrong. I wasn't actually quite sure. He may have been hit by somebody else, which then meant he had one of his wheels in the air. And obviously, things don't brake very well when their wheels aren't in contact with the ground. I can't remember what someone said. Someone who was driving a 4-wheel drive car said, yes, you've got loads of grip, but when you're in the air, you've got, as a rally car, you've got as much grip as a 2-wheel drive car because you're just in the air. So we are getting ready for the restart. Not seeing any evidence of the red flags being removed. Everyone looking relatively happy with things. So of course it will be a complete restart. Just a couple of gaps in the grid there, which I assume were the original positions of our two retirees, Thompson and Yap. So obviously these electric carts, these Might E's, they have the battery. You don't need to charge a battery out. The battery isn't actually charged at all at the event. They have enough battery power to last the entirety of race day. In fact, I think the entirety of Saturday and Sunday. So they just basically they're charged after practice. Then they have their heat, their practice, their qualifying, their heats, their super heats, and the finals all on one charge. So that's the mighty and very popular program this has become. It's interesting because it's about marginal gains now. It really is. It looks like we're about to get going again as the driver assistants are pulled off the grid, and we are going to get a full 12-minute restart. So ignore that set of timing on the side. That's all gone. That never happened. It completely did not exist. They're walking down to see it. So these young lads have been sitting in their carts for a while. They've had one start. They're going to get another one. They've had some ideas of what they've seen the other drivers and the way they're going to drive this particular element of the race. Now, will they go off in a more orderly fashion, or will they continue being feisty? That's the key question for this Might E Bambino A final at the TKC Round 2 in Shenington. We're casting live TV. And we're just waiting now for the official go for this restart. They've got the wave. They'll get the 5-second banner quite soon, and they'll ease off the line. And there they go. And they're away, and it's a solid start. Good start from Heath Smith. Better start, in fact, than last time. It looks like also Felix Tandy, again, he's going to have a problem holding on to third place. He's so Sofoglu hits a nice second, and now it's Tandy having a bit of a battle. Again with Purnell. There's been quite a lot of coming together with people, but it does look like this time Tandy may well have managed to claim third place, Henry.
Yes,
Sofoglu takes the lead.
New leader, Zayn Sofoglu. Now,
old leader.
Well, sort of half leader. Oh, is he going to? And there's a number 49. having a spin. Now, I went down, I spoke to both drivers that were involved in that earlier accident and their parents, and they're okay. Both drivers that went out at the start are absolutely fine, standing up. It was a precautionary check.
Right.
It was nothing more than that, but as we've looked away, now it's down side by side. Zane Sofawoglu up on the curb.
Oh, down to fourth.
But new leader, Heath Smith, Felix Tandy, Jack Harper, and Zane Sofawoglu. Now, Tandy, of course, in this class where the progeny of so many famous racing names, and Ed Peed.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, 100%. Yes,
are in this race.
Sofoglu, and look at the inside. He's going to get two positions. So Sofoglu in the blue cart moves up into second place. And I think he's going to. Oh no, he went wide, 3 wide, but he's going to have enough momentum. Tandy drops into third. It's still led by Heath Smith. I think it's Purnell who's now trying to make his way into fourth overall. Slightly offline there in the fourth place of. Is that Harper who's fourth place?
Yeah,
he was offline. Yeah,
Harper is fourth. Purnell and Arthur Rhodes. Side by side, Arthur Rhodes for the Tommy Weyer racing
takes the
team
lead
as new leader. We could be saying that quite
a bit.
Times.
Yeah.
The gloves are off, not literally because they've got to wear gloves, but figuratively speaking. Jensen James Williams is also still in play, as is Harry Ross, Logan Edwards, and Ethan Hume has made a lot of ground. Luca Peed running in 16th place. Sadly, Freddie Dye and Arthur Thompson are both out of the race today, but they're absolutely fine. And we've got a new leader. It's Heath Smith
again. There's none of this following everyone around for 10 laps and seeing what happens. This is like we're gonna battle over every corner. Now, top three. These are the three who've been in the class of the field during the course of the 2 days, and they're now trying to put a break on that. Smith, Sofoglu and Tandy, but they're not being allowed to because there's a much more, as you say, the important thing about this race is the first time they've all been together.
Yes.
The first time we had all three sections, the three top drivers in those sections together. Very wide line taken by Tandy there. He's going to lose at least 2 positions there.
And because Arthur Rhodes has just moved into P3, and look at the different lines. Heath Smith running with the number 3 plate. He finished third in this championship last year. And in British karting, and I can say this, we've got a large international audience, in British karting, you can only use numbers 1 to 10 if you finished in the national championship in those positions last year. So we've got a lot of experience. We've got a new leader for the first time all day, Arthur Rhodes. With the help of Freddie Purnell, they're 3 wide back in the pack.
Well, there's 9 of them covered by a handkerchief, basically. And they're copying. I mean, just Felix Tandy, who was fighting for the lead, dropped to 8th after making a very minor error going around the final corner. He's now going to work his way back up again. But the top 2 have broken away, only temporarily.
But again, Purnell, all that we've seen Purnell in 2 classes. And in both classes, he has been an expert in just pushing, in staying in line, working with whoever's in front of him. It doesn't matter what driver it is. Freddie, he understands the assignments.
Yeah, Arthur Rhodes, though, he's been there or thereabouts, and suddenly he's launched his way at the top, and it's quite lightly. Most carts quite dark, and this one's quite light, nice sort of white and blue and everything else. Second place, as you say, is Purnell, who's been the kind of the stalker of the whole event, and then third is Zane Sofoglu, and they've got a little bit of a break after Heath Smith, as the rest of the field comes around, including Jensen James Williams, Jack Harper, and Felix Tandy, but. We're 5 minutes in, and you couldn't really decide who's going to do what to whom at the moment. Battle up the inside, and Sofoglu's going to take second place, and he did it quite nicely because Purnell had a look, decided against it, put himself out of line, and Zane Sofoglu snatched that off his hand, and you can see what Purnell's done. He's actually lost momentum, and look at that. He's gone down 4 or 5. It's like a plate race. It's like a plate race in the NASCAR. You make one error, and 9 people go past you.
And not many people have tried that move. There's a little bit of a door handling there further back. I think that might have been between Jack Harper and Harry Ross for 7th place. But not many people have gone for a move. And Sofawoglu again to the inside. New leader, Zane Sofawoglu.
Yeah, Zane's not got the memo about hanging back. He's going to race every lap. I mean, in fairness, why not? But it's where you are on those last couple of laps that count. Tandy now trying to move his way back through the field after that disastrous corner a few laps ago. I think he's got himself back up to 5th, and now he's doing the work together thing. No, he's 4th, actually. Tandy's in 4th. No, I was right first. I corrected myself wrongly. Tandy's in 5th, but he's moving up now, dropping down to 8th. Sofoglu leads for 4 corners. I think it's a new record.
But, of course, Zayn is Turkish. He doesn't speak any English. He's the only driver here that has probably never heard of Shenington or anything beforehand. The rest of the drivers, even though they're only young, they would have tested here or they would have heard about it, and they would understand what you need to do at Shenington, or what is the given, the general rule of thumb.
Well, yeah.
Zayn doesn't. Zayn's like, it's just a different. It's a circuit. I don't know the history. I don't know how you are supposed to drive.
I'll be honest with you, Henry. I'm not sure how many 6, 7, or 8 year olds understand the history. I think there's a kind of basic
have cart will drive.
Have cart will drive. I think they've got a lot of racing smarts, but I think it's this concept of just following in a train. Maybe, and let's be honest about this, it may not even work as well in the Bambinos as it works in the other carts. But what they're effectively doing is they are not allowing what we've seen in the other heats, which is for groups to break away and effectively eliminate. So what you actually do is you break a group of 3 or 4 away and you eliminate the other 18 carts.
Yes.
Here that hasn't happened, hence the reason we have a run. Let's count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Carts, literally, interestingly, the top 10, they cover 1.8 seconds, and then it's a big gap to the 11th and down over.
And the 10th cart, now there's the first... little mistake there.
Someone's facing the wrong way.
Yeah, Harry Moss getting sideways coming out of the corner, and I think that... I
think Tandy lost a position in that as well. Yeah, he's gone down to 6. So Rhodes leads.
Yes.
It was
Logan
second. So the top 4 have given themselves a little bit of a gap, but there's still over a third of the race to go. Lots of encouragement from the side, and lots of dads waving them on in that way that's so useful. Sofoglu now lining himself up to take the lead into the hairpin. And he's going to just sweep round. I think he'll keep it because I don't think they're going to try and over and under. So Sofoglu leads again for about the 5th time. And we've got that brilliant gold and black machine now trying to move into second, which is Jensen James Williams. Not happening. They've got the 2 very identical colours of Harper and Smith in 4th and 5th, and Tandy in 6th. And how they top 6 managed to make a they've made a break. So the 6 now have made a break, led by the bright blue Sofoglu machine and tailed by the mainly black Tandy car.
Rhodes to the inside, new leader, Arthur Rhodes. Normally at this point of a standard internal combustion race, I would say let them run until they run out of petrol.
They'll be running for a very long time.
Yeah.
These batteries last a long time. Sofoglu's going to take the lead again through Cafe Corner.
Yep, and now Jensen James Williams will get a good run out of Cafe Corner. The 2 teammates, Harper and Smith, what do they do? The karting coach watching on at the side. Here comes Felix Tandy back into P5.
He's got a position there. He's had a couple of issues, both of them at the exit of the Wilkins hairpin, and I think one was him, and one was somebody else had levered him slightly where he didn't want to be. They're certainly not bothered about side-to-side compact. Tandy, of course, in the black kart in 5th. He's the now one of the Weira Tools development team, or whatever it's called. I can't remember now.
Academy.
Academy. Thank you very much. So 1st and 2nd, and then it looks like Sofoglu is going to be allowed to leave for 3/4 of a lap this time, as Tandy again has an issue that Wilkins corner and loses a position. So he's not strong there for some reason. His kart's not strong. And 2nd, it's Rhodes now, and 3rd is Jensen James Williams.
Great work just off the camera by Ethan Hume and Freddie Purnell to work their way back into the league group, because we had dropped to 6, now we're back to 8th. Harry Ross in 9th is sort of now in no man's land, and everybody else not even in the same postcode. Hitch, Tennant, Smith, Mohan, Peed, Pearson, Slater, Edwards, Algar, Deera, Chelik, Ashworth, Bird and Howlett. But it's all about these 8 drivers. 2 minutes to go.
2 groups of 3 seeming to form now, which is going to be a problem for people in the second group of 3. Jensen James Williams showing great pace. We saw it sporadically towards the second, the superheats, but he's looking quick in that kind of uniquely coloured car. But it's still Sofoglu who's now I think he's actually led this for 2 laps. It's a new record.
Yes.
Sofoglu's out the front. He's got Arthur Rhodes, who I think is now thinking about the waiting game. And then you've got Jack Harper and Heath Smith in 4th and 5th, who are both quite aggressive young racers.
And Tandy off the back in 6th. I think I'm not sure if Tandy's got quite the kart underneath him he would want. He's looked very, very fast in earlier parts of the weekend, but he doesn't seem to quite have that now. But I could be completely wrong. In 3 laps time, he could have won.
Because anything can still happen. Rhodes is very, very good coming into Wilkins hairpin. He is not going to get past there by Jensen James Williams, the number 82 of Arthur Rhodes. Watch as he'll get into the slipstream of Sofuoglu. Lapped traffic could play a factor. Now, Zane is going to have to defend into this corner. Rhodes looking aggressive. Will he send one to the inside? No, not this time.
I think he's not sending. I think Rhodes has suddenly realised that this is he needs to think about what to do on this. He's about to start the penultimate lap. So this one and one more. And it's kind of worked for Rhodes because there's been these micro gaps behind him are opening up, and now it's a top 2 and then a 4, 5, 6 behind them, 3, 4, 5, 6.
There's a yellow flag waving at the Bruno chicane.
There's been coming together. 2 karts have had a problem there.
And that's going to eliminate one potential passing opportunity.
But it looks like there's a battle for 3rd, and then this time out wide goes Rhodes. Doesn't really make an aggressive move for it, just kind of shows it in front of the kart to Sofuoglu. But Zane... Now, this is the point where there is a wave yellow flag. There's been instant the previous lap, and so a couple of karts to this left-hand side here. You might see them. There they are. The driver's walking away. Everyone's fine.
Lapped kart, Nick Damon. No.
Well, he hasn't been lapped yet. Sofuoglu taking the inside line. Now he's gone defensive. Penultimate lap. He's got a few more corners to go. And more importantly, Tandy has found his way into 3rd somehow, which is a remarkable achievement. So he's found himself into 3rd over his last. I think that yellow flag may have confused some of the drivers. Some of them eased off more. They haven't got to ease off, by the way. So Tandy gets himself into 3rd. I'm not sure if he can get close enough unless there's an issue because they've got half a second, and half a second is like a mile. In Bambino. Now, there's a nervous look over the shoulder of the driver about to be lapped. Now, the 1st second are going to come in for that fight. He's pulling out. That's the right thing to do.
Smart.
And out goes Rhodes. Can he get round the outside of Sofuoglu? Sofuoglu takes the inside line, and then the back marker says he's getting there or thereabouts, and the cutback is going to work. And now what's going to happen is that Sofuoglu is kind of unsighted by the back marker. So what's going to happen? The back marker, he's looking behind him. He's like a nervous little mouse with 14 cats going after him. Sofuoglu's gone wide. He's lost it. And it's Sofuoglu. He's eased out. The confusion's been caused, and Sofuoglu drops into 3rd. It's not all over though. Tandy on the outside in 2nd, and it's Rhodes who's leading.
Into the final 2 corners through Hanger. Rhodes has it. Sofuoglu in 2nd. Tandy leaves the door open. Tandy's going to lose a huge bunch of places. Drag race to the line. Rhodes against Turkey's newest superstar. Rhodes wins, and Zane Sofuoglu finishes 2nd for a first podium in British karting, and Jensen James Williams capitalises on Felix Tandy. They're leaving the door open.
This is where it all happened. You see that Sofuoglu gets slightly unsighted by the back marker. The back marker comes across him, carries too much speed, leads into it, and it's just you know what we were saying earlier. Sometimes it's just one of those things.
It's one of those things.
It's one of those things. It's desperate bad luck for Zane, but it happens, and well done by Arthur Rhodes. Tandy again, who's struggling in the entire race with the Wilkins hairpin, lost 4 places on the last corner. What can you? This is a learning experience. Sofuoglu, brilliant drive. Arthur Rhodes, though, absolutely superb as well. He was there. He did the kind of the following thing. He was there to take the advantage of when that confusion was caused by the back marker. By the way, it's not the back marker's fault.
No,
it's not Zane Sofoglu's fault. It is one of those things.
There's 1,018 metres of tarmac. Sofuoglu caught the back marker, Oakley Howlett, in about the worst possible 3 metres of tarmac you can have. Now, this is an official Motorsport UK championship. As the gatekeeper of the statistics, I can tell you that provisionally, of course, subject to post-race scrutineering, Zane Sofuoglu becomes the very first driver from Turkey to stand on an official Motorsport UK karting podium. Last week at Wardenlaw, we had the first driver from the United States and the first driver from Singapore to stand on a British Championship podium. And this week it is Turkey's turn to get
No,
that right.
it's obvious. He's 6 years and a month old. He knows what he's doing.
Yes.
He's got a lot of experience. I think it's good to see, there's a high level competition. Jensen James Williams came through. Heath Smith we knew was good. Jack Harper we knew. Felix Tandy is going to be, I think he's going to be disappointed because I think he should have been third. I mean, again, these are small kids. There is no criticism by Henry or I on any of these kids at all. Things happen. But I think, we talk about it. It's about a learning experience.
Yep.
And it's worth them watching back the event, I'm sure they do, and learning from it. It doesn't really, to be honest, at the end of the day, in 6 months' time, it doesn't matter if you came second, sixth, or ninth. It's what you learn from the event.
Yeah, and I will say this, is that at the end of all the finals, we have a podium presentation. It's not filmed, it's just here at the paddock. In Bambinos, every driver gets a participation medal. The drivers, and there will be some tiers down in the Parc Fermé area now. Within about an hour and a half, all the drivers will be at the podium and they'll be playing together, messing about. They'll be playing football in the field whilst the mums and dads pack the carts away. The disappointment doesn't last that long at this age.
No.
Because, which is one thing. Yes, but karting teaches drivers that life is not fair and you do not get what you want every time.
Yeah.
The second Turkish driver, Yiğit Çelik, he is 18th as well, as you look on your screens at the final finishing order. Frank Pearson and Bobby Slater were the two drivers that had a problem at the Bruno chicane with a couple of laps to go. Freddie Dye, also retirement. Arthur Thompson and Oliver Yap, both are absolutely fine. They were in the paddock, in the Parc Fermé area when I was down checking on them. They were like, yeah, we're okay. Oliver was more concerned with, was he allowed to take the little bit of rubber build-up off the treads of the tyres?
Right, that's always
there
good to know.
Yes.
Where are we next? What's our next...
Our next little stop on this karting journey we're taking you through is Intermax. And this could be one of the highlights. If that race wasn't a highlight, hint, hint, Joe, Joe Bradley.
I'm not sure if Joe can choose one he isn't involved in. Who knows?
Well, I mean, contractually, is he allowed to? I mean,
I don't know. We haven't got any contracts, so it's fine.
Oh, fair enough. Well, Intermax, Larry Price will lead the field to the line. Jensen Sale will be on the outside of row number 1. Noah Jebson and Cameron Tipping are on row 2. Oliver Barton and Luke Millward on row 3. Why Millward still so far back? Well, of course, this race is an accumulation of points across the weekend. Even though Millward was second in his second superheat, the penalties that he accrued earlier on are still returning to haunt him, although he's on the outside of row number 3. Logan Rolfe, a driver to watch after not taking part, or after failing to finish his second superheat. He starts 7th. Then you have James Fabricius, Ronnie Smart, Charlie Queenie, Noah Clare, Lucas Esser, Jamie Walsh, Rudra Gokunlaith, followed by Ben Hunt and Jackson Hilton, who I hope are right. It looks like Ben Hunt and Jackson Hilton may not be out there.
Okay.
The last two drivers, Jamie Walsh and Rudra Gokunlaith.
We've had a few offs and damages and carts that are broken.
Yes,
as always. So,
but no drivers are broken. That's the key thing.
We appear to be in a zero broken drivers situation.
Yeah.
We're all touching wood, by the way.
Yes, there we go. Into the tram lines, Larry Price leads them at a turn.
They're not going to let that one go, surely.
Let's have a look.
That was very swervy by Price at the front there.
Drivers, well, I mean, Dan Ashton might just be thinking to himself, okay,
well,
it'll just be a penalty.
They passed the line on the yellow, and and if he didn't jump the start, I mean, he shouldn't. Perhaps he's allowed to come across that quickly. It just seemed a bit too much. I mean, I am observing Shenington. This is my first time here, so I might be wrong.
Well, I mean, we saw it in the Microax race with Ethan Lloyd getting a penalty. I think Dan Ashton's gone, look, you've been told. I've told you numerous times. If you still do not want to play by my rules, I will let you go and just penalise you. So we will look at the start line. But at the moment, on track, Price, Sale, and Jebsen in the number 121 cart. Now, that's a very smart livery, that turquoise and white. That's the Javelin Track Day sponsored entry. Sale in the luminous yellow. That can only be described as a parent's colour. I want to know where my child is at all time.
Don't knock luminous colours. They are fantastic.
They are.
The aged eyes. Now,
Yes.
Millwood's in fourth, and we saw Millwood had the pace in the second superheat to catch up. So he's got to make that little gap, and then you kind of think, well, if Millwood can avoid being in the being in the headmaster's office, he's got a chance of getting through and possibly even winning this one. Sale takes a bit of a heavy hit on the curve there, bounces across, but he's not overtaken because he's effectively, so that's Pricewood, he's sitting in front of Sale and Jebsen. They all just ease together. It was half a second between third and fourth last time, and now it's down to 4/10. So that catching up has been done, and they got more than 10 minutes.
And I've got to say, at Warden Law, when you had so many drivers from the British Championship, and again, Luke Millwood is a driver in the official British Championship, so is Logan Rolfe, but so they had a lot more drivers that were here at Warden Law testing for the British Championship. Larry Price showed them all that the level of talent here in the Kart Championship is nothing to be sniffed at whatsoever, by taking it to all the big guns, the likes of Spencer and the KR Sports and the Dan Holland that were there. Jensen Sale, likewise impressive. Wave yellow flags going into Hanger Corner. Somebody is about to drop off the timing screen. It's James Fabricius, but Fabricius, he does come round, but down in 13th position.
Yeah, 4 seconds he lost in that lap.
Yeah, so that was a brief excursion. As we look up the straight towards Bruno's again. Sale looking comfortable.
They've all done a little bit of a splitting down. So we've got 6 in the leading group, but that group is not particularly tight. The top 2 not too far apart. Jebsen now getting more concerned about Luke Millwood, so the blue and white concerned about the green and white. First two now having a bit of a squabble into Wilkins hairpin, but I get the impression that Sale is much more of a I'll follow rather than we need to overtake at every possible opportunity. Yeah, that was a brief frisson before they decide to lock horns properly in a few minutes' time. Millwood, I wasn't expecting Millwood and Rolfe to be charging at the order, but I mean they're not, closing in and running away with it, which is a testament to the drivers. Millwood's in fourth. I think if he could get through to third, it's whether if he can get past, he can bridge the gap to the top 2.
And Rolfe is there in 6th position behind Cameron Tipping. Tipping, I noticed, with a new nose cone.
Rolfe, of course, with a new brain this week.
Yes.
You've now seen the story of how he managed to. He was hiding from his sister in the park, and then managed to find some barbed wire and cut his head open.
Yes,
massively.
And it was glued.
You can't have stitches.
We can't have stitches because otherwise it would be a no to race. So they glued his head together.
Only some of the brains.
Only some of it. Yes, yes.
And there goes Millwood making a move into third place. Now the question is whether Luke can actually now bridge the gap, which is. It's not too bad. It's half a second, but
I think
that's bridging it already. In fairness, but he's got an issue here. I think that Jebsen is going to kind of sit behind him.
And we head down through Hanger Corner. Yeah, Jebsen is going to just push Millwood along as much as possible. He'll be thinking to himself, Luke's a more experienced driver. Luke has got a white and blue race suit on. That's a Team UK race suit.
Nah.
Luke qualified for the Rotax Grand Finals in Sarno in Italy last year as being a British Microax champion. And he actually sat on the pole for the final. It went a bit wrong in the final for him, but, he raced his way throughout all the heats. He was the driver that put on pole in the biggest Rotax event in the world. So, he's got pedigree. And Jebsen knows that. Jebsen with his head down, I think it's an ambition kart. I'm going to make it we're nearly a whole way through the day without me making fun of Paul James of Ambition Motorsports.
Go for it.
I mean, it's only a short period left before the end of the day, which is great because so is Paul. Into Cafe Corner as still Price leads Sale. And, Luke Millwood is beginning to drop away ever so slightly. Stratford hairpin. Sale checks over his shoulder. Now, Jensen Sale is starting to size up an opportunity. We've still got 6 minutes to go, so we're now at half distance. Millwood 7/10 behind these two in third. Then Jepson, Tipping, and Logan Rolfe just under 2 seconds off the lead. Then there's a big gap back to Ronnie Smart in 7th, Oliver Barton in 8th, Esser is 9th, Claire, Kine, Fabricius, Gokulnath and Walsh. In fact, Walsh and Gokulnath are having a great battle for what is effectively, 13th and 14th place. But that's a good thing that the fight is on for last place, because, no matter what experience level, where any of these drivers are in terms of their karting evolution, as it were, they've got someone to race with that is sharpening their racecraft. Now we go through Wilkins, out towards the start-finish straight again. 5 minutes to go. Still Jensen Sale does not make his move. Millwood, head down, trying to close in. Price not defending. Larry Price, I would have to say I'm looking forward, if Larry gets the opportunity, even to do maybe Kart Masters, the British Karting Grand Prix, against all the quote-unquote big guns in the British Minimax karting scene, because I have been very, very impressed with everything that this young man has done in the couple of events that I have seen him. And yes, let's see now as the shot pans out to see the rest of the leading group not falling away. Logan Rolfe is still within that magic 2 seconds bracket, so the Cameron Tipping is now beginning to fade.
Yeah, Price and Sale, though, look like they're establishing quite a severe lead.
Yes.
Pushing up towards a second, and they're both, I think, working together to extend that lead. They're getting as close as they can behind each other, trying to use the slipstream just to accelerate themselves along. Very relaxed driving position from Sale, by the way.
Yes. You could see Luke Price. He's hunkering down behind the NASA panel. He's sort of moving his body around in the kart. That shows you that he's really, really pushing. There goes Luke. He sits down, he kneels down in the kart. Sale, checking over his shoulder. It's like in a horse race. You can tell when a jockey is really pushing the horse by their positioning.
Yeah,
you can tell when a driver is really asking a lot from his go-kart by their driving position.
Yeah, they were trying to extract the maximum. Interesting, the three of them were covered by 500 to the second that last lap. But it's a attempt really now that I think this absolute full effort from Price. I'm just wondering whether he might be able to get a bit of a lead on Sale. I think Millwood got closer in that lap. I might be wrong. They go across now. Millwood has done his own personal fastest lap. He's gained a tenth of a second. So Millwood now is trying to come forward.
And I think Sale is on a Giorgio Pantano kart. Yeah, that looks like the new graphics kit for the Giorgio. And that kart is new to the market in the UK this year. And it's very, very good.
Is it an OTK again? Because most of the named carts, like your Landos and everything else, is OTK carts.
It's a standalone brand
by Giorgio.
Giorgio has designed it himself.
Yeah, one of the best drivers not to make F1 properly. Do you think he got a couple of runs in
with
Jordan?
Yeah.
He never really managed to do what everyone thought he'd do after his success in junior formula.
Yeah, no, but as a former world karting champion. The kart, it's sort of like a mustard yellow, which is probably the only negative.
Is it the only colour left?
It's probably
you're kind of running out of colours now, because everyone else has used all the other colours.
Yeah, you can't have a fluoro because that's a comp kart. But yeah, the kart made its debut at the Las Vegas Supernats last year, and they've got a big package going on in America. This championship. You're seeing more and more Pantano chassis. You're seeing more and more Pantano jackets. So
it's an interesting thing. It's there's a very, very similar to RC racing. Things come in and they end up becoming almost trendy, and you'll see a move to this particular.
Yeah,
it's not. They may not be quantifiably better, but they're as good and new. And as good and new is sometimes what people want. People sometimes want to try. Some people just want to try something new, and then psychologically they'll go better.
Yes, yeah. I mean, and there's the TB kart, another karting brand that is coming back. Now that's a standalone chassis. In Canada, they paint the TB karts sort of a very, very light blue and call them Villeneuve karts.
That's very good. Now, interestingly, Millwood's done what I said he might do, and he's got right on the back. So now we've got a top three. Millwood now with this and two more,
laps.
2.5 laps or 2 1/3 laps. They come round, Hanger for the anti-penultimate time. Oh, and line now. Millwood was in the position perhaps to have made something of that slight Jensen Searle. It wasn't error, he had some correction as such.
Yes.
But the three of them now are right together. Millwood now needs to work out how he's going to overtake these two. And I actually think Millwood joining is good news for Price, because it's going to take Sale's concentration away.
Yes, Sailor's going to be sort of thinking half of what's going on in front of him and half what's going on behind him. So, Millwood, again, using less of the track coming out of Cafe Corner, less of the track coming out of Stratford Hairpin. But this could be a really important day for the Pantano Chassis Company. Coming out of Hanger Corner now, they're all still trailing Larry Price. They're going to get 1 lap to go next time around. How much pressure can Price soak
I think
up?
he's gone too wide. He can sense across. I think that's a kind of an alternate line attempt. Now, we know there's different lines going through Cafe Corner. It's very strong round here as Millwood, but I'm not sure it necessarily gives him the impetus he needs to get past the carts going into the hairpin. It looks very much like Sales right on the edge of really trying something. Again, he's going around the outside. He's going to try the over and under. There's a heavy braking. They come in and they all come out in the same order, but they're trying that inner line. Will it work? No. Just enough lead there for Price to take it through the Bruno chicane.
The Bruno chicane. And again, Millwood can't get the momentum because Price has just slowed his rivals down enough. Now it's a case, you've got to hug that inside line like you're hugging your granny, Larry, into Wilkins, and Larry Price does it again. Lights to flag Larry in Minimax.
Oh, and Millwood was taking the inner line, trying to get as close as possible to Sale. Missed out by a 10-second, but I think Millwood, good comeback from the problems he's had earlier in the weekend. But Larry Price, as you say, great lights to flag. Jensen Sale was second. Millwood was third. And we watch them now as they just try that. Like, finally, in that final corner, they tried the over and under. It just wasn't there. And if you don't make a mistake, I'm not sure that one's going to work anymore. I think you've got to finesse an error. I think going into Hanger or into the final Wilkins hairpin. So it was Price, Sale, Millwood. Noah Jebson came in fourth. Logan Rolfe came back to fifth. Cameron Tipping was sixth. Oliver Barton 7th, Lucas Esser was 8th, Charlie Quinn 9th, Ronnie Smart was 10th, Noah Clare was 11th, and then it was James Fabricus who had some issues, Jamie Walsh and Rudra Kakulnath who came in 14th place.
So that is another race down. Now I'm sure we're going to be going through the last 3 races pretty quick fire after that earlier delay in Mighty Bambino. It's time for Junior Rotax, and this will be a capacity grid, 34 drivers strong. Once again, I will direct you towards the Kart Championship Facebook page where you can see the donation link to the Sadie Reed Foundation. Braith Murdoch, who will start this race forth, has raised over £1,000 this weekend for his former classmate, who sadly took her own life as a result of cyber bullying. Every kart in the paddock has got a Sadie Reed Foundation sticker on their NASA panel. Please go and have a look at the Facebook page, the post. If you want to donate, then the foundation will be extremely happy. Now, the racing. Riley Bishop and Marcel Poppercool, row 1. Jack Robinson and Braith Murdoch, row 2. It's going to be Bishop on the X-Kart against 3 Cato Motorsport machines directly behind him. Then the very impressive Amy Peacock. She starts P5 alongside George Cole, Daniel Hartley and Alfie Lambert are next. Jack Dimbleby and Max Greatrex, Charlie Berry and Lewis Sumner, Ralphie Branscombe and Thomas Harper, Jake Anders and Lewis Holt, Adam Jodatis and Tyler Richardson, Laurie McPhee and Isabella Stansmore-Wilson, JJ Plowman, Olivier Fabricius, James Tate, Ellis Dealey, Riley Mason-Lewis, Zach Kane, Shea Hilton, Mason Rudman, and then Kevin Ivanov, Archie Doherty, Marissa Teague, Jack Harrison,
come on.
Harry Hadley,
and we're away.
And I didn't get in time for Hayagriva Golkanate.
Well, it's quite. That's 2 rows in its own.
Yeah.
Here we go, and it's Riley Bishop there was nearly eased out by Poppercool, I think, but I think he's got back at the end. Oh, and he's all over the shop and he's chopping the car into the first hairpin.
And a remarkably clean start, I have to say, by all 34 drivers. Well done. Maximum grid. We've had a couple of first lap issues in both superheats. I mean, we're not at the end of the first lap yet, but we're past the first few.
Yeah, we've got a breakaway of 3 again. Bishop, Popcorn, and I think Robinson, and you need to just confirm that as they come over the line in a second.
Yes, Robinson is with the white crash helmet. Poppercool has got the red crash helmet. And Braith Murdoch, the third of the red and white Kato Motorsport karts, has got not... he's got a sort of a red and green crash helmet.
Yeah, can't think they should have alternate colours, shouldn't they, if they're various karts? So they all look the same, but I suppose that's not the point of liveries, is it?
Yeah. Reverse liveries.
That's quite good, actually. Right, you're in black and white, Pop, somewhat.
Yeah. But the car in black and white is the cart in front is an X
That
kart.
was an excellent pickup, by the way.
The cart in front is an X kart.
So yeah, pulling away as well, Bishop. He's looked strong throughout the day, and he's already eased out half a second. Now, there shouldn't be a work of a moment if Poppercool and Robinson cooperate with each other. They should be able to get that back again. They have broken nicely. It's a whole second now back to 4th place Braith Murdoch, and then it's Dimbleby, Lambert and Peacock. Peacock dropped a couple of positions in the last lap. It's quite scrappy back there.
Yeah, that looked like Jack Dimbleby and Alfie Lambert squabbling with Amy Peacock over 5th position. Now, of course, that's all well and good, but it is allowing the podium, the pot places, to pull away and change for second. Okay, well, Marcel Poppercool has had a couple of laps to try and chase down Bishop. That hasn't worked, so we'll allow our teammates to have a little go as well.
Yeah, but that costs time, though, doesn't it? Even that swappy costs time. It cost them about just under 0.2 of a second they lost to
on that
Bishop.
lap. And of course, it's not helped by the fact that Bishop's just set the fastest lap of the race.
Yeah, is not much. You're not going to catch up the guys setting the fastest lap of the race, in fairness.
Yeah, and still behind them now. I think Braith Murdoch has established himself in P4, but it's a battle between Lambert is 5th. It's a battle for 6th, which is between Dimbleby Peacock and Lewis Sumner, which is pretty tasty.
Yes.
At the
There's
moment.
some scrapping going on behind them, absolutely. The top 3 looking relatively standard. Let's just drop back to the next batch of karts on the screen. There we go, not that one. They've all split. There we are. There's the battle, like the 6th, 7th and 8th scrappage. There they go.
Yes.
Having a right old go they are.
Jack Dimbleby has got that sort of, it's a black, it looks like it's a bit of a Jackson Pollock painting, which is, it's got a black canvas and has been spattered with lots of
often you have
colours.
Jackson Pollock as a reference in a karting commentary. Well done.
I
do like to have my post-war...
Post-war impressions.
Post-war impressions,
yes.
It's key to a good day for all of us.
Now, one driver that is out of the race there, we'll see him falling down the order. Riley Mason-Lewis has sadly retired from the race. It's still...
Second and third, it's still Robinson and Poppercool, and they're still dropping time to the man setting the fastest lap, which is Riley Bishop. So Bishop now leading by 1 3rd seconds, and he gave another 1/4 of a second in the last lap. So it looks like Bishop's just got the pace. Now, the only thing that's going to change that if he's got is perhaps tyre pressures and karts coming on later in the event. But as it is, Bishop dominating this one.
Well, I mean, the junior and senior rotax classes have been the domain of the X-Kart team, I have to say, with Lucas Blanford in seniors and Riley Bishop in juniors. Have to say it's been very, very impressive indeed. Kato Adams, who is the runner who runs the Kato Motorsport team, he's got 3 very impressive bullets in his gun, none of them have been able to, get the crosshairs and focus in on the X-Kart just enough. No matter how much they try, no matter which one of the three has been leading the Kato train, those pesky kids.
Those pesky kids. We're back there again,
we've gone back to Scooby-Doo.
Yeah. Well, you know, we're men of a certain age. It's going to happen.
It's eventually, yeah.
That or the Roman Empire, isn't it?
yeah. Don't make that. Yeah, no. What have they ever done for us?
Yes. Well, it's the aqueduct. Anyway.
Yeah. The roads. Straight roads. Down the straight comes Riley Bishop. And, Robinson and Poppercool are going to start to squint to see where'd he go.
He's managed a purple lap every lap so far. So he's now on lap 7. Every single lap he's gone fast. I mean, it's not like the fuel load's coming off like in an F1 car, really. You're not suddenly getting kilograms lighter and everything.
Well, I will now try to play devil's advocate and say, is that because the X-Kart team have set the pressures up to come on early so we can establish a gap? And then the second half of the race, which we're now entering, will those pressures start to go off?
He didn't set purple that time. He was 500th of his best. Unfortunately, he was still a 10th faster than Jack Robinson. So,
but interestingly, all three of the Kato karts have just done their personal best lap of the race.
Within 300 of each other.
Yeah, and Bishop hasn't. Are we going to see a change of the, not the change of the order, but a change of who is sort of controlling
Who is where?
Who is where in terms of... Bishop is looking behind him more and more. Normally, that's not a great sign when you're leading a race by a comfortable margin, because suddenly you're concerned.
Can't believe how far ahead he is.
Well, either that, or he's starting to worry. The kart's not feeling
Not really.
quite
He's
as
just
good.
set fastest lap.
Ah, yeah, shut up.
And he's
Henry.
gained by 3/10. I mean, it's a great theory.
Pardon me, all the heck, for trying to inject some excitement.
Well, I'm sorry, I've injected a fact.
Yes, yeah. I inject conjecture. Nick injects
us facts. Sounds like some terrible sort of Dr. Fact injector.
Yeah. Braith Murdoch is in 4th place. The lead group is very, very spread out now. In fact, we've got 9 seconds covering the top 10 places. Let's see. Bishop again. His best lap is a 43.10. It's a 43.3 this time, but the drivers around him are
still
also
slow as well.
Are dropping off. Lewis Sumner is up in a 6th position, so Jack Dimbleby has dropped to 7th. Amy Peacock has slipped down to 8th. Adam Jodatis is 9th, and George Cole rounds out the top 10. Not out of Minder.
No, not out of Minder. No.
But, and even got a 4 Granada in one or so.
Yeah, or Capri.
Yeah.
So this is the only battle on the track, actually. I'm looking at the timing, and no one else is close apart from these two in the top 10, 12. So it's a 2nd and 3rd, but you're not quite sure as teammates how hard they're battling as such. I mean, obviously it's 2 individual races they're battling, but how much they're prepared to push it, whether they're just waiting for a certain point in the timing of the race to go, well, let's go for it.
Karting is the exact opposite of Formula 1 when it comes to team orders. In Formula 1, have a look for the first few laps and then hold position for the next 50. In karting, it's like stay where you are for the first 12 laps and have a go in the last 2.
Yeah, if you're going to take him off, do it at the end.
Yeah, give him a bit of hope.
just break his heart slowly.
Yeah. But yeah, they're working as well as they can together. Poppercool checks over his shoulder. Murdoch will be now. He's not quite howling mad, Murdoch, but he will be a little bit mad that he's not able to join this battle for the podium. I told you about an 80 reference.
That's copyright for us now. It's copyright strike for that one. My absolutely note perfect rendition of a orchestral theme tune
from the 1980s.
Yes.
But now Robinson looks over his shoulder. Braith Murdoch, it's Alfie Lambert just so I'm about to say something nice about Alfie Lambert. He missed the apex completely going into Stratford.
We visited it briefly and then decided he didn't like it. But yeah, as you can see there is this kind of weird stretching of the field at the moment. There's a couple of coming 8th, 9th and 10th are coming together. That's hardly exciting.
So obviously Shenington being a horsepower circuit, this is where the new defensive driving rule.
Yeah, I saw the press release about that, but I didn't actually read it. What is the new defensive driving rule?
you're allowed to come and defend down the inside line, but then you're not allowed to swing out to take the racing line in the apex. And this is actually where it's been to the detriment of the racing. It's safety-wise, it's spot on. It stops drivers weaving and blocking. However, nobody's been able to do the up and under at this particular circuit because, of course, the driver in front of you can't swing out wide, and you can't then make that cut. So this is, I'm not saying it's the only reason why this race is, not really the main reason why this race has been not a contender for the Joe Bradley race.
It's really not in that list at all.
Because Riley Bishop and the X-Kart team have just done a very
also
good job.
Robinson now seems to have broken Poppercool as well. So a minute and 36 to go. The only other piece of interest is also failing on its backside. So, but then again, they can't all be classics. We've had a couple of classics already in this set of finals, so they can't all be classics. Lewis Sumner's got a 5-second penalty. Is he anywhere near the front?
Yes, he has moved his way up into 6th position.
And now he isn't.
Now he will move himself back only to 10th because of the field spread. Outside the top 10, Daniel Hartley is 11th, Max Greatrex is 12th, Anders, Fabricius, Very, Harper, Ivanov, Harrison, Plowman and Richardson are the rest of the top 20.
Good news, bad news. Lewis Sumner has just got the penalty. He also just got the fastest lap as well.
Which he would have been shown the penalty the lap before.
And now he's got to go like stink to try and make a gap from everybody involved.
And he's probably so upset with life that he just finds an extra couple of tenths. Sometimes a bit of red mist can help a driver.
And sometimes it can't.
Yes, sometimes it very much got. Oh, Amy Peacock
got a jump start penalty for 3 seconds.
Penalty.
So that's going to put her back. Well, she's dropped quite a way to 9th. That's going to drop her down 3-4 places.
Yeah, down to maybe 11th or 12th. So Daniel Hartley will move into the top 10. Now Sumner passes Lambert for 5th. So that penalty, someone has woken up Lewis Sumner. Normally, a 5-second penalty in a junior rotax final
7
is
places,
7 or 8 places.
Looks like he's 4 here, which is and he's got 2 laps, but they're about to start their last lap. Actually, not about, so they've got half lap to go. The leader's about to start a different lap entirely because he's somewhere else. And then they just move to our leader for the end of the race because he's done what he should do, and we just
giving the pursuers plenty of coverage. But now here is the pursuee. Onto his final lap, Riley Bishop. If you look at that driving stance, that is a very relaxed drive. He hardly looks like he's turning the steering wheel.
Hang on, he lost 1/10 of a second to Jack Robinson last lap. This could be it, Jim. Come on, build this up.
Late drama. What is late drama? There's a go-kart parked right on the exit of Stratford Corner. Now, there will be a yellow flag. You can just see that there, but that could have been catastrophic. But losing its
Good try.
But Bishop, he averts the last corner problem, or the last lap. Almost like a game of Mario Kart.
Very good.
Red shell.
Yeah. Someone lobbed a banana skin at him, but he's got over the line.
Great drive.
Well done, Riley. It was a brilliant drive from the front. Jack Robinson did well in second, but his teammate Marcus Poppercoll in third. His other teammate Brace Murdo in fourth. Lewis Summers scored 5th, won't be 5th. I'm trying to work out where it'll be. He's going to drop down. Actually, he's only going to drop down to 8th, actually.
He's going to drop behind Jack Dimbleby, who will move to 6th. Alfie Lambert will move to 5th. So Sumner will drop to 7th. And it was, the MJR kart of
271, Jack Harrison.
Jack Harrison. Now, those rims, meanwhile, Jack Harrison won in a kart raffle. Kart competitions that he entered and won a set of rims.
Really?
And yes.
How much is a set of rims?
A lot more than he bought the ticket for. The ticket was about 90p. And the set of rims are well over £100.
Well, that's a good result then.
It is a good result.
So we have Adam Jarkis in 8th, George Cole in 9th, Daniel Hartley in 10th. Amy Peacock finished 11th, but that 3-second penalty is going to drop her down, believe it or not, down to, I think, 13, 40. She's going to drop it down to 18th.
Yeah, because unbeknownst to us, 12th place on back decided to have a go-kart race in the midst of all that at the end, which is very unsporting of them.
We were playing something else, Amy Peacock is 11th, dropped to 17th. You've got Oliver Fabricus, Jake Anders, Kevin Ivanov, Charlie Very, JJ Plowman, Ralph Branscombe, I think will actually be 17th. Then Max Greaserich 18th, Tyler Richard 19th, A.S. Streeley will run in 20th, and that's all she wrote, as they say.
But of course, and Ralphie Branscombe, you would have seen Ralphie's interview where he talked about how these young drivers stay fit and prepared for a race like that.
Well, he's a very eloquent young man, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I know his dad Joe and his mum Peaches. God knows where he gets it from. But in all seriousness, a race like that, there isn't much overtaking, but every driver is pushing at 100% because they're trying to catch the cart in front of them. And so what Ralphie was saying in the paddock show about, eating healthily, about, not necessarily using weights because you can't send a 12 and a 13-year-old to the gym. It's just not safe for them. But again, having to fitness, sit-ups, press-ups, using a bar, lifting, the Branscombe household doesn't have any more door frames because Ralphie has been picking up and they keep falling down.
He's pulled the entire house down by accident.
Yeah, just trying.
That was our lintel. Well, it's not there anymore. So.
Yeah. But again, you look back at that and you'll see just how tough a 12-minute race like that is.
So they're doing a bit of a clean-up, and then I think, are we on to...
Seniors.
Senior, Max.
Seniors, and then Junior Primo.
So we are 2 races left today at the second round of the Kart Championship.
Now, what viewers on the Karting Live TV YouTube channel and the Kart Championship YouTube channel, I don't want to alarm you, but after Riley Bishop just dog-walked the rest of the junior rotax field, we now move ahead to senior rotax, where his teammate, Lucas Blandford, has won by more than 6 seconds.
Do you think there is a chance of tying one arm behind his back?
I mean, something, that could be a thing, I'll stick my head out the window. Oi, Lucas, make it entertaining. But this is down to Kyle Dunford, to Elliot Dalton Ayres, Morgan Hudson Brown, Ronnie Coburn et al. To do something about it. Has Blandford shown his pace too early? Have the others simply been sandbagging, saving their tyres for the main event? We don't know, but that's why you should stay tuned to find out.
To find out.
Yes.
Come back and find out here at the channel you're already at.
Yeah, the channel you're already watching. Don't
stay tuned.
Don't change that dial, or don't press
touch that dial. Don't redefine physics.
Yes. Here we go. They're sitting and waiting.
It's important not to do that, by the way.
And again, what has been a glorious afternoon here in the Oxfordshire countryside. We've had a little bit of history with Zain Sofuoglu becoming the first Turkish driver to stand on an MSUK British Championship podium, provided, of course, he hadn't been kicked out in scrutineering. I don't think he has.
He didn't seem to do anything wrong to me when I was watching the whole race. Okay, here we go. They're rolling for senior.
Yep. And
so they do 2 laps.
Yes, 2 laps and then a lot more in the race. Your full starting lineup. Lucas Blandford, and with a perfect score, no points. In karting, you get 0 points.
No points. Well, that's fair enough. You got no points when you arrived as well.
That is perfect. He has won every single race in heats and superheats over the course of the last day and a half. Kyle Dunford and Elliot Dalton Ayres are next. Then it's Morgan Hudson Brown on the outside of row number 2. Coburn and Liam Phillips on row 3. Archie Hogan and Jason Dukis, row 4. Alex Timmins, Noosh Sofa Leathers. It should be Noosh. It's Noosh Safa Leathers. I didn't say sofa leathers. I'm thinking about a leather sofa, which has nothing to do with the kart driver. Michael Ambler.
Kart 40 is. Keep going. Sorry,
Kart 40.
Kyle Dunford has got himself out of position, then a shortcut of the track to get himself back in position.
Oh, okay.
So he cut out the loop down towards the Stratford hairpin and just cut across into the Bruno chicane to get his place back in again.
Michael Ambler, Bradley Keaton, Sam Kelbrick, and Harvey Wilson.
There's a lot of karts out of position in this race.
Yes.
We obviously missed whilst chatting about the grid. Some kerfufflage.
Yes, Kyle Dunford was slow off the line. They thought, he's not racing. This is key. You've got to get to Lucas Blandford now. If you're not hassling him and forcing him to defend by turn 3, he's going to go. Lights have gone out. He's off and racing.
Here comes turn 3.
Here's turn 3. It's a false start.
No,
false start.
start.
Okay, you get a second bite of the cherry. The Kiddix racing team. Dunford has to time his start perfectly. And then he has got to squeeze Blandford to the inside through turn number 1. Lucas will know this. Kyle has got to, in true Spinal Tap fashion, he's got to turn the aggression up to 11.
Yes.
Yeah, because if you can pinch Blandford to the inside going through turn number 1, you've got half a chance of staying alongside and squeezing him wide coming out of Cafe Corner. And then it's a case of making as wide as you can for 12 minutes. He's going to need help from Morgan Hudson-Brown here. Has he made a good start? It is a good start. He's trying to squeeze him, but no, Blandford he's just too good through turn number 1. And Dunford tried, it's yellow flag waving, and we're going to slow down again. Yes, somebody is in the barriers.
Full start again. We've got a second full start.
Yeah, now who is in the barriers? It is Jason Dukis. There he is in said barrier.
Oh dear.
And is that a red flag being waved? It is a red flag being waved. So the red flags are out. And
it's just Dukis at the side of the track. I think they couldn't get him away again in time.
Oh,
he's fine.
No, he's fine.
But he's
the
damaged
barriers
the barrier.
aren't. They're
his exhaust has fallen off.
Yes.
Oh, my exhaust has fallen off, he's saying.
Probably when
he's looking quite annoyed.
There's 2 drivers.
Is there a second driver there?
There's a second driver. So the
got
number
his helmet off already. Yeah, you're right.
The number 53. Right, let's do some investigatory
53
work.
has been pulled out and looked unhappy.
Yes. Now, Keaton is one of them.
So it's Bradley Keaton and you said Jason Dukis, you said with the other one.
Yeah, Jason Dukis is the other one there. So Bradley Keaton, the 15, and Dukis is up now. That may have been...
He's upset, Bradley, isn't he?
I'm not sure if he's... asked Michael Dukis with his
Mike
crash
Dukis
helmet
upset.
off.
Oh, he's upset, okay.
I'm not sure if that was a singular incident or that was 2 separate accidents.
I think it's... you know what I think? I think there is an... I don't know if it's just me or everybody. I think there is an element where people don't see where a full start has been called. I don't see anywhere around here, which you see most tracks.
Post 1, as you know, isn't... The problem is that when they're going so fast... By the time they get the first
and what happens
marshal
is,
post,
look where
post 3.
they've gone off. That's when somebody else realises. Then people go, it's full start, and different people slow down at different points.
Yep.
Some people don't know it's a full start and are going for it,
yep.
and then they're in the wrong place to slow down. And this is why
yep.
we've had 2 or 3 incidents on this corner.
Yes.
I think just caused by the fact they just need to find a little bit of light panels with full starts in it.
Yeah, I mean, you've got that marshal at post 3 that has got... But of course, you're blinded coming out of Cafe Corner. Suddenly, you're at full chat and drivers are slowing down. Now, I think, who is that trying to pick their go-kart up? That is, that's Keaton. There's 4 wheels still on the wagon, but they are not facing the correct way. So there's a track rod gone, and the Orange Army are...
Are they going to let him drive back, or are they going to ask?
No. If you weren't running at the time of a red flag, you are not permitted to take the restart. So
getting the car off the track, they're running around with the. They're just trying to clear everything up. I mean, I think it's one of those things. Accidents caused by different people understanding when the full start flag is waved.
Yes, and they're going to bring the cart off. Now, that's.
I see that
fortunate racing. Although now that mechanic is working at a. I mean, I'm wondering if a call has come through saying, right, fit, or are we just trying to get off the track quickly?
No, I think they're just trying to clear the track.
He's probably realised how much unlucky he's had. Right, just get it in the back of the van and let's get home. He's
got a broken track rock. He's 5 minutes away from being able to get away at minimum.
Yeah.
If he's got one already measured up to put on, which you don't necessarily have when it's not something you do at the time. That's the.
Yeah. Oh no, helmet is off, and the 2 drivers are chatting to each other, which tells me they're not upset at each other. They're just upset at the
life.
situation. Yeah, at life in general.
What has been the hand that's been dealt with them at the senior rotax final here at the TKC round 2 in Shenington.
Yeah.
So the flags should come in now. I assume they're going to roll them round for a lap.
Yes, they will have another start. So this is Kyle. Right, Kyle Dunford has got one more opportunity. His second attempt.
Here's another opportunity. What if Lucas Blanford hasn't put enough fuel in?
Oh, now we could be. But, Blanford knows what Dunford is going to try and do. Dunford knows that Blanford knows what he's going to try and do.
It sounds like a really bad pop song.
Yeah.
Little does he know that she knows that. Anyway.
I know that you know that she knows.
I'm not actually allowed to sing on the streams normally. I get in trouble.
Well, that's okay. That's fair enough. I mean, I nothing beats a bit of karting commentary and a bit of a sing-song, ladies and gentlemen.
That's right, yeah.
Now,
here we go.
It's
roll off for a lap.
One of the key players could be the driver that is now second in line, Morgan Hudson-Brown, the ultimate R number 69. If he anticipates the start and pushes Dunford to the line, that will help. And Dunford, that's a deliberate thing. I'm going to set off quicker than Blanford. There's a psychological element there.
Yes.
Maybe because he thinks, well, I led something. It was a rolling lap, but I led something.
Yeah, I'm great. I'm a winner.
Yeah.
Look at me, I'm a winner.
Quick, take a photo. But again, on both occasions, it's Blanford's acceleration through out of Cafe Corner. He's always got a 3-kart length lead by the time we get to Cafe Corner. Now let's see what the next. Now, I mean, of course, if I was Elliot Dalton-Ayres, I wouldn't be pushing Lucas Blanford. Why help the person that has whooped your backside in every race get away at the start? So hang back, Elliot. Let's have a look.
Here we
Let's go. Dunford does try and come across.
Trippage there.
Oh, and it hasn't quite worked. He's 6-0 at the inside, runs wide. That's all she wrote. The battle's on for second.
We're away, and we haven't got a restart this time. And they have got the full 12 minutes again.
Yep.
Lucas Blanford, who'll be leading those 12 minutes, is in the lead. Second place will be Carl Dunford in the 40, who had his own weird excursion prior to the start of the first race.
Yes.
And now they come down and kind of glance over his right shoulder from Blanford, but you don't really need to. What? It's really weird. He's got this issue. Don't worry about the time. The timing's saying second. He's got a strange issue with an erroneous transponder. I don't know what happened there.
Somebody has not clocked up properly. So you'll ignore the.
So just take one off all the names. So it says 2, it's 1. It says 3, it's 2. It says 4, it's 3. Let's keep on rolling.
Keep on rolling. Now, Morgan Hudson-Brown up into second position for the Ultimate R team. New third place driver.
Elliot Dalton-Ayres, wasn't it?
Elliot Dalton-Ayres. And so Dunford is back to fourth. Then the ST Racing cart of Liam Phillips. He has passed the man in black. Johnny Cash. No, sorry, Ronnie Coburn. And the next kart in line is number 13 kart, I think, of Archie Hogan. Well, it's a red and white Birrell. I know Hogan is on a Birrell. Is it number 13 Birrell? I believe it might well. No, it's Michael Ambler. I do apologise. Archie Hogan has slipped to 10th.
Nope. Well, at least they're putting on a bit of a show for us in this second battle, because he's already at 1.7 seconds ahead, Lucas Blanford.
I mean,
they scrapple around.
6/10 of a second faster on the opening lap.
Yeah. But these guys putting on a good battle here. Again, 3 groups of 2, minorly differences. Morgan Hudson-Brown, Elliot Dalton-Ayres are your second and third on camera now. And then we're going into the hairpin and just much more than just. It's interesting. It's not for a victory, but it is, of course, for points.
Yes,
and
yes.
I'm not sure. I mean, I don't know if Lucas Blanford is going to enter the whole season. I think it looks like he's a picker and chooser. So it probably means at this point that if you are doing the whole season, it's very much about maximising what you can get.
You know, these are the drivers that, I mean, I think Blanford is a championship regular, but I mean, I can't recall the Kiddix team. Yeah, no, the Kiddix team were at Wardenlaw, and Blanford has been a loyal supporter of this series. So we will have.
You're getting half a second last time. He's slipping.
Not even trying. Deary me. Close-up driver.
And there's a change there.
Now he is.
And change in a block as well, which has brought that 3 sets of 2 into 1 set of 6.
Yeah.
As Elliot Dalton-Ayres takes the second place over from Morgan Hudson-Brown, and I think Hudson-Brown's now lost that one because Carl Dunford has leapt into third place. He's lost that as well, I think, at this point.
And this is where and he showed in the outside line there. And these drivers have realised, look, what's the point in just sitting there and pushing each other on? Let's just have a bit of fun. The battle is on for second place. Dalton-Ayres has it, and it won't be long now before Dunford, Coburn, Hudson Brown and Phillips get their act together and set off in pursuit. You know, like a bit like Smokey and the Bandit. They're in hot pursuit.
Suddenly appears to be able to gap this group.
Well, there was that one corner where, you know, there was a lot of chopping and changing. Coburn tried to make a move. Hudson Brown and Dunford slid up the inside as well. Dunford has now gone backwards. But out of the...
they all go. The pack's quite condensed, apart from the leader.
Yeah,
and also second place as well now. So Elliot Dalton-Ayres is really spoiling everything by making second not particularly exciting as well. Third and fourth, it's Coburn, Hudson Brown. Remember, Coburn's coming back from a poor grid position caused by that weird failure he had in the second superheat, where he pulled off the track and was very upset, but you can work out what it was. He's about to lose position. Hudson Brown was that, up the inside of Coburn. And lots of good manoeuvres there, and behind there's the 31 of Liam Phillips.
So you can hear John Stewart screaming, you know, aggression, Liam, aggression, push. Liam, okay.
Sounds like he wants to start a fight.
Well,
I demand more aggression from you right now, young man.
Yes.
If you don't beat someone up, in my view...
Yeah, I'll be very upset. I'll double your invoice. Behind him, Noosh Safa Leathers and Michael Ambler.
Yeah, we've got time to chat in this race because not much is happening. It's an interesting point you make about what a team manager, what a team coach, what a driver coach actually asks of their driver. Because the word aggression can be interpreted in 2 or 3 completely different ways.
I say aggression not in any way a negative sense. It's interesting. So Dave Richardson from Richardson Shashi Engineering, his son. Who is here? He's 11 years old. He's working. He's on karts. He's mechanicking. Oh, we got a 3-wide moment there. And I said, he doesn't race anymore, your lad. And Dave goes, well, no, because he's very competitive, but he's also very risk averse.
Right.
And that's not. You have to take risks. And when team managers and driver coaches. Say on mechanics, to be aggressive, there is, mentioned it earlier, a risk and reward. To make a pass at 70 miles an hour against somebody that doesn't want you to overtake them, there is an element of risk in any overtake that you make.
Yeah, it's not actually physical risk. It's mechanical kart risk. It's not.
Yeah.
I think one thing that characterises most of these kids is they're not worried about the potential of getting hurt. They have this self-confidence they're going to be fine. They are worried about being spun out. They are worried about losing points. They are worried about losing position in the race.
And so the aggression comes of you have to be aggressive to summon the courage to make a move. And what Dave was saying, actually, Dave Richardson has found radio control car racing. Because, again, you can be competitive, and yet if you make a move in a radio control car, the consequences are limited. So we talk about aggression, not in a negative sense.
It's more forcefulness, isn't it? It's more, I think forcefulness is more, and you say also the ability to... you just go for it. Go for the sort of ignore to a level the consequences, or ignore the potential consequences.
Yeah, and have faith in your own ability. Not throw caution to the wind, but be prepared to make a split-second decision. It's like, you've got to take that plunge. You've got to, don't be scared of a pass. If you make a mistake, you learn from it. Bent metal can always be fixed. It's not a problem. Yeah, you might upset somebody, briefly, but everyone. The only way you learn how to overtake in the heat of the moment, inches apart, is by trying it and by occasionly making a mistake. Getting it wrong and making a mistake.
But we had a couple of mistakes made. Both Morgan Hudson-Brown and Liam Phillips have race start penalties. So 4th and 5th aren't 4th and 5th. They're 5 seconds further down the road. But we're watching 2nd and 3rd at the moment. I think we are watching Elliot Dalton-Rees and Ronnie Coburn fighting over second and third. The leader is 6.08 seconds ahead, and he's still second and third. But fourth and fifth are actually 5 seconds further back than they look.
And I'm looking at the lap times. Blanford is half a second a lap faster nearly every lap. Well, in fact, it is perfect because he's now on lap number 12. He's completed 11 laps, and he's 6.5 seconds up the road. So he's more than half a second a lap faster. Now, I know these drivers spent a couple of laps tripping over each other and squabbling, but, you know, even when they're running single file, Dalton Ayres is not defending. Coburn is not attacking. They're just trying to work together to make sure that there's nobody else in the battle for the minor podium placings. And still Blanford a 42.32. And if I were to tell you that is the only other, no one else has gone below a 42.65.
And that's Michael Ambler in sixth. They're not really in contention. Everyone else, you say, it was another half second they lost overall. This is not to denigrate what these guys here are doing. They're still racing hard as they can. But occasionally you get a bit of get someone out front who's on their day in that kart at that track, just in a different class. And half a second lap is a different class. It doesn't mean that if we went to, I don't know, let's say we go to Gig in a month's time, he's there, it might be completely different.
And it will be. Glenagorse is a very, very different proposition to Shenington. Everyone says this is a horsepower track. Blanford has waft. That is.
He's in the corners well as well, though, isn't he?
He is driving the corner well. But I mean, Blanford has. When we get to Glenagorse, where the tarmac is extremely abrasive, where no corner is flat, where there is positive or negative camber at every corner, whether there are hills and valleys.
There are certainly hills.
There's lots of hills and
massive
valleys
climb
in North Wales.
There was an argument, isn't there, whether it's the highest climbing karting, from the lowest point to the highest part. Then someone named a different circuit.
Curitiba in Brazil, Paraíba.
Yeah, but we're talking about the UK.
Oh, UK.
Brazil isn't in the UK anymore.
Oh, no.
In fact, it never was, actually. It was part of Portugal for a while.
Oh, in the UK, is there a bigger dip or a climb? Oh, that's going to be one that that's going to set the old Buckmore Park would be it. From the bottom to the top of Buckmore Park, that's quite a trek.
Possibly, yeah. I've never been to Buckmore Park since they built that. I used to race. I'm from Kent. I used to race at Buckmore Park, but in the very, very long time ago, before they built that bottom downhill extension.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, if you've been
I was racing it just after they reopened it. After they shut it for a few years. When they shut it for a few years, that's where we used to have our RC track, and I started RCing at Buckmore Park.
Yeah, and then you can still see the RC track there, outside what is now one of the offices or one of the shops.
So we're now down to a minute and 20 to go. Blanford leads by, he's back a bit, and he leads by 7.8 seconds.
It's going to 8.2 now.
But it's a good battle here between Dalton Ayres and Coburn. Coburn coming back from that disappointment in the second superheat. He's got this lap and two more, I'd say.
Yeah, Hudson Brown in fifth, and Hudson Brown not out of it yet. You can see now Coburn in that black number 77 starting to ask some questions of Elliot Dalton Ayres. Phillips, Ambler, Dunford, Hogan, Kelbrick, Wilson, Timmins, Safa Leathers, Keaton and Dukas. Safa Leathers out of the race, Keaton and Dukas. Maybe the bridge. No, PFI. That's not really
it's not
a fair comparison.
That's just going round a carousel, isn't it? They dug a hole in the first place again. I mean, it's an impressive piece of track, to be honest. I'm not going to denigrate Fletcher International, but I'm just saying I don't think that counts as a hill.
No. But no. So
no, Butler Park's a good call. Unfortunately, because I haven't been there, I can't now in my mind go. Butler Park isn't really used for any owner-driver karting anymore, is it?
No, the Medway Kart Club has returned with a 6-round championship starting next month. No, starting this month. April. They got it right. April to October. 6 months, 6 rounds. The Medway Kart Club.
I had several nip-ups down the back straight at Butler Park. Cost me a fortune in a new piston. So this is the days of choking your own carbs in the 1989, 1991.
Oh, the ICA is singing at 16,000 revs, and suddenly, bing, off you go.
And here's our leader.
Yes.
As he started the last lap, Lucas Blanford, he is actually possibly in a different race in his all-white overalls.
Yeah,
I kind of get Evel Knievel vibes from the look, I must admit.
Yeah, and he could probably jump the Grand Canyon if he wanted to.
You could say push it home from here.
Yeah, he could. out of the final corner. It has been a cakewalk, a walk in the park for Lucas Blanford. In a class of his own, an absolute. And look at that, Coburn gets it on the last lap.
See, as soon as we decide to go and show the leader, Coburn decides to make some action.
The one overtake of the race. The one overtake.
Well, frankly, I'm going to have all three of them down there for a chat.
Yeah.
Don't they know who we are?
He waited until, right, we're 8 seconds away from the checker flag. They're going to be watching the leader. Let's make a pass.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you, missed out on a replay. They've got a replay for that pass as well.
Oh, dear. But congratulations, Lucas Blanford, Ronnie Coburn, Elliot Dalton is your podium finishers. Morgan Hudson-Brown, Michael Ambler, Liam Phillips, the top 6. Kyle Dunford, 7th. Archie Hogan in 8th. Then Sam Calbrick, Harvey Williams, Alex Timmins, and Noosh Safa-Leathers completes the order. And it's down to time for the final race of the day, Junior Primo. And I will make a bold prediction.
Here it comes, it's bold.
It's bold and it's a prediction, and it will not be as tame as the 2 previous races.
I think that's both a bold and a correct prediction.
There we go, yeah,
I'm just hoping you won't be proven wrong.
Yes.
So this one was due to go off apparently at 16:16. It's currently 16:16, but I think they're clearing the last one overran because of the red flag.
Yeah, no. There was a couple of people turning around and running back towards the back. Now, what's going on there? There's people staring. I think there may be somebody having a little bit of a word with another driver at the end of.
They're just trying to get them back in order. They lined up in the wrong order for the grid, have they? Here he's put his headset down, so he's going to try and find the gossip. Just waiting for this Junior Primo team to be released. They line them up in the collecting area in the correct order. And if someone gets in the wrong place, they then have to shuffle them out so that they'll actually line them in the grid order. It's a thankless task run by the grid marshals, to be honest. In fact, when you define thankless task, what you see is a grid marshal trying to organise, herd chickens really, in some way to actually get them to do what they're supposed to be doing. But so there's a little bit of a delay here. I think the track's clear. Yeah, there's green flags on the track, so the track's clear, but they're not starting this for a different reason. But it's not going to affect anything. The sun's still shining, the wind's lightly blowing, so they're not going to get any different conditions for starting a few minutes later. Starting marshals back out again. They are waiting for something. There is an issue at some point. Can't see what it is. The rest of us are all waiting for a go. This last heat of the day, Junior Primo. Bit of movement in the car park as some people leave. Henry's back. He's going to tell us exactly what the problem is and why they're all faffing about. So what's this faffing about, Henry?
All is fair in love and karting until somebody gets the ump.
What's happened?
I think there was a little bit of one or two drivers weren't happy with something that luckily we didn't see on camera. Now I'm looking at the there was no under investigation. Morgan Hudson-Brown with a 5-second penalty. Kyle Dunford under investigation. There was a couple of people asking questions, and there was a couple of people that were somewhat upset. But all is now well, I believe. It happens in karting. It's a competitive sport, and adrenaline can get the better of anybody.
Doesn't quite explain why they haven't started the Junior Primo race then.
Possibly because race director Dan Ashton is now dealing with the fallout of a couple of lively discussions in the Parc Fermé area that need his attention, his full attention before we get underway.
This isn't helping me get home.
I mean, I tell you what. Let's go through my favourite class, Junior Primo, and give them a full rundown
of their grid, yes.
of the grid without rushing. Let's have a little look. Junior Primo race number 42 of the weekend. Before we get started, a huge well done to the marshalling team and all the Kart Championship officials, because 42 races is one heck of a shift over 2 days. It's going to be Elijah Hazelwood on the front row of the grid. Elijah, who made a debut in the British Championship and ended up rolling out of his kart, was fine, and he's got Chris Harvey here mechanicking for him. He will start from pole position. Cooper Campbell Lees on the outside of row number 1. Isaac Jameson and Lewis Gilbert on row 2. Zach Jennings and Alfie Forrester, row 3. Ronnie Legg and Samuel Lead in row 4. Lily Shaw and Noah Clark, row 5. Oscar Pitt and Miles Cloworth, row 6. George Ralston and Oscar Chesovic on row 7. Harry Ward and Zach McKay on row 8. Thomas Butcher and Archie Ray Watson, row number 9. Elijah Hartley and Ethan Barth, row 10. Pierce Whitehead, Charlie Thompson, Jasper Oakes, Thomas Ambler, Noah Jones, Lucas Olofsson and Luke Wells. And again, so Chris Harvey and Louis Harvey, his son, and Louis Harvey is a former British junior TKM champion. I mentioned that they're from the whole family are extremely successful in the world of bodybuilding. You've got Chris, you've got his wife Charlene, you've got Louis Harvey, who is probably the only one, and then Lily Harvey is the youngest member of the family into the world of professional bodybuilding, which is interesting. But no, I mean it's a very it's a world that I'm not familiar with.
Absolutely not. Come on, everyone, why is it going? Come on,
go-kart racing.
I don't quite know what this delay is all about, to be honest. I'm not sure there's a technical issue somewhere.
Someone put another 50p in the timing and scoring meter?
I don't know. It's all going well, then it stopped.
Where are we going next, ladies and gentlemen? Well, the next round of the Kart Championship will take place on... as I look at my schedule, it will be the 17th and 18th of May.
In GYG.
GYG at Glanagorse.
North Wales.
Up in North Wales via Cornwall by Nick Davis.
Yeah, well, I randomly picked completely the wrong accent for that one, didn't I?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's quite right. Yes, in North Wales,
West Country.
They sound very...
Very Devonian.
They can sound very, very, almost like a Scouser in North Wales.
But you be careful. You have enough problem with North Wellians for your inability to speak the language.
Yes, only a little bit. When they say, Siarad Cymraeg, I go them, which is no. Get passable is my Welsh. But if we've got a few people racing from Wales. I mean, I would be better off being able to speak Turkish today.
In fairness, yes, it would have
been helpful.
A kind of a real zing-a-ding to it, wouldn't it? Really?
Yeah. Well, I mean, your fault for not hiring a Turkish commentator and hiring me instead, Nick. I know the mistakes we make, eh?
Yeah, just wanted the Turkish commentator might have bought me a decent kebab. You never know.
Yeah.
Oh, he's getting his. No, he's. He's getting the. No, he's not. He's just organising his flag. He's getting the green flag. The green flag is out.
Yes.
The green flag is out. We may be this is by the way I'm talking about the starting marshal.
Yeah.
We may be able to get going, but no.
He's holding his green flag, which is good because the green flag was sitting on a tyre bale.
He swapped his yellow flag for the green flag.
Yes, which means that he's like...
talking about next events. The next event actually for Karting Live TV is also in Wales.
Oh, is it at
Landau International Raceway, yes, with the Access Karting team. So Access Karting, which is kind of like the real top level club guys who are racing in wanting a national series. All sorts of different karts, a lot of stuff none of the stuff you see here none of the stuff you see here is represented by over there, because even the cadets are different.
Oh, brilliant! So
you've got 210s, you've got twin engine pro karts, you've got a lot of GXs there, and a huge amount of TKM stuff. 115s and 100s. There's a lot of smoke. There's a lot of excellent two-stroke to breathe in. So if you have any sort of breathing issues, don't come. If you like smelling two-stroke, Landau and the Axis karting, which we'll be doing in 2 weeks' time. The week before we go from South Wales to North Wales, but both times I'll be going home to Lincolnshire, which is kind of like a big triangle.
But you have to say, I mean, if there's a sprint grid of twin-engine pro karts, that's some proper racing, and you don't need your grass cut.
They've got some old 310s as well, which Formula 600s. They've got some stuff that really used to. They were kind of a catch-all for people who wanted to race but couldn't find a series to run in, and they've now got all sorts of stuff going on. That's brilliant.
Excellent. Right now, what we've been left waiting for the. We've had the matinee performance, then we had the intermission. Everyone went and got their little tubs of ice cream.
An intermission with no obvious reason for it.
No, well, apart from maybe some, I thought
a few people who... I thought the rowing was carried out later in the stewards' room. It didn't actually interface with the order of the track running, but you never know. It doesn't matter anyway.
Well, I mean... we've got a phalanx of X karts at the front there. Look at them all, 5 of them, and the driver it'll be Lewis Gilbert with the only non-black and white kart there at the front of the field
in 4th place. Interloping
needs to be the fly in the X kart ointment.
Oh, and there's been an accident. That's impressive. Someone's probably got a drop-down penalty already for that.
Yep, inexperience just. Again,
oozes.
Junior Primo, 12 to 14 years old. They come to the line.
Oh, that's not really on. That sudden zip across.
One of the X karts is.
He went at the back. I think it was the 3rd place man. Went at the back of the rest of the field.
And there's no false start, so we are off and racing.
Obviously, that sudden veer to the right by the pole man is an allowed function.
Once you cross that line, yes, you can.
It does seem very violent. Perhaps it just looks in your eye wrong. In fact, on the angle, track it's fine. Yeah,
the angle of the camera, but also the speed that they're carrying. But it is Elijah Hazelwood leading the way. Cooper Campbell leads Isaac Jameson. Now,
somebody at the top isn't in that list anymore, so just let me get over the line and see who it
Gilbert
was. One of the many X karts dropped back. Could be any of them, who knows.
It's the green crash helmet of Isaac Jameson.
So Jameson did drop back.
Lily Shaw up to 8th position. That's a good start from Lily Shaw. Cleworth, Oscar Chesevic, Mackay, Ralston, Watson, Samuel Leedon has dropped quite a few places, and Oscar Pitt has also slipped back.
The big drop is Jameson's gone down, I think 8 places, some places. Anyway, but they're now completing that first lap, now out and running onto the back end of the second lap to come around the hangar corner. Rose hasn't quite got a pattern yet. He's got an X kart, 1, 2, 3. 4th place is a battle between 2 non-X karts. They're battling so hard they hit each other.
Yeah.
And they've opened up the place. I think that's a 70-something.
Ronnie Legg.
Is that Ronnie Legg in the 55?
Ronnie Legg in the 55, yeah. Lewis Gilbert had a little nibble on Ronnie's leg. And then they both, Lewis Gilbert lost a place and Alfie Forrester went through.
Inside second and third changes round if it will stick, and it. I don't think Zach Jennings might get it, but he's parked himself on the inside. And it goes away. But the winner out of that was Elijah Hazelwood, who gained a few tenths of a second because of the scrappage of his 2 teammates behind.
And the X kart with the black crash helmets, that would be the 69 of Zach Jennings. Very, very late on the brakes. Somehow he managed to get the kart slowed down roughly around the plate, the apex point of the corner. But he was committed with a capital C. It's easy to say. Now, Gilbert coming back at the league. You know when I said that bold prediction about how this race wasn't going to be dominated by one particular driver?
Yeah, it was a great one. That's gone well.
Yeah, that's aged like warm milk.
But we have second, third and fourth together, which is being 4th place being Lewis Gilbert, who's not an X kart, and then you've got Jennings and Campbell
Lees. In fact, it looks like Jennings is actually
waving.
under quite a lot of pressure from Gilbert, because they probably noticed that Elijah was disappearing away.
Yes.
He's got a second and a half.
Oh, no.
Hang on, we've made the mistake now. We've let him get away. How are we getting back? I don't know.
Yeah. But of course, this is 9 minutes. These are the least not counting the Bambino, so we're obviously just starting out, and maybe some of the micros. These are the least experienced drivers by definition of the class.
Yeah.
So, what's to say? Elijah Hazelwood, whereas Lucas Blanford, Riley Bishop, experienced. They can run 9 minutes without missing an apex. Not quite as likely for Elijah Hazelwood. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but it's more likely to happen in Junior Primo than anything else. As you see, Campbell, Lees, Jennings and Gilbert now sort of, get their ducks in a row, as it were, and set off after Hazelwood.
Fastest lap in the middle of the field to Oscar Pitt now, the 43.5. So there's some pace in the middle, but it's the second, third and fourth are having an absolute scrap with each other coming into the hairpin.
And this is the inexperience that you're showing. With 8 minutes to go, and teammates in second and third, Campbell Lees didn't need to be defending, and Jennings doesn't need to be attacking. They need to be working together.
Work together.
But it's
Jennings. So Jennings now takes that. Whether Campbell Lees got just fed up with it, he certainly got through now, and immediately gaps him.
Yeah,
but they are 2.1 seconds behind Elijah Hazelwood, who has got that gap. Yes, he's quick, but he's been helped by the fact that the following carts have all been having a massive row.
Yeah, and last time around, even with that row, there was Jennings making 2 passing attempts and 1 overtake. Yeah, there's a problem with Cooper Campbell Lees. His X-Kart is not
as happy as the others at the moment.
No, because Jennings is. I thought, I stand up, I apologise. I thought Zach Jennings was being a little bit inexperienced by the way he was attacking as a teammate. But now that I've seen both him and Gilbert pass and pull away, Jennings was, he knew something was amiss, and he thought, I've got to go. Now the lead comes down. Oh, well, maybe, just maybe,
down by
ladies and gentlemen.
So it took a while, but it was the fastest lap from Jennings. Now he's been released and running in clean air.
Yes, maybe there could yet be a battle for the lead in Junior Primo.
Gilbert as well also has been released, so you've got a kind of a chasing pack now coming back towards Elijah Hazelwood. Hazelwood got a 2-second cushion, which is pretty large in any karting event.
Yeah, but the gap is now down. It was 2.3. It's now 1.98. The only 1200ths of a second.
That's a big 1200.
It's a big 1200.
See that over this time. So over the line now. Hazelwood was the fastest lap of the race, which kind of scuppers the gaining. He's getting a 10th back on Jennings. Gilbert slightly quicker. Miles Cleworth has done the fastest overall lap, but he's a long way back with the 43.4. So they're getting a bit quicker as they get warmed up.
Well, he's 7th. Make that, and Oscar Chesovic. Miles Cleworth is now up into 5th. Make that 4th.
He got past Cooper Campbell Lees in the background, yeah.
Because Cooper Campbell Lees has just done his personal best lap, but that's only a 43.65. So all is not well. Campbell Lees is driving to the maximum that his machinery will allow him to. Chesovic is 6th. Mackay, Ralston, Butcher and Pitt. It was mechanical flag for Lily Shaw.
Gilbert.
Bumper. Black flag, black flag,
wow.
Isaac Jameson. That would be the Isaac Jameson that leapt over half the field at turn number 1.
Yes, and I think he may have already pulled out.
Yes.
So that's interesting actually. Yeah, so we got the fastest lap in now to Lewis Gilbert in 3rd. Gained about a 10th of a second. This 2nd and 3rd, you've got the fastest kart going there, which is the blue and white machine. That is, someone's squeaking below. That's not a kart that's working very well.
There's Isaac Jameson. It was Isaac Jameson, an angry Isaac Jameson pulling in.
Black flag?
Yes, who's now getting comforted by a member of the X-Kart team. I've got to say, there's a growing number of drivers in the Parc Ferme area below us. The number 25. A
lot of lip pouting, isn't there?
Lily Shaw has just pulled in with a bumper problem on her kart.
Yeah, she had a mechanical, didn't she?
Yeah, the number 25 is also in the pits and out of the race. That would be the number 25 of
Thomas
Ambler.
On the track, Gilbert is getting closer and closer in the 14 kart, trying to get that second place. The big white bumper is really now filling up the non-existent rear view mirror of Zach Jennings.
Yes. I mean, if there was one, he'd be looking at it. We know
the
that.
gap hasn't come down. It's still just shy of 2 seconds. They've not gained anything on Elijah Hazelwood in the last 3 minutes. But they are trying to put on a bit of a show by battling themselves for the bottom 2 steps of the podium.
Yep. And there's still, Jennings hasn't given up hope. Oh,
hope springs eternal.
Yes, hope. God loves a trier. And Jennings is trying to sort of appeal to Gilbert's better nature and say, now, look, there was only 3 minutes to go. If you could just try not to overtake me for the next 3 minutes.
Yeah, so until the race is over.
Until the race is over.
43.6 against 43.5, so gained a 10th back on the leader, but that's not going to get. They need 18 laps to catch him up at that rate.
You know.
And realistically, we'll all have gone home by then.
Yeah. You know, one strawberry does not a punnet make. As they head round.
Not even a strawberry racing punnet.
Yeah, no, or a strawberry racing pun.
He's very insistent on working together, Zach Jennings, and he really wants. I think that if Lewis Gilbert would get past, I think he's quicker, but not quicker enough to gain on Elijah Hazelwood, who's just out of shot at the moment, being a bit good.
Yeah, I mean, Zach Jennings has watched an awful lot of kart racing before he started kart racing. He's got the driver signals down to a T.
Very important.
Yes, yeah, to, be able to tell the other drivers what you want them to do to help you in a race.
Let me through, then we'll work together.
Yes, always the same.
But I make overtaking me.
Yeah.
So let's work together. There's no point working together because you guys. We actually gained a couple of tenths that time, so they did gain 2 tenths. So they're making it a little bit more exciting.
But of course, now we get down to and still there's another signal.
Work with me. Work with me.
Of course, the problem is it is working for Zach Jennings and Lewis Gilbert. But of course, Elijah Hazelwood. Now I can't recall who won the opening round of the championship. I do apologise, but heading towards a big win, maybe your first win in a national race. There's always going to be nerves. You're always going to start not being able to block out the laps to go and thinking about it.
Yeah, it's well known for tightening up. If people tighten up and they don't do things quite as well, they lose the flow. However, in that last lap, he didn't lose any time at all.
No, he actually did.
At least this one, they're all in the same frame sometimes.
Well, there we go. Yes, and the gap is 1.6 seconds.
In fairness to Zach Jennings, he's now handling the challenge of Lewis Gilbert reasonably well. So he's discovered a little bit of late race pace with 1:13 to go. Gilbert, I'm sure, was going to try and make some dive at some point to get the second place.
And Gilbert, to his credit, isn't hassling Jennings. He's letting him sort of
I'm not sure he can anymore. He was
around.
hassling, but now if you look at the gap, which is 3/10, that tends to be not so much a non-hassling gap as a losing him gap.
Oh, no, that's true. I mean, he's quite not within lunge range. He's not far off.
He's still 3 laps away, 2.5 laps away from the end.
Yeah, and the gap is down to 1.5 seconds.
Let's build this one up, shall we?
I mean,
10th of a second,
43.49 for Jennings. One thing,
Elijah Hazelwood at least they'll have the encouragement of seeing the guy in front and seeing him getting minutely closer.
Yeah. Elijah Hazelwood has not looked over his shoulder. His Chris Harvey and Louis Harvey will be signalling, just saying, go. That they won't be telling him that the gap is closing. They're not going to worry him. They're just saying, go, 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 and this is now a test of the driver.
So it's 2 laps, this lap and one more. They're on the penultimate lap now. Yep. We know you wanted to work together. But interesting that Lewis has closed up the entire gap on Zach. They've also got the lead down to 1.3 seconds, but that's very much a controlled drop of the lead. I think Elijah now very much within himself. Don't forget, the idea of motor racing is not to win by an hour, it's to win by the smallest possible margin.
Yes.
Win by going as slow as you can. Jackie Stewart.
The Jackie Stewart, Alan Prost, sort of idea behind it. Less than just one point.
Yeah, but the fastest lap of the race, a 43.29 by Lewis Gilbert. There, he's actually discovered a second win coming into his last couple of laps. It's the last lap of the race.
Can Gilbert make a move and pick up that second place? He's got a chance to go in, but they've gone wide. Now he could go tight, but he dropped off too much there, I think.
Yes, still Zach. Good luck in trying to get Lewis Gilbert to work with you now, Zach Jennings, as the rest of the field trail along behind. But here, Elijah Hazelwood for the X-Kart team. He will come into the final corner.
Oh, no!
Jennings holds him off. Gilbert, well, Elijah Hazelwood, congratulations. Fair play to Lewis Gilbert.
Gave it a go.
He gave it a go, but also he then, when he had sort of made side-by-side contact with Jennings, he realised, okay, look, if I make this move, there's the move, up on the curb, bang, bang, bang. He backs out of the move there because he realises it hasn't worked.
Yeah, and he's going to get a penalty if he goes for it.
Yeah, and that is very, very smart driving.
Well, at least they gave us a grandstand finish. So this is the final race. Elijah Hazelwood from Zach Jennings. Lewis Gilbert was third. Oscar Zurich was fourth. Zach Mackay was fifth. Oscar Pitt was sixth. And it's Thomas Butcher, George Ralston, Noah Clark, Alfie Forrester, Sammy Jordan, Miles Clegworth, Ray Legg, Cooper Campbell-Lees and Elijah Hartley. That's your top 15. So that is it for round 2 of the TKC here from Shenington. I'd like to say thank you very much to my fantastic cameraman team. That's Connor, Nathan and Mark. I'd like to say thank you to my fantastic director, who's Zach. And I'd like to say thank you to my fantastic co-commentator, who's Henry.
Thank you very much.
It's been great to have your Karting Live TV back in 2 weeks from Landau with the Access Karting Championship, and we're also back in 3 weeks with round 3 of the TKC from GYG. Until then, have a lovely rest of the afternoon. Go out in the sun somewhere in the UK. Hopefully it's not dark. If you're in Turkey, feed a cat. Thank you very much. See you all.